Folks, we have our first tornado warning of the day. Meteorologist Todd Jacobian and I are in the studio here, and we've had one tornado warning that has been issued, and it is from the extreme northern part of Pike County through Montgomery County into Garland County, and this does include Hot Springs, looks like maybe the western part of the town eventually within this. These storms today will start to rotate. We have a fast tornado watch in effect for much of the state, and so let's kind of key in on our first, the risk in eastern Arkansas is actually a high risk. And so I'm going to go in on this storm on Storm Scan. All right, we've got Storm Scan up, and we're going to zoom in to the area, and it looks like it's approaching Glenwood. Rotation within this has been noted, and so we'll see what the National Weather Service sees. Yeah, out to the west of Daisy, right there is where we start to see this storm rotating. It's quite a ways from the radar site there, but that tight area right there, and on the south side of this cell, I'm going to go back to reflectivity, and that's what we'll be looking at really for most of the day. You'll see a hail core, and then back on the south side of these storms, you'll see little hooks starting to develop. Todd, this is a very volatile atmosphere. I think we figured that we would start to see something by now, but I think this is a little bit early, and there's a lot more to come.
We want everybody in these affected locations, Barry. You see Glenwood, Mazarn, Lake Washita, Hot Springs, and Hot Springs Village. What I want you to do is get your students, if you're watching, any of the school administrators or teachers, get them to those designated safe places immediately. It's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. There's not much time to react in this because of the very fast movement. But you have time in Garland County, Hot Springs Village, Lake Hamilton area, Lake Washita area, Brady Mountain, those areas, as this storm is still way out here in northern Pike County, you have that time to take your tornado precautions, but there's not much time. So now's the time to keep the kids calm and just get them to that designated safe place, and they're going to be okay. So again, this is a tornado warning, and the velocities with this, as Barry was just telling you, they're very strong. Now, who is in the immediate danger? Look at this. This is very... Yeah, Glenwood, take cover now. This may go near Glenwood or a little north, hopefully. Let's look at this in motion. And this, I'm going back, and look how this thing tightens. Barry, Glenwood is in the path of this, and I'm very concerned about them on Highway 8. And I would be shocked if there wasn't a tornado or something with this. Look at the correlation coefficient, the debris signature with this. I don't see anything right now, but it's far away from the radar. But Glenwood right here, I want you, again, you only have minutes, Glenwood. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Barry, do you have anything?
No, it's just that last scan was completely more terrifying looking than the previous scan we had. So this is something that is likely producing a tornado, folks, just given the, we don't know that for sure, but we're going to assume that it is, and it will be moving up just into the region of Glenwood and then Mazarn. Now, Hot Springs, you're way up here, but it's moving at probably 50 to 55 miles per hour with forward motion there. And so we're going to be looking at this wind product here, where the wind is going away from and toward the radar site in a very tight area. And unfortunately, I think we're going to see this numerous times today with storms that develop, because the wind field is such that the winds are coming from one direction at the surface and at a different angle up above. It imparts a lot of spin to the atmosphere. These storms, if they can grow, and when they're out kind of by themselves, they can grow in an atmosphere like this. So that's what we're looking at. This will, the next scan will likely take this up to near the Montgomery County line out of northern Pike County. Now, Murfreesboro, you're south of this rotation, but it will be moving up, and that is Highway 70 that runs right there. It will be, looks like it'll be paralleling that, but Glenwood in your safe spot right now. And I'm going to go back and just look, folks, if we can, at the reflectivity product with all of this, and you'll see several storms that are out there. I don't see any rotation really on the ones that are there, and I'm just going to go to the current picture here. But look at the storm near Atkins right now, out by itself. I don't see any rotation with it as of yet. There are other storms, though, that are forming, and every one of them starts to have this look at the back end of it like it is trying to rotate. And so there is a severe thunderstorm warning on that one in west central Arkansas, south of Briggsville. That includes the Perryville area. But just these storms that are out by themselves are of note, and those are the ones we're going to be watching very closely. Look at the sun coming out in eastern Arkansas. There's a high risk over in that part of the state. We're all under a tornado watch today. So this is the time to prepare. It won't be here forever. It's a fast-moving one. But while we are here, we need to keep close watch on these storms. And the one we're watching very closely right now is very near Daisy, and we'll be moving up toward Glenwood. So I'm going to go back to the velocity product here.
Barry, we have the Hot Springs camera up too.
Okay.
That we're going to be able to use. I've got that on Max 1 right now, so I'm going to have to step out. Can we take that full screen? I'm going to have to step out to move that around, Barry. But do you see?
Yeah, it's pointed in a.
Which way do we need to go?
I think it's in a pretty good direction there. I would say it's maybe a little more. Maybe a little more to the.
If somebody can control,
a little more south now, maybe a little more west.
Can we get somebody to move it to the right? I don't have the ability on this computer to start moving it now.
I can.
Oh,
I can. No problem.
Okay. Yeah, move it.
Okay. And yeah, this is one of our tools that we have here.
I don't see the control panel on there. That's
I don't
disappeared
either,
again.
we'll get it.
Yeah. If somebody in the control room can move that to pan right.
I've got it. Yeah. There's the storm. You can see the hail core, or the rain core of it. And so that's what we're looking at. But that is definitely the rain part of that storm. I might even go just a little bit more off to the east. But I'm just gonna say in Hot Springs, that is the storm that's approaching you. It's still quite a ways away. Just rush your errands, whatever you're out doing. Just rush it to completion. School administrators, you need to go ahead in like the district there in Hot Springs and on out into Lake Hamilton School District. Just go ahead and keep a watch on this. Keep it tuned here to Channel 7. We'll let you know exactly what's happening. But let's go back to, if I can, the Doppler radar. Here's a new image, and that remains a very, very tight couplet there of winds going toward and away from the radar site. And that's along Highway 84, and it will be moving on up. Again, this is quite a distance now from Hot Springs, from Lake Hamilton, but that is what we're watching, and it's going to be moving across Highway 8E, and there, they've reconfigured it, but look at that. Todd, I would be shocked if there isn't a tornado within that, at very least a funnel cloud, but that looks like fairly strong rotation to me.
Lodi or Lodi, I believe it's pronounced Lodi. This is where, if we can, that's where the rotation with this, according to the radar, is exactly located, going right over that.
Yep.
And then you have Highway 8, you have Glenwood here. So Glenwood is just a little bit to your west by just a few miles. It's crossing over Highway 70, going up towards 240, 27, right up into this area. Glenwood, stay sheltered. It's just off towards your west. But that is a tornado, and I'm going to look and see if we have any debris signatures with the radar. That looks inconclusive to me, Barry. It is concerning a little bit, but I'm not quite ready to say that that's debris, and I don't think it is. But there could be some. It's not lining up exactly where it is, but that is going to be coming into Garland County very soon. Checking with our partners and our friends over at the National Weather Service to see if they have any information of a possible tornado. They're saying that just south of Langley, west of Kirby, suggests that a tornado is active at this time. The storm may be too far away to see debris, but the tornado threat is extremely high right now. And those are words from our friends over at the National Weather Service. So as you said, Barry, there's a very high likelihood that something bad is happening right now just outside of Glenwood.
Yeah, and as we look at these other storms out to the west of town here, there are severe thunderstorm warnings on them. I don't see the rotation with them like I do on the others, but that's something we're going to continue to watch, these storms out here. But the one that we are watching is on down to the south. And it's really I think it's a Fort Smith radar that is getting this view of this tight couplet here. You said the small community of Lodi right there, and it is continuing off in a, well, I would call that an east-northeast direction, not just purely northeast. And sometimes these, and you'll probably see this to happen today, mean storm motion will be up to the northeast. But tornado-producing cells will take a slightly more right track than that, a slightly more eastward rather than northward turn when they are producing. And again, we don't know that they are, but that is a fairly significant signature there on this system as it moves. Right now, coming into the vicinity of Glenwood. If Glenwood, all around there, you need to go ahead and be in the tornado safe spot, and particularly on to the north, up between Norman and Glenwood as it moves off to the northeast. I'm going to continue to watch the other storms that are up, and I'm just, folks, I've just got this in velocity mode. I've got this in the mode where we're looking at wind, because the rain is a given with these. Heavy rain, there will be some hail along with these as well, but I don't see much in the way of rotation with the others. So it's it's this one that we're watching to the west of Glenwood, and that is our issue right now that we're looking at. I'm looking at the Hot Springs radar, or the weather cam rather, and I don't see anything other than it's just very, very dark on out to the west of town there. But we are watching all of these as they are incoming in, and Todd, we're waiting for one more scan on that, but that is continues to be very concerning, what we call gate-to-gate shear. So it's very small area, relatively speaking. So that's what we call the mesocyclone. But within that is the spot where you can have all of that big rotation going into one small area, and that's when the funnel extends down to the ground. That's the setup that you look for, and unfortunately, that's what we're seeing right there. Hopefully, this will not exhibit that same rotation as we continue to watch it. Anything new?
Yeah, even the Weather Service is saying that right now the rotation has broadened out some, and it's not as intense, but they're not dropping the warning. They're not.
No, goodness no. That going away from the outbound winds may not quite be what they were, and it may be a little bit wider, but that is not reason to let the guard down on this storm at all.
But it is coming up on the northwest, just northwest of Glenwood. So the immediate Glenwood area may not get this. It may go just to the north.
Yep.
But I'm concerned again up into Montgomery County as this crosses the county line up towards Williams Branch, right there, Williams Ranch, and Mazarn up here into eastern areas of Montgomery County. There's still significant rotation. And I could take you back in time to, when it really was going strong. You see that? That was at 12:44. It moved. They issued that warning, and is going just to the northwest of Glenwood, and it's south of Williams Ranch, located here. The reds and the greens are not right next to each other. The couplet is not very tight, but it is still very evident. If this showed up on the radar suddenly, it would prompt the issuance of a tornado warning. They're not going to drop it, and they shouldn't drop it. But that, just to let you know that it may not, the presentation on radar is not as ominous as it was a little while ago, but we still think a tornado is very possible out of this. And let's go ahead and start warning everybody in Garland County, including Mountain Pine, even southern areas of Lake Ouachita, and on the far end of that, Hot Springs would be in the path of this. So if you have students, or if you're a parent, just sit tight. You know, Barry, that's another thing parents might be doing right now. Getting on the road saying, I'm going to go get my kid out of school right now.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a good idea.
No, I don't think so. At this point, no. These schools are built well, and that's a good point.
Yeah, we have meteorologist James Bryant, who will be in the field this afternoon chasing these storms. Meteorologist James Bryant, where are you and what do you have?
And guys, we're sitting in Lone Oak right now, and we were just waiting on storms to mature. Unfortunately, it looks like they're getting their act together a little early before they get through the metro area. But I just want to speak to the environment that's in place. It's windy. It's been sunny for a couple hours. It's getting cloudy now, but it has gotten warm. Temperatures are in the upper 70s to near 80 degrees. And I think this is all going to come together rather quickly. We're going to go from not having much to talk about, just one storm, to maybe several storms. And I think it's going to be an immediate threat to the metro area as this stuff from the southwest moves towards the northeast. It kind of has that classic look of several days that you point to. Really, over the past 20 years, storms get their act together over West Arkansas and become a problem later on in the state.
I agree there, and if you look at those low clouds like you're showing us there, the low-level clouds are moving at such a rapid rate off to the north, just an indication of the extreme wind field, even at low elevation. So you can imagine up above, and it's coming from a different spot or a different direction too there. But the humidity levels have really risen, and that's certainly one of the components. We just, I don't think these storms that are out by themselves are going to have any trouble going vertical.
Yeah, I agree with you, Barry. The storm that is coming close to Glenwood now, I think, hopefully it hasn't produced a tornado yet, but conditions are only going to get more favorable as we go through the afternoon and as storms move closer to central Arkansas. And so as this gets close to Hot Springs, I want to urge everyone in Hot Springs, Mountain Pine, Rockwell, even Lake Hamilton towards the southern section of the tornado warning polygon, Garland County, because you mentioned earlier, these things can take a right turn on days like today, and you kind of want to be aware of that if you're out in front of it. I think it's going to be a long afternoon, especially for those of us really in the metro area eastward. This is just the first storm, and unfortunately today, and you guys can speak to this, I think this storm is going to be around for a long time.
Yeah, it's individual, that's for sure. That storm and the one to the north, you can see how it's not a complete line. It's broken supercellular. So, yeah, and there will be more storms, James. I'm also worried about storms developing out in front of this.
Yeah, I am too. I think, man, you really, on a lot of our days, the past several years, we have a lot of rain ongoing out in advance of the storms that usually disrupts updrafts. We saw this past Friday. A few storms tried to rotate, but then other thunderstorms got involved and cut off the inflow region. The inflow region for these storms today is characterized by very warm and humid air, and these storms are moving very quickly, and I think they're going to be able to become efficient tornado producers. And for the immediate threat to Garland County, I think you have to be in a safe place right now. Don't wait. They're moving at 60 miles per hour very, very quickly. And unfortunately, Todd, I think we can go ahead and start talking about this storm possibly impacting the metro area here in just over an hour.
Yeah, I think so. In central Arkansas, for sure, we'll see the exact path it takes. But I'm looking at some of the roads, by the way, as we look at Lone Oak County, but County Road 185, Thunder Mountain Road, Twin Bridges Road, Mountain View Road, Northern Clay Street, and Glenwood. So just some of the locations where the rotation with the current tornado warning storm. We only have one storm at this time that has a tornado warning on it, and this is it.
Look at the latest the velocity there, Todd. I think it's a lot. I think it's a lot broader than it was.
Yeah,
and not as intense as it was.
Yes, and it could be cycling. Now that's one other thing. I'm looking at it here, I believe, from the Fort Smith radar, and then you look at it from the Little Rock radar.
Right.
And yeah, you still see some separation, Caddo Gap up here, and then there's Glenwood. So there's a little bit of separation. It's broad here. It's not real close, but it's still there. And Bonnerdale will be another community there too, but it'll probably go just a little bit north of there. But as James said, if it takes a sudden right turn, then Bonnerdale's in danger. But, I want you to say, if you live anywhere in this area of southern and far southeast Montgomery County and east central Montgomery County, don't wait. Now's the time to put as many walls between you and the outside and put many, stay away from windows. You want to go into a room that has absolutely no windows. When you look at tornado damage, you see all these drone shots of tornado damage. Usually what's standing is an interior room that doesn't have windows. It's one that has a lot of rooms between it and the outside, and that's where you want to go. That's the goal with this. That's moving up into Garland County here very, very soon. Mm-hmm. But Barry, if we get to the end of this tornado warning, which I'm not quite sure how long it is in effect. Well,
they've it's quite a ways on out there because it goes clear to Hot Springs just because of the rapid forward motion. So
it's going until 1:15. I'm almost guaranteeing if it looks like that on radar at 1:15, they're going to continue that warning.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Let's take a look here at our Max 2, and I'm going to back out some for you and just show you the scope of this. And it goes all the way to, not quite to Hot Springs Village, but into Hot Springs. That's technically the watch area. Now, will there be a tornado in this whole area? Absolutely not. But this is the area, and they can take turns, as Todd mentioned. Right on top of Glenwood, you've got to be in the safe spot right now. and off to the east and just northeast of town. And Mazarn, the small community there, you need to be in your safe spot as well as this moves through that southeastern part of Montgomery County. Now, Garland County, you're next, and the area between 270 and 70 will be the area that will be affected by this storm, and hopefully it starts to lose its rotation characteristics. We've already seen it maybe decrease some or broaden some, but this does not mean that there is no threat, because there is definitely a threat. I would always have a tornado warning in effect for something that looks like that, given the current scans. We'll go back and I'm going to show you just the reflectivity product there, and over the last 30 minutes what it's been doing. And for right now, you can see up to the north, that's probably a little bit of hail on the north side of where the rotation is. That's very common to be just down to the south. The southern flank of this storm would be where you would see the potential anyway for rotation with it, and that's what we're definitely seeing. I don't want to get so short-sighted that we aren't showing what else is happening, because all the way from Russellville and Atkins through northern Conway County up into Van Buren County, a severe thunderstorm warning. And also this storm that's down to the south of Ola right now, let's take a look at that. And I'm just going to make sure that there isn't any, I don't think there's any great sign of rotation with that. That's good news. But that's a storm that we'll watch, and we'll especially watch those trailing areas of these storms today, those supercells. That's how they present on radar. And I think, unfortunately, we're going to see several of those today. If those don't get if they don't join with other storms where they compete for energy, then they'll be ones that really are enhanced and will be long track storms that have the potential. A lot of times when we have our biggest tornadoes, this is the kind of setup that we have. I don't say that to scare you. I just say that to make you aware that this is that kind of environment. And in eastern Arkansas, there's a whole lot going on in the atmosphere as far as heat and humidity as well. Here is our latest velocity scan. This is the Fort Smith radar that we're showing. It's from the north side of Glenwood on up to the north, kind of a very broad view there, but it's getting a little ways away from, and here is the Little Rock.
That's not as strong looking right there.
No, it's a lot more broad, and you can see the outflow portion, although semi-coupled with this, is not as strong as it was. So the wind's going away. That indicates that the rotation, I don't think, is quite what it was. I hope that is the case. I certainly hope, and I hope subsequent scans show that as well. But if you're in Mazarn right now, or any of this area southeastern Montgomery County, just go ahead and get into that safe spot. If you've got a storm cellar, that's great. If you don't, it's the lowest floor of your house, the most interior part of your house. Even larger tornadoes can be are survivable sometimes in the interior part of your house, a small closet or bathroom away from exterior walls and windows, and certainly the lowest floor of your house. We don't know that this is producing a tornado right now, but there is a tornado warning in effect for this whole area, and it does include Hot Springs. And that doesn't mean that even though the rotation isn't what it was, that it won't reform and begin to produce a tornado again, or if it ever did. So we're just going to continue to keep a watch on this storm, and there you can see this storm kind of out by itself, not competing with a lot. I don't think everything in the atmosphere, though, right now is what it will be a little bit later on, especially off into the eastern part of the state.
Here are some of the towns, by the way, new updated tracks with this moving at 60 miles per hour. Barry, Mazarn at 111. What time is it now? 106. So it's coming up there very, very shortly. Rockwell, 128. Hot Springs at 133. And again, it's 106 right now. Hot Springs Village at about 141. Remember, tornadoes do not travel in straight lines. Tornadoes can vary in speeds on their path. So these are approximate times, they're estimations. Lonsdale at about 147, and Hot Springs Village and Lonsdale outside of that warning polygon. But there it is. It's now north of Glenwood. Glenwood, I want you to stay sheltered because you probably have some very high winds, some inflow from into that tornado, but if there is one right now, but I want you to stay sheltered right now. But it's going just to the north of you, and the circulation is in southern Montgomery County now. But we're going to watch southeast Montgomery County now going into Garland County. Will they continue this tornado warning? I'm willing to bet that they do. It's even though it's not quite as strong as it was. They may opt with the severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado tag to it, but let me go. I'm sorry I didn't get all the way over here to this. There it is. That's the rotation. Highway 8 East, there's Williams Ranch. Norman, that's in Montgomery County, and Mazarn right there. So that's the rotation there. It was a lot stronger than this earlier. So the problem, though, with saying, okay, this is over, sometimes these things cycle. Where you think it's over and then all of a sudden you get a scan, you're like, whoa, here we go again. That's the problem in these environments, is that it's still going to have that ability to encounter shear and start to spin once again. Look here at a live shot out of Hot Springs. We're looking off towards the west, southwest, and you see it very cloudy. You see the rain off in the distance. Hot Springs, while under that tornado warning right now, it's still a little ways away from you, as we gave you the times of arrival, but it's coming up pretty close, and it's going to be there within the next 30 minutes at the very most. Other thunderstorms, you see these severe thunderstorm warnings up here heading into Clinton, severe thunderstorm warning, and also up here coming into looks like Perry County into southern Conway County. That's severe. Nothing suggests rotation at this time, but the atmosphere is quite unstable in central and eastern Arkansas, and I think once it hits that environment, things are going to strengthen, intensify. Once again, we have what's called a PDS tornado watch in effect for most of the state, which means it's a particularly dangerous situation where we're looking at the threat for long-tracked and potentially violent tornadoes, especially in eastern Arkansas when this pulls into that area. All right, let's go back and look at that. Barry may be tightened a little bit right there. We have a little bit of gate-to-gate shear. Northeast of Glenwood, Mazarn, take your tornado precautions immediately. This is coming right into town. Let's go right into the city streets. And remember, it is moving at 60 miles per hour. And we're getting updates about 1 minute, every 1 or 2 minutes from the radar. So please keep that in mind when you see where the rotation is. It could be a little bit further towards the northeast. Old Caddo Gap Road, County Road 120, Campbell Road would be on the north side of that. There's Mountain Home Road and Pigeon Roost Road right here. That's where the tornado, Caddo Pond Road, right here. If that's the mesocyclone here, there could be a tornado within that area moving up towards the northeast. And there's Mazarn. It's moving towards the northeast and most likely right about here now as it moves so quickly, and will be in Mazarn here within the next couple of minutes. So we don't want to hear about any reports of anybody getting hurt, but I'm feeling we're going to have some damage in and around this community. Some trees down, power lines down. I think that's very likely with this. I'm going to have to check the number of power outages, but Barry, I think it has increased its circulation a little bit. And that tornado warning, which expires at 1:15, will likely be issued even further along until about 2 o'clock at the very least. And as James Bryant just told us a little while ago, this may be the storm to watch here in the metro later this afternoon when the schools are letting out. That causes a lot of problems. People think, I'm going to run and get my kid now, I'm going to get them home, and the traffic jams. The last thing you want to do is be on the roads in this. Many of the schools, and I'm sure you know this already, have storm shelters specifically designed for these situations where they're safe. And that's our number one priority. We don't want you out on the road. That's the last place you want to be when this happens. But Barry, that has increased, and I'm concerned. I haven't looked at the debris.
I haven't seen
yet.
anything there specifically.
No, I haven't either. But it's paralleling Highway 70 right here, coming right up towards 227. Mazarn, I just got a feeling something may be on the ground with this, Barry.
Yeah, it's at least possible. Here's what I'm looking at, and one thing that may prevent us from seeing this storm, you can see the radar site here is now looking through quite a lot of rain, a big rain shield, and there's the rotation. So it could be being blocked a little bit, attenuated we call it, because it's hitting so many raindrops on its way out to see the storm that it could be weakening this. But in any event, we're watching that. We're also watching the one out to the southwest of Perryville. It has that same supercellular characteristic, kind of out by itself. I don't see any rotation with it, but Perryville just know that we are watching this storm, and so is the National Weather Service. Let's go to and we're waiting for the next scan here, but for right now, that area around Mazarn and, as Todd said, paralleling Highway 70. This is the inbound wind, a large inbound wind field, but there is an outbound wind field right there. Where those two come together would be the area where winds are rapidly changing with they're changing direction with distance. So you've got a very small area there that will continue to move up into, and this is Garland County over here. Again, we get so hyper-focused on this because we want folks to be aware of where the rotation is, but also we do like to back out and show you kind of the whole scope of this. It's a long time until, relatively a long time, until it gets to that 270. There's 70 right there, until it gets into the west side of Hot Springs. But out on Lake Hamilton, it'll be, I think Todd showed 133 in Hot Springs, but earlier than that, out on the west side of town. And this is the one that is rotating right now. We don't see others that are. I'm going to just pull it back up here into Perry County. No, not much in the way of rotation there. And then we'll watch also the one that is in Conway County up into Clinton. And we'll go, I want to go back and, okay, they've reconfigured the tornado warning now.
Yeah, they got a new one that they just issued.
Yeah, and it includes Hot Springs. It will include the west side of Hot Springs Village as well. And it is a little more to the right, that right moving aspect. So it's not so much northeast, but kind of east-northeast in its orientation. And I don't know what is the forward speed on
East
that?
at 50.
East of 50. So well, it's probably just barely, hang on here. I'm going to clear that out. It's probably moving just north of east, but it's going to be very close, a lot more east than it is northeast, I think, now.
All right, Barry, I'm going to put a track on this. If it's moving northeast at 50, are you doing a track on it?
Yeah, I've got it
okay,
there.
go ahead.
Channel Hot Springs now 135, so it's lining up about where it was. I've just got it from the rotation part there, where it is, and I may have started it just a little, so let's just back off a couple of minutes on those. Again, that 130 or so at Hot Springs, Magnet Cove, Haskell, Benton would be eventually in the track of this storm, but that's going to be at about the 2 o'clock hour or just afterwards. So it's going to be paralleling Highway 70, which runs kind of east-northeast up toward Hot Springs, Todd.
All right, can we just for a brief moment, don't take the audio on this. I haven't checked the audio. Storyteller. Got video here from Jeff. Can we take Storyteller? This comes to us from Jeff Marker. Okay, so this is out of Mountain Harbor, which was he was working a crossword puzzle and captured this on video. And I'm not quite sure if we can go to Storyteller or not. Just go ahead, and it's about a 14-second long video. It's up there. Do not take the audios. We continue to track this potential tornado through eastern areas of Montgomery County moving into Garland County. Then I want to share some thoughts about that with the Little Rock
There's a lightning
metro area.
strike. Yeah,
it is, and I just wanted to get that up. There it is. Just hold on. He's going to put the camera. Watch what happens. This is why we tell you not to be outside. Watch this. See that pine tree? Watch this. Here it comes. Yeah, it obviously shook him. Don't go outside. So there's a lot of dangers besides just tornadoes with that. And of course, you see there Barry on the side there. They're watching Channel 7, so that's good. So stay inside, folks. All right, let's go back to this tornado warned storm. And again, safely send pictures and video. Don't do that, though, after the fact. Barry, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself with this as this moves towards Hot Springs. We have our Hot Springs camera, which I think is going to be very useful in this. But I don't like the way, when you look at the radar here, there's nothing in front of it.
Yeah.
There's nothing south of it. And then you have Little Rock. You have Benton, you have Bryant. I'm very worried that this storm is going to be one of those long-lasting supercells.
Yeah.
And I'm very concerned that this does affect the Little Rock metro area.
Yeah, I think that is the one probably that will. And just looking at it, again, there is rotation with it, and I don't know that it's as strong as we've seen, but this is a supercell in it, and I don't think there's anything to really destroy this storm.
No, there isn't. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's there's a lot out in advance of it, all the way up to the Little Rock area here. That if you think about this being the big thunderstorm here, it's by itself. It doesn't have any competition, and there's a lot of wind energy. Now, as it gets over here, closer to I-30 and eastward, it may be a little bit warmer there. I think there's been probably a little more, not only time for south winds to warm things up, and humidify, destabilize the atmosphere. But also, it's just been a little less cloudy than it's been with just the cloud cover of this moving off. So in the Little Rock area, this is the one I think that we're going to watch. We're watching, obviously, all of the storms, though. And the one on up to the north, I think the Clinton or the Van Buren County one, I think has been allowed to expire. But the one southwest of Perryville.
They're going to be issuing a tornado warning on that for Perryville here
Okay,
very soon.
all right. So let's go to the velocity product on that if we can. And yeah,
they're going to issue on that.
Near Casa and Applin.
Yep.
I think that's the area that we're going to be looking at. This is winds going away from and some coming toward the radar site there. So that will be the next one. Adana will be coming up, and then Perryville, again, we said that we would be watching it, and you're going to be most likely within this new tornado warning that will be issued there.
Yeah, they just said with our chat that they're going to be issue a tornado warning for that, which will include Perryville most likely. Let me just look here in the chat, Barry.
Yeah.
We'll be issuing a tornado warning shortly, closely watching the storm near Perryville. So you're about to see here on the radar behind me, you're about to see a new tornado warning, the logo pop up here, but this is the one here near Applin, and that's going to affect potentially areas around Pettagine, DeMoralton, and Casa, Perryville, and again, we're waiting for that to be issued. Also, Barry, wanted to tell you that our partner over at Live Storms Media, Brett Adair, is on I-40, 60 miles to the east of Little Rock. There's the new tornado warning. And he's going to be in position to track this storm right here on Channel 7 as it moves into the Little Rock metro area. There's the tornado warning. This does include Morrilton, Oplo, and Perryville. Does not include Plummerville just yet on I-40, but it does take into account a portion of I-40. So there's the new tornado warning, and that's the potential right there on the radar. This is not that far from the radar, so as we zoom into Applin and look at the debris signatures, there's a debris signature there, Barry.
Yeah.
Let me see if it matches up first. It may, not 100% sure on that, but there could be some sort of debris signature.
Well, let's just say that is a tornado. Again, there is some. I think there's some attenuation of the beam. The beam, I think, is getting eaten up a little bit. But I would say, folks, that's Highway 60 right there, and headed over to Perryville, and just go ahead and take cover if you're in that corridor. And this is Highway 10 just up to the north. So there's kind of a ridge in between those two highways there. This will be closely paralleling that area if you're in Perryville right now. If you're in Perry, eventually on down the road, this storm will be moving up your way. And so this is one that we're going to be watching, and we'll also keep a close watch. There's a lot of inbound wind on this one now coming into southwest Garland County. This is right along Highway 70 here. The rotation part would be just to the north, kind of a broad outflow, and the inflow is rather broad as well. But that is a tornado-warned storm. And if you're in that area, this is well out to the west of Hot Springs still. This is moving at about 50 miles per hour. I'm going to go back just the reflectivity part of this, and boy, I just never want to see storms that have those little tails on them, like the one out by Perryville there, that little appendage that hangs back on the backside of these storms. You don't want to see those. You don't want to see them out by themselves, and yet that's sort of what we're seeing so far here. We'll also watch this area out in advance of it, from Searcy to Carlisle, Little Rock, all the way down to Pine Bluff, Redfield, Little Rock. We'll watch that for other storms that could develop in advance of that. Todd, I think that's at least a possibility later on today. This is certainly not a line, but they're in a broken area. They're kind of lined up there, but we don't want to see anything out in advance. But it very well could be that these are the parent ones that will be capable of producing tornadoes for hours to come.
Just to let you know, I've been texting with a meteorologist who's a guru with when it comes to radar analysis. He doesn't think that is a debris signature near Applin, but we're going to have to watch that very closely. And this is the circulation here coming in, it looks like, into Rockwell, into far southwestern areas of Garland County. We're watching this for you in Hot Springs. Continued area of circulation with this. Now Nazarn, you're in the clear with this, still technically under a tornado warning, but the circulation with this is just a couple of miles towards your east. Just stay hunkered down for a little bit longer. That's be getting into the outskirts of Hot Springs very, very soon, Barry. With the
very near Piercy.
Piercy, that's right. Piercy's out
And
in that area.
Lake Hamilton High School. Mm-hmm. So if you're in that area and especially just to the north.
Here's some of the roads here. There's Piercy down here at the bottom of your screen right there. Piercy, Mountain Road, Old Dallas Road. There's Chandler, Old Dallas Road up here towards the north. Pinecone Road, that's where the circulation's over, and it's going to be crossing over 227. We have our Hot Springs camera, and Barry, I don't have the ability to rotate that thing around.
I'll do it. I'll keep a close watch on it. Yeah, you can definitely. If we could bring that up, it's.
Are we going to be able to get a good? I think we should be able to get a good sight of this. Let me see how the rain looks like.
I'm just going to show you.
There's rain there.
Can we if we could take that, or if Todd, if you could put it in front of Todd.
Yeah,
Todd,
I got it. I've got it right now.
Notice a couple of features on that.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I saw just lightning. That's a look from Hot Springs right now.
Yeah.
And again, I don't have the ability to move that around
Well,
right now, but you're seeing quite a bit of lightning.
That's the storm, and I think if we move it much more to the right, we're going to get into the tower there. But
yeah, you're probably right.
But it is, I would say that it is almost due west, so I'm going to move it just a little bit more.
And we also have meteorologist James Bryant, who's on the phone right now. I don't know if he can chime in with his thoughts, as he's out waiting for this to come into central Arkansas. James, are you there? All right, we may not have meteorologist James Bryant. Okay. Yeah, James, what are you seeing right now? I'm very concerned about this moving into central Arkansas now with this storm that's bearing down on Hot Springs.
Since I'm sitting here on the east side of the metro area, I'm going over the radar data with the fine-tooth comb. I'm really watching for signs as these storms get closer to the area of debris signatures. I would say that the signature west of Perryville, just looking at it on reflectivity, you kind of almost see a little hole in the reflectivity, and a lot of times that leads you to believe that you do have something on the ground. There is a debris detector correlation coefficient dropout there at that exact spot, both at 120, so it was about 4 minutes ago on the radar data. So I do think it's very possible that even though there's not much, it's not very strong velocity, I do think we could have a tornado on the ground there northwest of Perryville, or west of Perryville.
Yeah, I think so too, James. I think that's an area, if we can go back to me, you'll see that's our Hot Springs camera, but on computer number 2, there you can see it's now between Highway 60 and Highway 10, kind of moving up across that area between those two highways as it moves toward Perryville and Williams Junction there, moving with, well, that's out to the west of town here, but where 9 and 10 break off there at Perry, I think that is going to be an area that we're going to have to watch. So if you're in that area, there's a lot of wind going away from the radar site, some coming back in there, but as James mentioned, if you just look at reflectivity with this, there, not so much now, but certainly there's that tail, but there was sort of a hole indicating that rain was wrapping around a rotation center. So that's what we're looking at. You always look at the storm, the kind of the core of the rain, maybe some hail, and then the tail of the storm, and that's where it would be, nearing Highway 10 right now. Do we have some video, Todd?
Yeah, on Storyteller, let's go to, this is just came into us from Chime In from Bonnerdale, so that's looking off towards the west. I don't see a circulation with this that would, it looks like some ominous looking clouds from Jamie Balky in the Bonnerdale area. It's on Storyteller, and you'll see the lowering there. This was just video into us. It looks like a ragged cloud base. Don't see anything spinning necessarily, but yeah. It's hard to tell, though, with this video, but just from first glance and what I'm looking at, Barry, in that direction where the tornado warning storm is, I don't see anything spinning. But safely send pictures. But let's go back to the radar and get back to this potential tornado that's moving into the Hot Springs area.
Yeah.
You need to be sheltered right now. I'm going
to look. Go back. Go if we can. Go back to that. And Todd, I just want you to take a look at the Hot Springs camera again.
I'm going back to it.
And look right over your right shoulder there.
This?
Yeah, that's beyond the hill there.
Yep.
But it's almost due west that we're looking, and that's where the rotation still is. It would be in that area
There's a new tornado
south of
warning.
270 and north of 70. And I think there is a lowering of the cloud base right there off of your right arm.
Right here is what you're talking about.
Yeah, and that just up over the hill there, you can kind of see there's a little bit of a shelf, just a little bit of a lowering, and and it still shows up on radar as well.
New tornado warning now in effect for Cleburne, Conway, Stone, Van Buren County until 2 p.m. moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. That's a new tornado warning that just came in. I'm going to continue to watch this in Hot Springs, Barry.
Yeah.
And you've got that new tornado warning right now.
Yeah, I'll show you that one. And this is on up into northern Arkansas. And Choctaw along Highway 65 and Clinton are included in this new tornado warning. But this is the wind field. And again, we're looking at winds going away from and coming toward the radar site, wrapping around a circulation center there as it enters into Van Buren County. This would be the extreme northern part of Conway County along Highway 9 and moving up to the northeast. So, and again, a lot of these could be a little bit right movers. So we're looking at that area. If you're in around Choctaw or down Highway 9, also, I guess this is 336 that winds around through the southern part of Van Buren County. Anywhere in there, you need to go ahead to get to that lowest spot in your house. Let's take a look at this storm on, if we can, on just reflectivity. And yes, definitely so. It's another one of these storms that you look at it, and then it has this tail on the back end of it. It's out by itself. And I think all of these storms will have the potential to produce a tornado. So that's why we were watching all of these storms. There are about 3 supercells now in the state. And it may or may not be producing a tornado, but in this environment, let's just act like it is. And you can go ahead and take cover with that, leave it right here, and we'll continue to watch these storms. Also, the one that is now out to the west of Perry, and along Highway 10.
Oh boy, look at this.
There's another. Is that beginning to rotate?
It's coming over the. No, I'm just looking at over the hill. I'm sorry, I'm saying out loud, but you can see this.
Yeah,
Look
that's
at this
the
on Hot Springs
mesocyclone
camera.
that Todd has out to the west of Hot Springs.
Let's go to the
right
hot. There it is. There it is. This is what's coming into Hot Springs right now.
Yeah.
And it's going to be coming over that hill. We should be able to get a better look at this storm, and hope as it comes over that hill. And I sure hope it's not putting down a tornado. But you'll see that lightning flashing up. But that's the circulation, isn't it, Barry? That's the meso.
Oh yeah, it matches exactly to where it is. It is again Thornton Ferry Road. That is absolutely it. So those areas out there along the west end of Lake Hamilton are going to be right there. There's Thornton Ferry Road as it comes off of 270. And so you're going to start to get into the area of the lake right there. But there's that broad circulation between 270 and 70, so it's in between the two and moving, I would say not exactly east, probably east-northeast, but eventually it's going to be moving in, and we'll go even tighter in on that. There's some other roads that we're looking at: Miles Clearcut Road, Timberlake Drive, Rock Creek Road, Lakeshore Road, all within there, and you can start to see all of those little neighborhoods there getting into a much more populated area as it moves in. That's the rotation. Red to the bright blues and greens there, and that's where there is at least broad rotation. And we have seen that. And Todd, it continues.
Pike County, new tornado warning coming.
White County?
Pike, P-I-K-E.
Pike.
Yeah,
Okay,
County.
yes. That is the other storm. But Hot Springs and everybody to the west end of Hot Springs, you need to be in that safe spot right now. There's the latest one, and the away and the toward may have jogged a little bit to the north there, but it'd be coming up along Highway 270 corridor, more so than the 70 corridor, but it's kind of in between the two as it moves off. And Todd, you can let me go ahead before we go, and I'll show you. Well, the Pike County storm
yet, but it's coming.
is down here, Glenwood, Daisy, but it's coming on down
there it
on
is.
that storm. There it is, right there.
There's the
new tornado warning.
Glenwood.
Yeah, and it will include Glenwood. And here's what the storm looks like. Again, shocker, all by itself out there, as all of these storms have been so far. So if you're in that area, Daisy up to Glenwood, it's time to get into the safe spot. This will be moving out of Pike County and eventually then moving up part of southeastern Montgomery County in this, and also Garland County will be within this, and northwest Hot Spring County. So it's the next storm on down. I want to give that overview, but I want to send it back to Todd, because Todd, that area is really approaching now our camera on West Mountain.
Yeah, it is. Let's go to this. Is again the lowering here, and we're watching for a potential tornado with this. You're looking live in Hot Springs. If there's a tornado, it's somewhere in here, and it's being obstructed by this hill. But that's the lowering. We're hopefully going to have a little bit better visibility of this. Is there any way to move this a little bit right? Now, as you said, Barry, it may be that the tower might get in the way, but yeah, that's
There's
good.
right, but
thank you.
yeah,
That's a little better right there, coming over the mountain there. So that's due west, and that's the potential. That's the lowering. You're going to start to see this kind of revolving around. We're going to see, hopefully we will not see anything extending to the ground.
No.
Once this, we get a little better visibility, but you can obviously, you can't see anything because the hill is in the way, where the base is right back in there. But we're looking for any appendages, anything that would show that there is a tornado there. Obviously, look at the winds, just really strong out in front of this circulation. It does have a tornado warning on it. It's one of the stronger circulations we have in the state right now. Also, that tornado warning, just to go over this while we keep an eye on this, tornado warnings continue. Although the one in Perry County, Barry, does not look as strong as it was coming up on Morrilton.
No.
But the one coming up just south of Clinton, what is that, Highway 65, just south of Clinton, looks like it's coming up on that. But we have a visual on this one here. Barry, what do you make of all this?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of turbulence there. You
Yeah.
can see the bumpy nature of those clouds. Maybe even earlier, I think we saw some modest clouds, which are a sign of severe weather. And
But
yeah,
that
if you
camera's
could
really
time lapse
shaking.
that, you would see those clouds are moving at a pretty rapid rate. What we're seeing, they'd be moving left to right there, kind of at the leading edge of this. But hopefully we see nothing extending to the ground. Obviously, the hill obscures our view, but that is the lowering that you looked for and part of a storm. And from that, you can see perhaps something. And I'm looking at the rotation with that. Obviously, if you're in Hot Springs, you need to be in that safe spot right now. Yeah. And I hope we've made that
Go ahead
abundantly
and warn them.
clear.
I'll keep an eye on that camera. If I see anything, I'll yell at you.
Okay, right there, out to the west of town, along Highway 270. That's the appendage hanging down there. That's the rotating part of a supercell thunderstorm, and that's exactly what we're seeing. I'm watching it as well. The National Weather Service, let's see if they're saying anything. Yeah, they're watching the one in Pike County too. And I don't want to not cover the other ones, but for right now, the one in Perry County near Opelo, still a tornado warning on that. Looks like the rotation might be just down to the south of Morrilton near Opelo. There is one that is on up to the north of there. And we're going to see a very near Choctaw right now. That would be an area perhaps that has some rotation with it. Look, this is really moving very, very quickly right there. And we'll go to the velocity product with that. And yes, right along Highway 9, just coming up on Choctaw, which is just to the south of Clinton, that rotation has tightened up considerably, right paralleling Highway 9 as it moves toward the Highway 65 corridor. If you're in that corridor right there, Choctaw on the south side of Clinton, get into your safe spot. It would eventually move on up toward Fairfield Bay or perhaps just south of there, but you're in the tornado warned area. So go ahead and take cover with that storm. We don't want to, we want to look at all of these storms though. Again, the one near Perry and then the one coming into Hot Springs right now.
Can you go over to the Hot Springs camera now?
Yeah.
And I've been watching it. It looks like rain coming over there, and you see the waves of rainfall coming. I don't know if we pan left, I think that we're just going to see a lot of rain. But you can see how all that rain, the motion into it, from the left side of the screen to the right side. And look at the wind. I mean, this circulation is coming right over our camera. If there's a tornado, this camera may be in it. Just watch as it's coming across right now.
Do we want to broaden it out, maybe?
Yeah, do we have that ability? I'm not sure if it's out all the way. I'm trying to get my desk out of the way here so we can see the whole thing.
That is as much as it zooms out.
That's it.
So we'll continue to watch that. I will tell you, though, while we're watching that, if we can go back, I just want to show you the rotation. It has been, if anything, I think it's maybe a little tighter than it was.
The one over Garland County?
Yeah, and it's just out to the west of Hot Springs now. So, folks, if you're out here, 227 comes in and joins 270 out to the west of town. That would be the area right there. Our camera is it's somewhere right about here, out to the west of town. But the circulation may very well go just barely north of that. But if you're in that area or along Highway 128 headed up to Fountain Lake, just go ahead and get in your safe spot. I promise you, you will not be there long. These are fast-moving storms. If you're in Hot Springs, go ahead and get in your safe spot. South of Hot Springs, I don't see a lot in the way of rotation there, and hopefully we won't. But there's a lot of inbound wind coming in right there, not far from the airport, Todd, maybe just on the north side of the airport.
Yeah, I just moved that camera, I believe, a little bit toward, we're looking towards the north, and you see that base there?
Yeah.
So if there is a tornado, it's going to come right in through here. So I just moved that to the other side of the tower.
Yeah.
But I just don't see anything. The visibility is absolutely horrible with heavy rainfall. All you see is the heavy, heavy rain. Take cover, Hot Springs. And this is the storm that will affect Little Rock most likely. All right, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's go back to the radar. We're, again, near Choctaw, as Barry was telling you, Highway 65, near Clinton, just south of Clinton. Up here, tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. And the one that's coming into the metro area, our meteorologist and partner Brett, a new tornado warning that does include Benton and Fountain Lake. It includes Saline County. It's just the central portion of Saline County. So a new tornado warning, and it does clip, very important, it clips a little bit of Pulaski County, barely anything. So just remember, if you hear sirens further away, the tornado warning is just for a far western end of Pulaski County, but I think it will be issued for Pulaski County with this. This is going to be a long-track supercell thunderstorm, and this is going to move into the Little Rock metro area. But this is a new tornado warning, which is the one we're following in Hot Springs. This is the one that we have live for you in Hot Springs that will be moving into western Pulaski County, central Saline County, and into western Pulaski County. West Little Rock, Maumelle, Ferndale, all those locations and all those communities in the western end of the county, don't wait. Now is the time to act, and we want you to know where you're going to go if a tornado hits. And we're going to track this as it comes by minute, and street by street as this comes across. Now, Barry?
I'm going to go a little bit right with that Hot Springs camera.
Go right, and I'll get out of the way here.
And I think the rotation that I've seen maybe just moving up to the north side of town there would be very difficult to see.
Boy, that would be it if it's there. If there was one.
Yeah, I think so as well. We're looking almost due north now. We're looking down into Hot Springs. That's the valley that you see there, although you can't make out anything. And I think from our camera and where that's looking, if there was rotation with it, it would be off in the distance there, maybe just on the north side of town, moving on up to the northeast.
For him to be on the air.
That is the storm that we're really looking at. But I don't want to get away from our radar product because we can see it a lot better there. But this is moving toward Fountain Lake right now. A lot of inbound wind with this storm, so it's windy in Hot Springs. There's outbound though, and there is along Highway 128 right there. That is where the two bright colors there would come together. If there is something, it would be within that area, and that's the one that will move on off to the northeast. Let's go on down, and I'll show you on down into the Glenwood area right now. There is a tornado warning as well. It's this storm right here, and Amity would be near where that tail end is. So along the road between Glenwood and Amity, 182, and on the south side of Highway 70. Remember, this one just tracked to the north side. This will be along the south side. If you're in that area, you need to take cover right now. And this would be, I think this could be Highway 84 moving on down to Amity right there. Through that corridor, that's where you need to take cover. So I'm telling you, because there are so many, we have to cover all of these. Right now, the Fountain Lake area, that's where you need to take cover in advance of this storm. The north side of this storm. Velocity product still shows the rotation maybe a little more broad.
Go ahead. We have meteorologist James Bryant who has some info.
Okay, James.
Hey, guys. I think we're starting to get what may be a tornado debris signature there on the north side of Hot Springs, and that is looking from the Little Rock radar site. You may want to check the debris detector and just see. I think we may have had one in the radar scan about 5 minutes ago. It looks pretty consistent there on the north side.
Yeah, just south of Fountain Lake is where it's showing up now, and yeah.
Look at this image of it I got on the Hot Springs camera. Look at that base. Hot Springs camera. James, I don't know if you can see. I doubt you can see this.
I'm delayed. I'll get it.
There it is, Barry. You see it?
Uh-huh.
I see the debris signature on the radar.
The debris signature went right over Highway 270 and 227, which goes up to Mountain Pine. And then it moved north of Hot Springs up to 128, and it's very near Fountain Lake right now. If you're in the Fountain Lake vicinity, you've got to take cover. Which direction are you looking there, Todd?
That, I moved it to the right a little bit, so I think
Oh,
I'm
it's
almost
looking
due
off
north.
to the northeast, so yes.
Northeast, yeah.
That
So
is the storm.
Yep.
If you go back a little bit left of that, you'd be pointing right at Fountain Lake. That is the mesocyclone.
I'm going back into the weather center here, and I'm going to move this to the left a little bit.
Folks, that is the storm that's coming toward Little Rock.
There it is.
Yeah.
That's the lowering.
That's what a supercell looks like, and that's the lowering of the cloud base. And there apparently has been a tornado because we're seeing a debris signature within that. It's not as wide as that whole storm is. It is coming from that storm, and that is the mesocyclone part of the storm that has lowered. When you see something lowering like that halfway down to the ground, that is where tornadoes, that's where they are produced.
I'm zooming in on it. There's the mountain tower. Do you see that?
Yeah, yeah. Well, and everything in advance of that then, so we're going to be looking out in advance of this storm. But
I can't tell if there's, it looks like there's some rain there, so it's hard to tell if there's anything on the ground.
yeah, but there has been some debris because if we can come to me just 1 second, keep it right there, Todd, and let me know if you see anything. If you can come to me, I'm going to show you the debris detector right there, a little dropout in what is just generally uniform raindrops. There is something other than raindrops being pulled into that, and that's right now, but I'm going to go back in time, and I'm going to show you how it moved from, you can kind of see it right there, and it will move right up to Fountain Lake as I go back in time. That was at 129, and you can see that dropout moving right up along 128. Now, the latest one doesn't have that dropout like it did. I'm going to take that as a good sign, but I'm not going to take that as there is nothing left in that storm because I think it's still a rotating storm, and there you can see the rotation aspect, but it correlates exactly to where the reds and the greens came together, the correlation coefficient there, and that is that debris detector that we're looking for, and it will move up along Highway 128, and so into that corridor that will take it up into the the western and northwestern part of Saline County. If you're along any of those roads right there, Hot Springs Village, you're north of the circulation center, but the roads out to the east and southeast of you, from Fountain Lake on to the east, that is where we're going to be looking along Highway 5 and then points up to the north of there. So that is the storm. Anything that you can see that it's still a formidable looking storm with lowering there, Todd?
Fairfield Bay, take tornado precautions immediately.
Yeah.
Look at that, Fairfield Bay. There's significant rotation. There's Shirley. It is just past Clinton 65.
Yep.
Fairfield Bay needs to be sheltered, and even areas around Greers Ferry, the community northward. That's another tornado-warned storm. You need to put as many walls between you and the outside. There's a potential tornado with that. Let's look again. This is a pretty good distance away from the radar. And I just lost my connection with the laptop. No, I got it now.
No apparent debris there, but
no apparent debris. But I want to go back to that.
I would say there could very well be something there.
Yeah, just to be on the safe side, I just noticed that signature there, south of Shirley, going over Fairfield Bay right now. Stay sheltered right now. Keep the kids in class and, or rather, in their sheltered area at school. Let's go back here.
It looks like they have dropped the tornado warning on the storm that was rotating out to the east of Apollo.
Okay, good.
And Plumerville and Menifee, those areas right now, still a severe thunderstorm warning, but I believe that tornado warning.
This is moving quickly, this one, and it's go over Fountain Lake. Let's go back to the look and see what we have. There's the lowering still persists, but the visibility is obscured. That's moving towards the northeast and away from the camera now. But if there's a tornado, you see that's the lowering. and you will never be able to see without any sort of confidence with the terrain and the rain between there. But if there's a tornado, that's exactly where it is. It's now moving away from Hot Springs, right over Fountain Lake.
The Weather Service has said that there was a debris signature with that for 5 to 7 minutes. It's the one that I showed you, and then I showed you that there was none. It quit being detected. Boy, that's always what we want to see. We want to see these things, but there's still rotation with this storm. And let me just get a little more specific on these highways out here. I'm going to go right into Owensville, right there, if you've been along, and Crows. This will be moving right up through that area. And this is on the east side of Hot Springs Village, Ponce de Leon Drive, Balearic Drive, or Road, rather. This rotation center moving just kind of toward the east gate of Hot Springs Village. Again, there is no indication of debris with this, but that doesn't mean that it's not producing some sort of rotation or funnel or a tornado as it moves up through there. So this is what we're going to be looking at. Again, the east side of Hot Springs Village is where that area is. And if you are trying to look outside and see it, you're not going to see it. So go to the safe spot in your house all along the highway there. I'm going to go in even a little bit tighter if we can. And yeah, that's the area. Copperhead Road, Cougar Lake Road, Devon Lane, Roxanne Road as well. And all of them are right there on the east side and then toward Owensville. So if you're in that area, I know a number of homes there. I don't think the rotation away from the radar site looks quite what it was. The rotation toward does, but this is a tornado-warned storm, and it's the one that we've already had visual confirmation that it wasn't just the cloud base of the supercell, but it had a lowering of part of that, and that's the mesocyclone, the mid-scale rotation. That is where tornadoes are produced, and we saw it exactly where those two were coming together. Todd, any other news on any of those other storms?
No, but I want to let Alicia know that I got a couple new images there of the lowering that came out of that area near Piercy. But also public reports half-inch size hail near Glenwood out there, Clark County. But that has gone off in the distance. But that debris signature, as you said, was there, and I'm getting reports as well, and I'm going to just stay with me here, power outages where that debris signature was confirmed, and this is the storm that's heading for Little Rock. It's heading for the Little Rock metro area. There are power outages, I'm looking on the Entergy map, where this tracked just to the west of the center of Hot Springs, a large power outage near Piney, and that's Albert Pike Road, just to the west of Hot Springs. There's a large power outage, and that happened at 123, which pretty much lines up with when that tornadic circulation passed over that area. So I'm pretty sure we've had another tornado here in Arkansas, watching that as it moves towards the metro area very soon. Let's hope that this does not last and it gets disrupted somehow, but I'm not sure that that's going to happen because there's nothing in front of this to stop this from plowing right through the central Arkansas area. And so I want to urge everybody who's watching us from Little Rock, please start to watch this storm. I think we're going to be put under a tornado warning in the Little Rock metro area before too long. I hope I'm wrong. But by looking at this, it seems to get stronger. It gets weaker. Let's go look at it right now in its current form. Getting into Saline County now.
It's along Highway 5 there between Benton and Hot Springs Village, Todd.
Yeah, I'm just north of Lonsdale. Let's go back into this. It's going to go just to the north of Benton. There's Lonsdale there. That's the circulation. There's Fountain Lake. There's Hot Springs. We were looking the backside of that a little while ago. And Highway 5, as Barry just said, is where it's going to get ready to cross. That's it right there. At 151, you're watching this live, a potential tornado just to the northwest of Lonsdale. What about debris? We had that debris signature earlier. I don't see anything with that. Maybe, but it just
maybe
the circulation was a little bit further towards the west.
Yeah,
Not sure
so
if
it doesn't quite
up.
line up. That may not be.
It doesn't line up. But is this image? Is that image?
It
did that
might
just
too.
come in, and the other one's lagging. That might be it now, because there's the updated image. It doesn't look like, though, that it's a very strong gate-to-gate shear with this.
No, but I'm just afraid that the radar is looking through the rain part of that storm, and it's attenuating somewhat. And right along Highway 5 there at Owensville, I think.
Look at this, Barry. So I'm going to go back in time to when we saw that debris signature. You see it there, just east of Fountain Lake, and then watch as it comes across. So going over 298 right now. That may be at east of Fountain Lake, some sort of debris signature. There's 298, there's Highway 5, going right over to Highway 5.
Yeah, it's Highway 5.
Highway
yeah.
5, yeah. Getting ready to go over 298, that potential tornado, as it moves towards the east. I think it's going to go north of Benton, don't you think, Barry?
Yeah, it appears that it's very solidly north of that, of Highway 70 and of I-30 as well. But that debris right there has probably ramped back up, and Owensville is right there. So get into the safe spot. We've been telling you that for a while now. The one thing about these storms, and there you can see the reds and the greens coming together, you have warning on these storms, generally speaking, because they're on the ground for a long time. That doesn't mean they're good at all, but that just gives us more of an indication of what's happening. I also want to go right back up to Fairfield Bay, and there is, right in Fairfield Bay right now, there is some indication of, and this is south of Shirley and Partain, but Fairfield Bay right there, and this is the area that I'm looking at, kind of on the north side of Fairfield Bay right there. A number of neighborhoods in there. We'll look at what it looks like on radar, and there's that little tail feature right there, rain being wrapped around the tail of the end of this storm. And there you can see all of the roads around Fairfield Bay and all of the neighborhoods there. It looks like the rotation might be going through that north part of there, and you need to get into the safe spot. Hopefully you were already there, but that is an area that we're going to continue to watch. It is tornado warned, and they'll have to, and they have extended that on up into north central Arkansas there. All right, so several storms. I don't want to get so hyper-focused that we lose sight, but this storm is coming toward Little Rock. There's another storm that's down to the southwest of Hot Springs, and we haven't looked at that one in a while. And I want to keep a close watch out to the west of Bismarck, out to the west of Lake Hamilton. This is a little more southward tracking, Todd, than the one was earlier, and there is some indication of rotation there. It looks rather weak. But this is coming across an area that was, I don't want to say that it was impacted, but this is just a little south. So this storm the atmosphere hasn't been cooled a lot. It's on the south side of where our last one that moved through the Hot Springs area was.
Just to give you some information on that storm, tornado warning expires Clark, Garland, Hot Spring, Montgomery, Pike. So okay. I think that's the one you were just talking about.
Yes.
Down here, not this one. The one down here is expiring, as the Weather Service just put out. Part of it has expired, at least.
Okay.
So that has expired. So what we're looking at is the main ones up here in Clinton, southwest of Clinton that just went through Fairfield Bay. We're going to have to look at the power outage map for that and see if something happened. We don't have any reports, but we do want to watch this because I think Little Rock will be put under. Guys, I just need to let our guys know that in the booth that Brett's trying to call in, but he's getting a busy signal. We need to try to get a hold of Brett. But he's in Little Rock, and so is meteorologist James Bryant. This is the storm that we are really going to focus in on as it moves into the Little Rock metro area. This is it. There's the tornado circulation, and it's moving towards Little Rock. Little Rock, we're not under a tornado warning right now, but I think we're going to be put under one very soon. We have meteorologist James Bryant on the phone. Okay. If we can, there's the new tornado warning that just came out, and that may be for areas north, or could also be they were watching something up into, yeah, there's another one. There it is, Greenbrier. West side of Greenbrier.
Yeah, that's the one that they've been now watching.
Yep. There's Wooster. This is the tornado potential right here. There's Springfield Field Road. There's Wooster, West Republican Road. There's Highway 65. Very busy highway system there, and that's the rotation right now, getting its act together and moving towards the northeast. This is going to be near or just north of Highway 65. This is where it splits and goes off towards Guy and Quitman, and this is where it bends and heads up towards Clinton. So that's been a favored tornado track area for many, many years. I remember seeing tornadoes develop quite often in that area for some reason, but that's heading up towards Twin Groves. And Guy, Arkansas, Highway 25, Twin Groves and Quitman, I think you need to take your tornado precautions right now. Do we have meteorologist James Bryant? And I also want to let everybody know that he's trying to call in. Brett is, but we cannot get, he's getting a busy signal. Meteorologist Brett Ader. Brett, Brett is on the phone. Brett, what do you have for us with Live Storms Media?
Little Rock now on the eastern side. We're going to move west on 40, get around to the west side of town, and then decide whether we're going to drop south there on 430 or if we're going to stay there near the 430-40 interchange, just because the storm is moving into the western side of town, has had a history of possibly producing damage now. I know we've seen signatures on the radar that have been pretty impressive, so we're going to try to position ourselves out front as this comes in toward the western side of Little Rock.
Hey, guy, and stay with us, Brett. I've got his feed up. If we can take his live feed up, there it is. So tell us again where exactly you're located and how you're going to intercept this.
So my current location, we literally just passed 40 and 440 split. We're near Landsbrook here on the east side of town, about past Baptist Health Center here in North Little Rock. We're going to continue toward the west on 40, and we're likely to stop at the interchange there, maybe near Jeffrey, Arkansas Surgical Hospital, over that area, and monitor the direction of this storm motion and get out ahead so we can get a good visual of it, because, as we know, these supercells, sometimes they like to take a little jog to the right. So we need to be in position to where we can either move back to the northeast, or if we need to go south and bank ahead of it. But again, this is a potentially dangerous situation coming into the west side of Little Rock here very soon.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're not under a tornado warning yet, Brett, but I think this is going to hold together for Little Rock, don't you?
Oh, no doubt, man. Based on what I'm seeing, we're seeing an actual dramatic increase in convergence. Those colors, those reds and those greens coming together on the radar that you guys at home are watching. And we're starting to see that north of Lonsdale, and that system is going to continue to move in the general direction. So expect that tornado warning probably to be extended any time now. And if I were at Little Rock, Maumelle, any of those areas, I would definitely be going through my tornado precautions now versus in the next 15 to 20 minutes. 100%
agree, Brett. Please, we're going to continue to follow your feed. Text me. Let me know if you have anything we need to, if I'm not paying any attention to it. But they're now issuing a new tornado warning again. They already did for the Menifee storm, I believe, is what they're calling it, the one that's heading up towards Greenbrier right now.
And I've been looking at that one.
Thanks, Brett.
And yeah, thanks, Brett. All right, I've been looking at that one, and Brett will be getting closer and closer to that. He knows what he's doing, folks, and so we're going to be relying on him. But the one out to the west of Greenbrier right now has that distinct look. I looked at the rotation with it. I'd say it is very broad. If you remember what we showed you around Hot Springs, it was kind of the mesocyclone. It was a large lowering, and I would say there's probably a lowering of the cloud base out to the west there. A lot of wind coming out of this storm, but there is some wind going away from the radar side. It's kind of a broad circulation there. It looks a little more ominous probably on just reflectivity, the rain part being wrapped around some sort of circulation center, than it does on the velocity part, which is certainly there's a strong wind field there. As far as debris goes with this, I don't see anything that would indicate that there's a debris signature with that storm. I think this storm is getting its act together, but you are in a tornado warning in this area. So Greenbrier and Guy and on up toward Quitman, this is the time. Greenbrier, right along Highway 65, everywhere there, just go ahead and get in that safe spot in your house. It doesn't take long to do it, and it could be what saves you. We've got to get away from the exterior walls and windows into a small closet or room out in the middle of your dwelling place. And if you have a storm shelter, go to that. 55 miles an hour, it's going to be here and gone very quickly. But along Highway 25, then, that's where that broad area of rotation will go. I do want to go back to the storm that's approaching the Little Rock area right now. And Todd, I don't know if you've looked at this lately,
Not as strong.
It's very broad rotation now.
It's still, the structure on reflectivity is very incredible, to say the least. It looks on reflectivity, it looks like a supercell thunderstorm still.
Yeah.
But when you look at the velocities, it's not as, it's disorganized right now. But I'm not, folks, this could be recycling. It could ramp up once again.
Absolutely.
But there's Benton. I think it's going to go just to the north of Benton. It has just crossed over Highway 5. Here you see I-430 on the far right side of your screen, the Big Rock interchange here. That's Otter Creek, where the Big Bass Pro, and you got the outlet mall over there, and there's Salem, Lawson Road, Congo Ferndale. This is going to pass over that area, and my worry here is that in a scan or two, this is going to increase again because it's moving into the atmosphere ahead of this is favorable. And I don't see any reason why it wouldn't.
Yeah, why would it be less strong now than it was? I don't see that. So even though the velocity may not be perfect, I agree, Todd. I think this is one to watch.
Right. So this is the one, and again, the one that Barry was tracking in northern Faulkner County.
Look at debris detector there on that storm right now, Todd.
All right, I'm going to go to the debris detector. Yeah. It's kind of displaced, though, a little bit to the right.
Only a little bit, and that may be because the scans were a little bit. But there has been a consistent area, and that may just be a dropout on the radar looking at that angle. But right there, we'll see. And I don't know if the National Weather Service has talked about that. But as Todd mentioned, though, as this comes into Little Rock,
tornado warning coming for the Little Rock metro area.
Okay, so this will be extended. That's not unexpected. As it moves, the tail end of this storm will be moving in. That's the circulation part. You're going to see rain before that. You can see the broad area of rain out Chenal Mountain, out along Highway 10 corridor there. But it's the southern part that we're really more concerned about as it moves up into that area along County Line Road, Congo, Ferndale Cutoff, and into the west and southwest part of Pulaski County, western Pulaski County, really.
All right, we got our Chenal camera up and ready to go, pointing in the right direction. We also have meteorologist James Bryant, who's following this. It has not officially been issued, but we just told in our conversations with Little Rock National Weather Service that they are going to issue a tornado warning for the Little Rock metro area. Now is the time for school administrators to get the kids to their safe place. There's the issuance right there, new tornado warning. Before we go to James, stay with us. I want to show the tornado warning before we go to you. But now is the time that I want all of the kids to go into shelter. It includes Maumelle, West Little Rock, all of Little Rock basically, Sherwood, not Jacksonville. It includes North Little Rock as well. And there it is, the Ferndale area as well. Now is the time. Do not panic. Just get the kids to a safe place. Meteorologist James Bryant is with us right now. What do you see, James?
Hey, guys. We are really just behind Brett Adair. We are moving west on I-40. We're getting close to Galloway. And Todd, as we wait for this storm to get close to us quickly, we're going to try to get in position to watch it move through what I think is going to be right through or just to the south of Little Rock.
Yeah, it is going to come into the metro area. The question is, James, it seems disorganized right now, but I think they issued that because it's cyclical, that it's going to ramp up possibly once again. I'm trying to get an idea of where you are. So you're out there near the airport. Where are you getting off right now on the?
This is the Galloway exit. It's in the eastern section of Pulaski County, and I think we're about to go south. Because I am honestly expecting this thing to take a more of an eastward trajectory. I know the tornado warning is more east-northeast, but more of an eastward trajectory. You might be able to hear the tornado sirens going off here in the eastern section of Pulaski County, which is North Little Rock. We're about to go south. We're going to be going south and getting a good view to the west.
All right, James, I want to tell you that the tornado is located, the potential tornado coming up on Salem, Congo. Areas along the Salina-Pulaski County line includes Lawson Road. And I just want to tell my brother's family they need to be in their safe place right now because they live out in that area of Salina-Pulaski counties, out in that neck of the woods. So Steel Bridge Road is another one. Potential tornado developing. Twin Springs out there in western Pulaski County. The potential tornado, again, tornado warning. They're issuing this not because of a confirmed tornado. We do not have a confirmed tornado. What we have is a storm that has a history of producing some damage, strong circulation. The question is this reorganizing? That's where it is. There's Highway 5, there's Lonsdale, there's Benton, there's Salem. This is the Saline-Pulaski County line. Right here, you see right on the far right side, there's the Big Rock interchange. I'm going to reposition this in just a little bit. But if there's a tornado, that's where it's located. I'm going to go into that area, show you what I'm looking at. The colors tell us something. The red's away from the radar, the green's towards the radar. So Gunner Loop, Daviswell Road, that if there's a tornado developing, that's where it is, going across Highway 298. And it's going to be moving up there towards Hinkson Road, Goodwin Road. Now, backing that out, Avila is another community. And let me go back out just a little bit more and move this over. So there's the Big Rock interchange. There's Chenal Mountain. Let our great production guys know that I think I positioned that facing just a little bit towards the southeast. So we'll be able to look into that hopefully and see if there's anything. Also, you know, any cameras along I-430 too, because this is going to cross 430 at some point in Little Rock. But that's it. There's Chenal, West Little Rock. Take your tornado precautions right now. All of Little Rock needs to take their tornado precautions right now. And while we say that, there is not a confirmed tornado, but it's Doppler radar indicated, and this storm has a history of producing damage when it was near Hot Springs. Barry, what do you have?
Well, let's quickly go to another tornado-warned storm that's on up to the north of Greenbrier right now, and it's heading toward Guy. And Guy, you need to be in your tornado safe spot with this storm as it moves off to the northeast along Highway 25. And here's the velocity product on that, and there definitely is a lot of wind going away from the radar site, some coming toward. Debris-wise, I don't really see anything there, but it is a potential tornado producer there, and that is in the northern part of Faulkner County, and will be moving toward Quitman. Guy to Quitman on Highway 25, you need to get into that safe spot as that storm moves through. And now coming back into the Little Rock area there, again, there's another storm moving through Hot Springs. It is not tornado warned though right now, and we'll keep a close watch on that. But the velocity continues to kind of show a broad rotation out there, moving in the Congo area, Congo-Ferndale Road, and then moving into Pulaski County very, very quickly. On the radar, it is that tail that we're looking at right now. Todd, I don't know if anything is being produced with this,
no, I
but
don't think
it is a supercell as supercells get. And I think at any time it could.
That structure that you see behind you, Barry, that's a supercell thunderstorm.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I do not see anything on debris now.
No.
Nothing on debris, so that's good. I just want to give everybody in Pulaski County and Little Rock, just know we're watching that. I look at the velocities. Yeah, you see where if there's something that's going to form, that's the part of the storm that's going to happen. I do not see it coming together right now. It could at any moment. Barry, the other thing is we have a very high level of confidence when we look at the radar because the radar is right here.
Oh, yeah.
So we're looking at this at the very bottom where there's a tornado could be produced. So right now, while there is a tornado warning in place, we at this moment don't think that there's one on the ground. We think there could be one developing. We want you to stay sheltered no matter what. That's the fact of the matter. Stay sheltered. It's better to be safe than sorry. And this is going to be moving into a highly populated area. We're concentrating a lot on this storm and the one that Barry was talking about in Faulkner County going up there near Guy.
Near Guy, I think there is rotation there. There's no doubt on that now. We're watching this, Todd. And it is a broad fetch of wind going away from the radar site, but you can see some coming toward there. So it's right on top of Guy right now. It will move on up toward Quitman or perhaps just south, but it'll parallel 225 there, and it'll be moving off to the northeast. So that is one of concern for us. And if you look at the radar, you'll see it wrapping around a circulation center, and that's just to the southeast of Guy right there. So even if I just had reflectivity or rain, what it's seeing as far as actual raindrops, I would say, yeah, that's a potential tornado. But looking at the wind field inside of it, that's where we begin to see, it has tightened up. It is really tightened up. So Quitman, you're just up the road here, a very rural area between Guy and Quitman, but there are a number of homes along that road, and that is where there would be a tornado if this storm is producing one. Just because it's the day that it is today, let's assume that these storms are all producing tornadoes unless we can tell you otherwise. In this one, we certainly can't tell you that as we look at this storm as it moves off to Quitman. And these storms are moving at about 50 miles per hour. So I'm going to go right from that circulation center. And I can't even go out far enough on this map, but Quitman would be in about 15 minutes' time, and then Pearson, Heber Springs, you would eventually be in the track of this storm as it comes on through. But here is the rest of it, and the storm moving into Little Rock, the one near Guy, and then the one on up into Stone County. There still is a tornado warning right there on that. So 3 different storms, but we're going to continue to watch all of them, and the atmosphere is just ripe. Look at eastern Arkansas. There's nothing going on out in eastern Arkansas except for maybe a little rain around the Searcy area. So this is an area that is very warm. This won't last forever, folks. This will be in and it'll be out of here, I think, by dinner time or just after. We're going to be done with this, but not a moment too soon, because this atmosphere has destabilized greatly, and so we're going to continue to watch these storms. But I'll go back and zoom in on the storm that's coming into the Little Rock area, and there it is. It's a broad circulation, but maybe a little tighter than it was as it goes across Congo-Ferndale Road there.
Yep.
And as it comes right into the western part of Pulaski County. That's the Saline-Pulaski County line right there that we're looking at. And I'll just step back. Here's the Big Rock interchange out on 430 and 630. And so it would be coming into that area of west and southwest Little Rock, into West Little Rock as well. That's the rotation center. If you were to look outside right now, which I don't recommend, you're going to see a lowering of that cloud base. That's what we call a mesocyclone. So you see the broad base of the storm, then you see a part of it lowering down to the ground. And from that, if there is a tornado, that's what you need to look for.
Yeah.
You see any more on that storm, Todd?
No.
Maybe a little tighter rotation than it was, but it is moving into Pulaski County.
It is, and I think we're going to see damaging winds out of this storm no matter what. I've got Brett Adair now live. He's at Rodney Parham Road in West Little Rock. I'm just guessing, but I'm very familiar with that. 430 and Rodney Parham. So he's heading, okay, now you're looking over here. There's the Olive Garden there. So he's looking, So he's looking off towards the southwest. That's where the storm would be. There's the Exxon, so yeah, there's the Exxon there. Not quite sure what he's doing out there, but it's if there's a tornado, it's over here. So we have our storm chasers on it right now. So that's where he's positioned himself, live storms media meteorologist. He's going to point that camera here on Rodney Parham Road. You see the lowering just beyond those hills there, and it's going to be coming up over that. So he's on Rodney Parham Road, right there where 10 Fitness is located too, on the other side of that. Now, I just want to tell you, we're watching his feed too. Meteorologist James Bryant is also watching this just to the east of town. Now, let's look and see where this tornado potentially would be located. Heavy rain, very heavy rain coming into West Little Rock. This is probably a lot of wind with this. This is where the circulation is located, right in here. There's Chenal Mountain, just a couple of miles, about 2 to 4 miles to the south of Chenal Mountain. There's the Big Rock interchange. Brett is located right about here. That's where Brett's located, right there, and he's looking off towards the west-southwest. So that's what he was doing with that position. Our Chenal camera, guys, if we got Mr. Ross over here, maybe he could move that over and we can get a little glimpse as to what that's looking like here. So our camera on Chenal Mountain, I can go over to that, and we can look. He's moving that around. That was downtown, I think. So which way are you going? We're scanning around, and right now it is obscured with rainfall, and I don't see anything because we are obscured with some heavy rainfall. So let's go back to the radar.
A lot of the cameras are moving around. Guys, if you could stop those, they're just kind of swinging around.
Yeah.
But
this is it. There's the Big Rock. It's coming up towards West Little Rock. I want everybody in the Pebble Beach area of West Little Rock, Colony West, Sturbridge, Pleasant Valley, all those locations there, Brody Creek. I want you to stay sheltered. They're most likely right now this is not producing a tornado, but it could at any moment. It's a potential tornado. That's the circulation due south of Chenal Mountain. There's the Big Rock, and it's moving quickly at about 50 miles per hour. So we can get in a little bit closer. Barry, I don't see anything that would say that this is on the air, or on the ground, I mean. There's Twin Springs, Beauchamp Road.
And debris-wise, I don't see anything there.
Yeah, that's where it would be located. Beauchamp Road, there's Stewart Road, Canis and Denny Road right up here. St. Charles, take shelter right now. There's Cooper Orbit Road, Canis Road out there in West Little Rock that merges over there towards Chenal. I want you to take your tornado precautions. There's Lawson Road that it's going over right now. My brother's house is just about there. So it's going just to the north of their location, and it's moving towards the northeast right into town. But again, there's no confirmation this is on the ground, Barry.
No, and that's the good thing. But this is definitely a supercell storm that is coming in as it moves out in those areas around Cooper Orbit and Lawson Road and even Canis Road. So that it's this trailing feature that we see as it moves into Pulaski County. And then Chenal Parkway showing up on there, as well as I-430 and the Big Rock interchange. So it's going to be going there, and this is something we're going to be watching very carefully, obviously coming into a big population center in the western part of the city. And just velocity-wise, I mean, there's still broad rotation going away from and toward the radar site, right out here.
Barry, I'm sorry.
Do we see
We got the wall cloud from Brett.
Okay.
There
Let's
it
see.
is.
Yeah, and there probably will be a lowering.
There it is. He's looking at it from Rodney Parham. Let me get out of the way.
Yeah,
There it
that's
is.
the lowering as it comes in.
10 Fitness right there.
So that's Rodney Parham and I-430 as he's looking off to the southwest. And certainly a supercell thunderstorm like that is unmistakable. And that's why it is a tornado-warned storm, not because of perhaps what it's doing right now, but because of what it could do at any time. So if you're out in West Little Rock right now, you need to go ahead and be in a safe spot. This is a fast-moving storm. Get into the lowest level of your home. And I'm talking to my family there. So get into the lowest level of your home and let this go by.
This may be strengthening, Barry.
Yeah, I think it could be. I think there is a little more rotation with it. But this is what we've prepared for. And so let's look and see if any debris along with that. I don't see anything of note. But I think there is a bit of a curl there, more than there was. So this is a rotation center, I think, that's starting to pick up somewhat. If you're in West Little Rock, it's time to get in cover right now.
Guys in our production, beware. I think Brett's going to try to call in. This is increasing in circulation as it comes into the metro. If we can get Brett, he's going to try to call in. I just text him, and hopefully he'll call in. But yeah, that's the lowering there. Barry, I know you travel this road all the time. Shackleford Road is right over here. You're looking towards the southwest, and it's coming right into a highly populated area. We do not know if there's a tornado on the ground with this right now. There's the lowering. If there's a tornado, it's embedded in this dark cloud, and you will not know it until it's right on top of you because of the terrain and how low the base of this is. Again, I'm trying to get Brett to call in right now. But this is a Rodney Parham Road where he's located. And while we look at those pictures, stay with this Max 1. I'm going to go into this to name some of the roads where this is increasing now coming into the Little Rock metro area. I want you to stay sheltered, put as many walls between you and the outside, stay away from windows. All of our friends out there in West Little Rock, this includes Sturbridge, Colony West, Breckenridge. This includes the Pebble Beach area, Henson, Pleasant Valley, Taylor Loop, Chenal, those areas down towards Bowman, Colonel Glenn. Please seek shelter immediately. No confirmation of a tornado, but this is starting to show signs that it could be increasing some of its spin. And there it is. It's very difficult to tell. There's Rawling Road, so I'm trying to get a sense here. There's Chenal, there's Rawling, so the promenade, Barry, right about there.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking the velocity picture is so, I don't know why we're not seeing a different picture of that, but the reflectivity picture is almost better because you can tell where the circulation center is. And you can see it right there. Chenal Parkway, it's moving right into West Little Rock. The neighborhoods of Chenal and Pleasant Valley, and moving right up through there. So it's the tail end of that storm. And if we can go back, I'm just going to say, you got to be in your safe spot right now. Is there still a picture from Brett that we can show?
And he's zooming in on something I don't like to see.
Yeah, folks, I think that's a tornado on the ground.
There's 10 Fitness. Do we have Brett on the phone? It's so hard to tell from these pictures.
Todd, can you hear me?
Brett, we see the lowering. Is that a tornado right above the 10 and 10 Fitness?
I cannot confirm that that's a tornado there, but I can tell you right behind that sign, that whole larger area above it is rotating rapidly.
Yeah.
Very, very quick rotation. Matter of fact, it's coming up. You got a funnel developing over the 10 now.
That's it. This is right over the left 10.
Yeah,
right here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to move. It's gonna come right over top of us. We're gonna have to move.
Okay, Brett, stay with us. Again, this is coming into West Little Rock.
We may have a tornado now on the mountain there. See it?
Yeah, that's a hill out there in West Little Rock. That's probably out there, Barry.
Okay, folks.
I want to tell my wife, take cover now.
Yes, please take
And
cover.
Barry's family, too.
All right, we gotta go.
Hillsboro, Marlow Manor. Those locations, Barry, can you think of any other place?
Yeah, it's that area.
It's coming right here. Go. Get the left.
Yeah, that's a classic supercell storm,
Let's stay with
folks.
Brett, and I'm going to name out some of those towns. Let's stay here with that.
There it is, big tornado. All right, stop. Get right there. Get right there in the
Yeah.
parking lot.
That's it right
big
there.
tornado.
Okay, that's coming right into West Little Rock,
Yep.
down to
Good.
the south of Rodney Parham.
Right there. Hold up. Right here. Here we go.
Moving into West Little Rock on the southwest, just south of Rodney Parham, folks. This is coming up. I'm trying to think of some of the locations. Markham, West Markham, Bowman,
Yeah, in that area, right.
Asbury,
Debris.
Canis, Woodland.
Big time debris.
You got debris?
All right, we need to.
Yep,
it
I
to
see the
left-
rapid movement.
To the left? Yeah.
We have a significant tornado on the ground in Little Rock.
It's going to be crossing I-430, probably close to where Chenal Parkway dumps out onto
All right,
I-630.
debris that big. All right, where do we go?
Okay,
Guys, you may want to go.
All right, we gotta move. We gotta move.
All right, stay on. Brett, you're live on the air. Let's just, you're live on the air. Just tell us what you see. There's the tornado. It's on the ground in Little Rock. I think, are they issuing a tornado emergency yet? Have they issued one?
Go.
they haven't yet.
Big tornado. All right, it's passing behind us. Hold up.
He says, let's stay with that. Barry, do
Okay,
you know where,
yeah, it is starting to
now?
ramp up, and folks, it's right along that, it's right along
It's gonna hit the radio. time
Chenal,
it goes.
Chenal Parkway and 630, West
Go,
Markham.
go.
Okay, we don't have his feed. We've lost the feed.
South, slowly.
Stay, keep his audio, guys. Go to radar with Barry. Keep his audio.
Go. There's huge debris in the air. Huge debris.
I'm going to look and see if we don't have his picture. It's frozen. It's up. He's got his picture up now. He's
Can
on
we take it
430.
again?
Yeah. Okay, so he's going back on 430. He says he sees a lot of debris. It's going to be crossing over 430. You said where it dumps out with 630 at the Big Rock?
Yeah, I think that's, and it might be in between there and Rodney Parham.
It's right over the hill, buddy.
Okay, your
Go.
feed is out.
Go. Go to the left.
Baptist.
Go.
Baptist
Tornado,
Hospital's in the
right
path.
there. Go. There it goes.
Do we have a camera at the
RFD.
Big Rock that we can look at, guys? The Big Rock camera?
Go.
Farm Bureau camera?
All right. Come on.
Big Rock camera. Do you guys have that? I can't put it in. Can you guys?
Behind us.
I'm going to go put in the Big Rock.
All right, this is RFD.
Stay with Brett.
Some of these are not, from downtown we can actually see it.
All right.
From downtown you can actually see,
Can you guys hear me?
yes, we can, Brett.
All right. The tornado passed it looks like it passed just behind me. I am sitting at Markham and 440.
430.
It passed just behind me. There was huge debris in the air. As it came across, that tornado got really rapid and really quick. It ramped up really, really fast here, and it's coming right into the western side of Little Rock right now.
Okay, this
Yeah.
this picture froze, but
I'm going to show you exactly. Let's come to me really quickly,
go to
folks.
Barry. Go to Barry.
Big amount of rotation showing up right there. Let's go back to Max 2 if we can. And there it is. That was just a scan ago. It has crossed over, I think, between Rodney Parham and Chenal Parkway, right across 430, and it will be moving into that area along Rodney Parham and headed up toward Cabot Village and that area, and possibly just south there. Anywhere, though, in that western part of Little Rock, you need to be in a safe space right now. This has definitely been on the ground. There was debris confirmed with this as it's moving up through, and in a very rapid amount of time, I'll go back just a little bit, we went from hardly anything to a big amount of rotation as it entered West Little Rock right there, and that would have been along Bowman Road, south of Rodney Parham, and continues to move then off to the east. And here's what it looks like on reflectivity. I think it's on up now, moving into that area, Breckenridge, south of Highway 10,
Reservoir.
probably moving across Highway 10 corridor as well.
Reservoir Road.
Yes, in that area
Camden
right there.
Village. Still trying to get Brett, but this is moving towards the river. All right, guys, we got to start thinking about us here at KATV too. Rebsamen Road, Riverfront. It may pass just towards our west.
Okay, can we let's take the Regions camera downtown, looking off to the west, if we can.
Regions,
Can we take that?
the Regions camera.
Yeah, you
I'm
can
working
actually
on
see it on there right now.
I'm working on it right now, Barry.
I've got it. It's pointing there, but
Got it.
if we
Got
can.
it. There's regions.
Yeah, right there.
There's
and
the
you can see
tornado.
it. That's extending. That's a large tornado, it appears, extending down to the ground. That's looking straight west, so it is moving then along that corridor, Highway 10. And here we are in Riverdale, right in the foreground there.
I think we're okay.
I think it may go just north of the Riverdale area, but I think we need to watch this very carefully. If you're in the Heights, you're in Cabot Village, you're anywhere along Highway 10, at Ketchell Road as it moves out to the west, you've got to be in your safe spot right now. That is real time what is happening. And folks, it looks like it has grown in intensity quite a bit. There is an obvious mesocyclone there, and this has made it down to the ground, according to Brett Adair, and is moving up into that Heights area.
I'm going to zoom in on it, Barry, see if we see debris. So stay with that image. I want everybody at Channel 7, get ready to take action, but don't just yet. All right, we're losing electricity. Are we still on the air? Okay, I see power flashes. It's on the ground. It's on the ground. I saw power flashes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
I think
we're on
we are
backup
on
generator
generator power now, and I hope we are still broadcasting. And but it is, folks, it's Foxcroft Road moving right up into the Heights right now.
Okay.
This is a large tornado. Debris signature with it. Hard to tell, but there is plenty of velocity right there. This is Highway 10, Foxcroft Road, Cabot Village, down into the Heights. It is crossing Highway 10 right there and will be moving on up into the Burns Park area and then on over to the east-northeast. And so it will be moving north of the 630 corridor,
going
but
over the
crossing Highway 10 right there. And that's the velocity that we're looking at with this storm.
Okay, I'm going to follow it to the left a little bit. It's going across the river very soon.
We can take
this
it.
This is within a mile, less than a mile of the station, probably.
Yeah, it's moving. It'll move right across over into Burns Park. It appears right now.
It's on the ground. I don't see power flashes yet, but it's on the ground doing damage. We're right there by those white buildings.
Yeah, and I think they may have issued a tornado emergency.
Yep, tornado emergency for Little Rock, going over into North Little Rock right now. Again, we're continuing to follow this.
Yeah, it is. It's moving right. Well, it's not very far from us at all right here, right now.
It's right by the building.
I think, yeah, Todd, it's right over the Burns Park area there.
Yep.
It will be coming into the North Little Rock area.
Lakewood, North Little Rock, take cover now. Sherwood, take cover now. Maumelle, especially the east side of Maumelle, take cover now. Rapid rotation. I'm going to zoom out to see how wide this is.
Levy, it'll be crossing I-40. That is a large tornado.
It is huge. Just say a prayer, everybody.
Yeah,
Say
absolutely.
a prayer. A lot of people could be being hurt right now.
It has moved up just to the north of Riverdale here, it appears. I'll bet you if we stepped outside the building right now, we could hear this because we are very, very close to this. But this is a storm that continues to move up, and it is moving across the river and kind of the west end of Rebsamen. It's moving over Burns Park right now.
All right, James Bryant will be on in just a little bit. He says, take the feed. Go to James Bryant. We have that. James, are you on the phone? What do you have?
Yeah, I'm in North Little Rock. We're just by Spring Hill. We're getting very close, guys. This is coming right at us.
James, get safe because this is huge.
You stay back from it, man.
Yeah, we're about to turn around, but you can see it, man. This is unbelievable, the images that you are about to see. This is coming right into North Little Rock. Charles. We got to turn around, man.
All right, just stay with us. Let's keep warning everybody.
Pull into the turning lane.
The National Weather Service has said that they are going to possibly be taking cover.
Yes.
But Memphis will take over responsibility.
From my feed, you can't see the actual tornado, but that lowering you see in the distance, the gray, that is the large tornado right there. That it is good. I can see it moving to my right, so it's not coming directly at us. It is moving northeast. You can see it. I'm going to zoom in on it. It's up there to the right.
You stay back away from it. Brett Adair has said that numerous vehicles have been overturned with this storm.
That's a bad signature on radar right there. That's a bad signature on radar.
I think I just saw debris get flown out. Is there debris coming down?
There's a debris dropout right now at near Amboy and I-430 and Military Drive.
I've got it up on the storm.
There's a debris ball right there with that storm.
Guys, stay with me. I think it's going to go to my north, but I'm going to have a view of it.
All right, this is across the river now, and it's going into North Little Rock. We got to keep warning communities.
It's going to be going right near our radar, but if you're anywhere toward Remount Road, Sherwood, that area around Camp Robinson, and just to the south of there, this has crossed I-40.
James, talk to us. What do you see?
Guys, I'm just sitting on the McCain Boulevard Bridge right by McCain Mall. I really wish people would stop driving to the west. It's just crossed I-40.
Look at this.
Burns Park.
Go to the is it the Regions or Simmons? Which camera is it?
We're going to go get on 67, Charles. Turn us around. We're going to get on 67, and we're going to try to parallel it so we don't get in front of it. But if you can see my image here, you guys see this? Are you seeing this?
Yeah, we see. That's it.
That's it right there.
Yeah, we can see it.
It's on the Regions camera.
I've got rapid rotation, guys. I've got rapid rotation right there.
I've got it on the Regions camera if you want to look at that, guys. I got a clear view of it.
Oh.
Do you see that, Barry, on the Regions camera?
I do.
I'm going to start to move that towards the left now, or to the right, I'm sorry.
It is very close to the National Weather Service radar.
Left?
Little Rock Air Force Base, Sherwood, take cover now.
Yes, Jacksonville, you'll be in the path of this storm. Keel Avenue, Sherwood, and points up to North Gravel Ridge. And that is the storm that we're looking at. And right now we're getting a rather ragged image from the National Weather Service in Little Rock. But what they're talking about is phones are being activated here. The National Weather Service in Memphis has taken over responsibility of warning this. I guess the folks
oh my gosh.
in North Little Rock have.
The tornado, I've got incredible video of it. I'm going to try to put it on my Facebook page, use it there. It's from Baptist Hospital. I'm getting pictures now of power, North Shackleford, trees and power lines down all over the place. It's still on the ground. Power outages all on the track of this. Barry, North Little Rock, Memphis is taking control. Northern Pulaski County, Cabot. We want Cabot to watch this. Tornado emergency going into northeastern Pulaski County. BB, tornado emergency. Take your tornado precautions now. You're looking live right now, north of Little Rock. That is the lowering, and there's a tornado in there. We want you to go ahead and take those tornado precautions immediately. This is not a drill. This is confirmed. Yes, James, go ahead.
I've got it right here. I'm looking at it.
Go. James's live feed.
Yeah. So that's looking northwest of McCain Mall.
What, James, are you there? That's northwest of McCain Mall? That's north of McCain.
Yeah,
that's right
moving,
through Sherwood.
Yeah.
This is McCain Mall right there in front of me. I'm looking to the northwest. You can see the gray mass right there.
I think it's right near the National Weather Service radar.
We're looking back into Sherwood.
Yeah, looking back into Sherwood, and so air base. I see the rotation area, and it is right on top of the radome of the radar.
Oh my!
Okay, we got to warn everybody. Stay sheltered. Yeah. Little Rock, you're in the clear right now, but we have rain, and we still have a severe weather threat, even in the metro area. The worst of this is going directly over the North Little Rock Airport.
This is the only tornado-warned storm in the state, by the way, right now. It is moving toward Gravel Ridge, pardon me, in Jacksonville, and you need to get into the safe spot along Highway 107. It's right on top of you. Cabot, it's coming up on you as well. There is the hook right there. It moved right past, and this hook is where we saw rotation moving right toward Cabot, and we'll continue. Debris signature is right near the radar site. Velocity product showing it right there, right over on North Remount Road, which is where the National Weather Service is. That is where it went. and it will move right up toward Cabot. Perhaps Jacksonville, though, you need to be in a safe spot right now. So it's that northeastern part of Pulaski County. You need to be in a safe spot right now.
All right, tornado, this is video of it as it came through West Little Rock on Storyteller, if we can. This is from Baptist Hospital. Beth Hunt sent this to me. I don't know who it is exactly from, but that's the tornado going through West Little Rock. That's the Big Rock interchange. This is from one of the floors of West Little Rock, and that is the tornado going across West Little Rock. We know that we have a lot of damage in the Shackelford area, but that's, you see that wide area, and then underneath that is the tornado, the wall cloud, the bezo, and then the tornado, and that is still on the ground, producing large amounts of damage. Now the National Weather Service is calling it catastrophic, labeling this catastrophic. That's the tornado as it went through West Little Rock. Let's go back at the to the radar and see what we have. This is the back edge of it. I'm going to get off screen and move this camera a little bit towards the right, where this is now moving towards highway. Has it crossed 67, 167? Barry, it does not look as strong as it did.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yep.
Get up here at the top of this hill and pull off to the left. We're going to have a view of it as it crosses 67 here. It's in Sherwood. It's on your left.
Okay, is it still on the ground, James?
To be still on the ground. It looks like it's obscured in rain to me. Keep going, Charles. You're good. But it is just to our west.
Yeah, it is. It's just to the west of 67 there.
We're passing the Sam's and North Little Rock, and it is appearing like it is about to cross the freeway here down the road.
Yeah,
all right,
Keel Avenue, and as it intersects 167
there
or
are
67.
a lot of people driving north on 67. They've got to stop.
They've got to
have
stop.
stop.
All right, got damage in the Parkway Place subdivision in West Little Rock. Trees down on homes. That's Chenal and Parkway Place. Trees down on homes. James, keep us updated. What do you see?
All right, guys.
All right, you're looking on 67, 167, looking up towards the north. That's a large area of rain. It's moving across 67, 167 towards Jacksonville now. There's a tornado within that large area, most likely.
It's right in front of us, guys. It is. It's right down there.
Okay.
I'm looking at the debris ball. I'm just to the south of it. Just to the south of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 mile out, and I can't see it. It's just wrapped in rain, but I know it's there.
All right, James, I think your best course of action now would be to look for damage, because it's gonna outrun you.
West on Keel Avenue over toward Sylvan Hills and along 107 there. Yes, it's crossing. It's crossing right along. Well, just where Keel crosses 167 is where the rotation appears to have crossed, and I don't know if it's still on the ground, but it certainly looks like it could be. So let's.
I've got rotation on my video. I don't know if you can tell. It's really gray.
Yeah, there's still plenty of rotation with that storm.
We're going to move up 167 and see if there's any damage.
Okay.
Okay.
Go
Jacksonville, if you're in the path of this storm and everybody between Sherwood and Jacksonville, you need to. That's where it's going to cross right there. So there's Jacksonville, Gravel Ridge over to the west. Sherwood looks like it went right past the Weather Service radome, and it will be passing over into the area, perhaps up to Cabot, but certainly around Jacksonville. You need to be down in the lowest part of your house. Get into a small closet or a small room, please. And because this storm is likely still on the ground. As we look at it, reflectivity-wise, yeah, there's still that little tail on it, an obvious sign of intense rotation there. We'll look for some debris in the air. Obviously, it lofted debris in the air. It's so close to the radar site right now, it's hard to tell. Hopefully, this thing will begin to dissipate quickly, but it has done an unbelievable amount of damage, I'm afraid. Moving on up now into this area to the south of Cabot, you need to be in your safe spot. Please go to the safe spot in your house. This also, Todd, I think it could, as it did before it went into Little Rock, I think it could be recycling as well.
All right, I think we have I'm told by Kristen, we have a live shot off Rodney Parham of the damage. Real quick, let's go to that because we've got to stay with this tornado. but let's show the damage that's come through. Little Rock, West Little Rock, as we were following this from meteorologist Brett Adair, the first live images you saw of that tornado here on Channel 7. And damage now also on Storyteller, if we can get the Storyteller or that live shot out there in West Little Rock. This is again on Storyteller. Okay, so this is damage in the West Little Rock area, trees down on homes, significant tornado damage has been done. This is the Parkway Place subdivision. There off of Chenal and Canis, in between those two streets. Do we have the live shot now on Rodney Parham Road? Do we have that live shot on Rodney Parham Road of the damage? All right, so this is I-430 and Rodney Parham. That's getting off at 430 and onto Rodney Parham. That's northbound traffic, southbound traffic backed up too. You see the damage on the ramp right there, cars and traffic moving around that. But right now, they're trying to clear that. It is best to stay off the roads. Please stay off the roads. You've got to have emergency personnel get into the areas affected. You've got to have them. You see one of them right there. And the more traffic on the roads, the harder it is to get in there and help people if they're trapped in a home, if they're in any sort of danger. So we want everybody to stay off the road and don't go sightseeing this damage. But it is significant, and that is in Pulaski County, moving towards the Cabot area. Right now in eastern Pulaski County, in the northern areas of Lonoke County, catastrophic damage, tornado emergency continues. Barry?
Jacksonville, you've got to be in your safe spot now. Rotation is coming into Jacksonville still. We're assuming that this is still on the ground. And here are the streets of Jacksonville moving right along, and with some delay in processing. It's in Jacksonville right now. This is a fast mover going at 55 miles per hour or so, and so please be in your safe spot there. This is, I know we have a number of power outages as well. Our Alicia Dover helping us out with that, but you can see
I think
through that path.
Do you have something, James?
Yeah, so it's been paralleling 60. We're coming into Jacksonville right now. It's just a lot of rain, but on the left side of your screen here, you're going to be able to see the lowering. The color difference is pretty tough to make out.
All right.
But,
do you see damage yet? Have you gone over a damage path yet?
We have not crossed the damage path. We have not crossed the damage path. There's a lot of people who have stopped.
Okay.
It's just difficult to see, but I believe I see a tornado. It's hard to confirm from where we're sitting. Just based off our images.
There's a lot. It's just on the south side of Jacksonville. There's a lot of rotation, James.
Yeah, we're coming into the south side of Jacksonville.
Right at Main Street. You don't need to get any closer to it.
So we're still kind of down south towards the 440 interchange.
Okay. Yeah, it looks to be just up to the north of that. Some, yes.
So we'll either come across the damage path or not, and I'm hoping that we don't find anything.
Well, okay. I think you're probably about at where it did cross.
But right now, all I see is some traffic barrels tipped over.
Yeah.
At the 440 interchange, I do believe it probably crossed a little bit further north.
Okay. We're seeing 33,000 without power, and it has followed that area that we saw just exactly so. That is and the area, I'm just looking at it off screen here. It goes from Colonel Glenn Road. Yeah, and you can see the area there.
Oh, God.
It went right through along Chenal Parkway there, Parkway Village area. It moved on the just to the southeast of the Pleasant Valley neighborhoods, perhaps, as it crossed there between Big Rock Interchange and Cantrell Road. But it did cross, it appears, at that spot. And it is now, you can also see power outages coming into the Jacksonville area.
Yeah, it's still Jacksonville. Take cover over there. Redmond Road, it's right there on Redmond Road, going towards Highway 5. And it's going to go on, it's on the south side of 67-167, by the way. Go ahead, Barry, I'm sorry. I just want to give you an update.
Well, no, I'm just saying that everywhere where this thing was obviously on the ground.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. Our homes have been affected by this.
I got trees down.
James?
All right, James?
Trees down.
On 67.
South side of Jacksonville. Tornado just went through.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where it is right now, the rotation.
I got trees down right here on the south side of Jacksonville. Big trees broken off. We're on the outside of the damage path.
You're on the outside of it?
Yeah.
South side of
we
it?
got big trees down. Just south of Jacksonville, traffic is stopped on 67.
Okay, it will continue, folks, to go on up to the northeast of there, a small community of Jacksonville. You've got to be in your safe spot right now. Parnell and on up to the east side of Cabot. The road is out to the east of Cabot there. Small community of Sylvania. And this is the area that we're looking at as it moves out to the east. So moving into Jacksonville right now, there's that rotating area, and it will be moving up, and it looks like the rotation could go to the south of Cabot and out to the east of Cabot there. So on the south side, there's 321, but it's in Jacksonville right now.
Hey, guys, can y'all see what I'm seeing here?
Let's go to his live feed. What do you see?
Y'all see this?
Is that something overturned?
Big semi trucks are overturned here on the freeway.
It'll be a miracle if we kept everybody unharmed out of this. It'll be an absolute miracle.
Pull up here, would you?
I think we've had a violent tornado go through the metro. It'll be a miracle that still
I've got
continues.
really big trees down, and that is 67 southbound that is completely blocked.
Okay.
All right, Jacksonville has been hit by the tornado. What's next here? Area south of Cabot now?
Yeah.
Parnell?
Yeah, it'll be going, there's a small community of Red Oak and along Highway 321 as it moves, as that first Cabot exit, as it moves off to the southeast of Cabot. I think this is the area. There's the rotation just northeast of Jacksonville now. Parnell crossing Highway 89 right there, and then moving up into this area in northern Lonoke County. And so that is the area that you've got to take cover in. I'm going to show you the tornado warning area. It's a broad area there. It does include BB. And so as this thing moves, it could move a little bit to the north. It could stay on this track that it's been on, which has been fairly consistent, but it's pretty much northeastern.
Bill, okay?
What do we got? Jim?
Northeast right now. Cabot, especially the south side of Cabot, you've got to be in a safe spot right now. Please, please take cover right now. This storm could make a jog toward the Cabot area. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, if you're in Cabot, go into the tornado safe spot.
I think it's gaining in intensity again, south of Cabot.
Yeah.
Looking at the radar here, Red Oak is another community. It's going to cross over 321. That's the tornado right there. That's the tornado. There's 67. It's just cleared the Little Rock Air Force Base on the south side. This is where James is running into the damage. I mean, right there is right where it passed, and that's where James is. There's Cabot. Cabot, I think you may escape this, but not to the south of town. That's Red Oak, McCollum Road, Highway 89. There is a tornado, very likely. In fact, I'd say there's a near 100% chance this is still doing damage on the ground. There's Parnell, and that's the tornado. And again, this is where James just had the damage. It is just past Jacksonville. Again, the same applies what we were saying about Little Rock. Stay off the road. Emergency personnel have got to get into these areas affected. This is a violent tornado. This was not your EF0 or EF1, no. This was a violent tornado coming across the Little Rock metro area, and they've got to go look for people that may be missing. Don't have any word on that, but I'm just saying that is a possibility, and as long as that is a possibility, we want everybody off the road. It's crossing over Highway 5, Parnell, Highway 89, moving towards the northeast at a very rapid motion. Now, at still about 50 miles per hour, tornado emergency continues, and this is going to go just to the south of Ward. I think Ward is going to be okay. You're on the north side of that polygon, but stay sheltered. Barry? Do you
Todd,
have
we're
anything?
getting some damage reports in. Brett Adair says that significant damage to homes and businesses at the shopping center at I-430 and Rodney Parham.
I-430 and Rodney Parham, yeah, that's the, okay.
And cars upside down there. So cars were sent over, and we've already seen along 67 up toward Jacksonville a semi that was toppled over there. confirming some minor injuries at least. There's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for the Little Rock area. I don't see any rotation with it, but it will be wind, and it will be coming through. And so it's right on top of where there was already damage there, and first responders are responding. So again, don't go anywhere if you don't have to at all. Please stay off the roadways.
To add insult to injury, Barry, heavy rain, thunder, lightning moving back into the metro now.
Yeah,
no tornado warning.
Yeah, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. That's
I don't even know if that's severe warned right now, but it is a thunderstorm. It's dangerous with lightning. So everybody stay inside as much as you can. And a lot of people don't have electricity, but no one should be outside right now in Little Rock because there's a lot of lightning. Our concern right now is far eastern Pulaski County, now into Lonoke County. This is a devastating tornado that has hit the heart of our community, and it's moving south of Cabot by just a few miles. This is it on Highway 5. There's Red Oak on the ground doing damage, moving towards the northeast, a little north of due east. Mount Tabor, they're going to be crossing over 31.
okay.
And now a severe thunderstorm warning for Pulaski. Barry?
Yes, and we're not forgetting that storm there in Parnell. We've got damage now at Rodney Parham and 430, and this is, I think we have a live picture there, and you can see the Kroger there, which is at 430 and Rodney Parham.
That's that bank in
There's a bank in the parking lot there. If they could broaden out, and apparently there are damage to homes as well in that area.
My mom's home has a tree through it too.
Okay,
there.
And there is the service station that's right there.
That's Breckenridge Drive.
That's Breckenridge and Rodney Parham, right?
Yeah, the new McDonald's is right over there. Breckenridge Village is right across the street from there, and that's significant damage to the Colony West Shopping Center.
Yeah.
And it went right through Colony West and Breckenridge. That's thunder from a severe thunderstorm warning. That thunder and lightning going on out there, but God, please nobody be hurt out of this. Please.
Okay, we'll go back to that if they can get more shots of that. I do want to say, though, if you're in the small community of Parnell or along Highway 321, this storm has really maintained its rotation unbelievably. There's a small community, areas around Sylvania, out east of Cabot there, a large number of neighborhoods out there, a large number of roads. Please be in your safe spot there as this storm continues to move. It will fluctuate with intensity, but as we said, there are going to be some times where where tornadoes can be on the ground for a long time, and apparently this is what's happened. This parent cell started out well to the west of Hot Springs, so that's what we mean by long track supercell thunderstorms. And do we have more pictures coming in? Yeah. And this is from where? Okay, this is in Little Rock. Storyteller.
That's Colony West Shopping Center. No, not that one. No, not that one. Go to the next one that I sent. I don't know where that is, but the next one I sent, refresh it, and there you go. Now scroll down.
Todd, that's all I'm seeing.
I'm sorry.
That's significant.
It is significant damage, but I thought I just. I'm sorry. I thought I had it, but I did see significant damage to the Colony West Shopping Center where the roof was blown off. I'm trying to find that picture. I thought I retweeted it. Here it is. I'm going to retweet it right now. And so it is retweeted. Chris May also did. And this is the Colony West Shopping Center. Hopefully it'll come up here. There it is. And that right behind there is Breckenridge Road. Look at all the damage. That's on the left side is Kroger. And that right through my neighborhood, my old neighborhood. It's destroyed it.
Folks, we're getting reports of injuries that are coming in. We don't know the extent of them, but that's why we urge you to not be on the roads. Don't hamper first responders as they are out there. For right now, this is the only tornado-warned storm in the state, but it is very, very powerful, and it is near that community of Parnell and headed toward the small community of Sylvania out to the east of Cabot right now. But that is apparently... we just have to assume this is a tornado on the ground. It's a tornado emergency in that we've already had it. It is, as we have told you, it is a large, it has been at times at least, a large tornado, and it continues to show that huge signature of rotation again. And there's nothing much out there to hinder it from forming again. I do want to back out, though, and I'll just show you the reflectivity. And there is another storm moving into the Little Rock area. It has wind with it, and I'm just going to look for the velocity product on this. I don't see anything as far as, but it's a strong storm just pouring where we already had tornado damage that went through that area around Rodney Parham and 430. It went up into the Highway 10 corridor and then crossed over, went very near the National Weather Service drive. So there's another storm, and it is a severe thunderstorm warning right there. Could be a lot of wind with that one and some hail as well. Excuse me, there is only one tornado warning in the state, and it is the one that is out to the area east of Cabot. This is a long track storm. There's Dogwood Lane right there. This is the rain wrapping around a circulation center. As it continues to move off to the northeast, it will continue to do damage, it appears. We've already seen large trees out on 67. Again, cancel your plans to go out and about over the next few hours. Just don't do it if you're in or near one of these spots. Just please stay off the roads. Here's a shot. I think we have another shot of damage near. You can see it's just pouring, but this is that area around Colony West, I believe, and so Rodney Parham and near 430 out in West Little Rock. And you can see just insult to injury there as roofs have been ripped off and it's just pouring rain.
Barry, we also have pictures on Storyteller from Breckenridge and Breckenridge and Shackelford. That's right there on the right. That is a fire station on the right. This is Shackelford. Those are the apartments on Shackelford right behind what was the old Kmart, which is now a doctor's building. And look how the trees have been sheared off. This was a violent tornado. It is impossible to look at this and say that and give a rating. There's that fire station right there. You see the destruction to the brave men and women of the fire department. They've been hit with this out in West Little Rock. This has hit the Arcade Drive area, the Marketplace area, right up through Trellis Square into Colony West, Sturbridge. Leawood is another place that this is impacted up towards Camac Village. Barry, any good news with this? Is this weakening yet? I don't think it is.
I don't think it is, but Todd, the storm that's moving into the Little Rock area, the south end of it, I think we need to watch.
Is there another potential tornado with this?
The Weather Service is watching it, and they said this is an extremely dangerous situation to the ongoing search and rescue area. And it's kind of an odd, the radar is not giving us a real clear picture, but just down to the south of where the damage occurred, there is some rotation. Rain is being wrapped around, and this is another storm moving through the Little Rock area. And I think we need to watch this. I don't see any apparent velocities with it, but you can see how right there at Baptist, how there is this hook feature right here. It looks like it's trying to organize in an area that would be just to the south of the corridor that was just hit. Hopefully the rain area has cooled this down to where it doesn't rotate. But folks, here in Little Rock, I think we really need to watch this storm along with the tornado-warned storm down to the south. I think it's possible, Todd, that could rotate again.
Yeah, there's a boundary there, and I'm afraid that we aren't done yet.
It's right out here where Rodney Parham intersects I-630.
Yeah, I'm getting in on that right now.
Area, and that would move it just to the south of the storm, of the track of that storm that was there. So I think this is something we need to.
I don't see much in the way of rotation with that.
I don't
right
either,
now.
but if you're in the Little Rock area, I think we need to watch this very closely.
I absolutely agree, and this is going to affect the downtown, midtown area, as well as North Little Rock. Those are some of the places that are going to be affected by this. So there's War Memorial Stadium. This is the area that has been impacted so horribly, right in there. And it's right on the south side of that. I don't see any rotation, but like I said, we're not done yet, folks. This is going to last a few more hours. I think the severe threat for the metro will end soon, but this is not done yet. There's reservoir, and this is moving towards the northeast. So I think areas where you see the path of that tornado went something like that. This is just south of that by a couple of miles, and it's paralleling I-630. Barrow Road is another place, Mississippi, Kavanaugh, the Heights, downtown Little Rock, and even right here at Channel 7. So I want everybody here at Channel 7 to know we're not done yet. No rotation on this storm, but it's in an area that could rapidly spin and produce a tornado. Looking at this again on the velocities, that's the way that we can see which way the air is moving on this, and the speed.
There's a little bit of rotation, not much on it yet, but
you know,
but obviously there's a circulation center there because the rain's being wrapped around.
Yeah, so I think it would be prudent right now. And some of these people may not have electricity. If you can text them and let them know, let's be on the safe side and stay sheltered for a little bit longer until we get this through here, folks. I think that would be the best course of action. Even as far south as UALR here, there could be one. Let's go over to the storyteller.
Okay.
What do we have?
Nothing. I'm just saying here in the central part of the city, we need to be aware of this storm.
Okay. Yes, and here at Channel 7,
yes,
we need to be aware of the storm for everybody here at the TV station. I want you to. We really need to, because there could be a tornado developing. It looks like it's detached that area of high reflectivity now, Barry, but I'm still very cautious as you are about it.
Yeah, I think the reflectivity is moving very quickly up past here, and I see nothing that's, but again, we're still watching the one that's out in the Sylvania area and Butlerville east of Cabot, and so that is an area that is still troubling to us. It's within the tornado emergency. This is the parent storm started out to the west of Hot Springs. It moved right through the Little Rock area and now is moving out to the east of Cabot. And so we're going to keep a close watch on that. I'll back out a little bit on it and give you an idea of the tail end of that storm. And you can see the rotation right there. And then the inflow coming in the backside. So it's right out along Highway 38, I believe that's 38. As it moves off to the east of Cabot, it will continue to move out to the east of town. Griffithville, eventually, you're not in the tornado warning right now. Beebe and McRae, you're in the tornado warning, but this is south of you. The rotation area is down to the south of you. I'm going to watch this storm also in the Little Rock area. I think the atmosphere has been cooled quite a bit here, Todd, and this storm doesn't look as potent, but as the other one did, for sure.
So the tornado warning out there that we've been following now east of Cabot, coming into Butlerville, some radar analysis with this. The debris signature with this seems to be spreading out. You can see that, which is an indication that the tornado might, I'm not saying it is, but the tornado might be off the ground and has finished chewing stuff up. And so you're seeing the leftover part. Hopefully this thing is decaying. I'm not sure, and I don't think that this day is over with for eastern and southeastern Arkansas. But this one storm obviously is the storm of the day, and I want it's in a very rural area. I know we have viewers there though, and we're going to track this with you, but it's going to move just to the northwest of Des Arc. But there's a chance that this might be decreasing a little bit, but we see that it could increase as we saw the Little Rock storm rapidly increase. And that's the way that situation looks right now. Barry?
Yeah, we'll just continue to watch that storm. That's the one that we're looking at. The National Weather Service is now at the radar site getting the north edge of this other supercell. Not what we saw, but it's getting a lot of rain and some hail. And then the trailing edge of it is moving down through the Little Rock area. But for now, we don't see rotation with it. But I'm just, that's just something that I think we just need to keep a close watch on. I think it's moving right past our area here in Riverdale, and I'm gonna zoom out our camera here. I'm just kind of watching. I'm just going to leave this radar up here. We're still watching this area. This is south of where the last one went, and a lot of times when a tornado moves through an area, it stabilizes the atmosphere. You got to have a lot of rain, obviously, but to the south of it, you're getting into an area that maybe didn't have rain. And remember when we told you, not everybody's going to see a thunderstorm today, but the areas that do, they will be very intense and long track storms. And that's what has happened as it has moved up through the Little Rock area. This one is the tail end of this will be moving, it's moving right past Riverdale area of Little Rock right now and Rebsamen Park and moving through, but we don't see any sign of rotation here. And looking outside on our camera here, I don't see anything that is as worrisome, certainly, as what we saw earlier as that storm ramped up. But I'm going to go back and show you the storm that is still tornado warned as it moves from the northeastern part of Lonoke County over into White County. And that's where it will be moving. Looks like the rotation center just to the south of Beebe right now. If you're in that area, though, you've got, I think it's a broader area. The reds and the greens are farther apart than they were. They were very closely coupled earlier, Todd.
Yeah, let's go to meteorologist James Bryant. I think he has some new information. This storm is weakening some. Go ahead, Barry. I'm sorry, James. Go ahead.
Hey, okay, guys, I'm in Jacksonville. This is where we had the tornado crossover 67. 67, part of it was shut down. Does look like it's moving a little bit, but I just want to show you Hickenbotham Field. This is just the first place we stopped, and I just want to show you the damage is fairly widespread. This is just off the Redmond Road exit, and just past the Redmond Road exit, the traffic is stopped on the eastbound roads that are going east of Jacksonville. There's a lot of trees down. There's metal wrapped around buildings, and there's heavy damage here just at this one location where we just happened to stop. There's more rain and storms coming, so we're about to move so we don't get struck by lightning. We're going to backtrack the damage path as a strong tornado moved through Little Rock, North Little Rock, and Jacksonville. And this is, nobody was hurt right here, and I only hope that's the case as we look back towards the west and southwest. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, I think we also have, do we have another live shot that we need to go to, Kristen? Is this West Little Rock? What do we have here? Another live shot? Okay, this is Rodney Parra. Oh, my goodness. All right, Barry, help me out. I'm trying to see what we're looking at here.
It's hard sometimes to get...
okay, that's Colony West, the shopping center.
Okay, that's
on the
the
left.
shopping center, but looking out then to the northeast.
The subdivision Colony West, and that's going into Sturbridge, the Sturbridge Pool.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, let's see what those homes. That's horrible damage. That is, I can't put a number on it, but I'm going to tell you at least an EF3, right around there. Just looking at that one picture, we can't do that, but
it's just horrible, is what it is. The EF number means nothing right now.
What matters now is that everybody just stays away and let people get over there and respond.
They have issued a new tornado warning now for that storm that has come through, a little more southern track.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And it is just on the north side. It looks like up along I-40. If we can get our Regions camera again, and I'm gonna move it just a little to the west. It looks like straight north of downtown, perhaps. Well, it may already be to the northeast there. There's another area of rotation up around where the I-30, I-40 split and moving up through the Lakewood area. And they've issued another tornado warning for that. And there it is right there. So this is I-30, this is I-40, and here is the trailing, and it's going to be south of there by only 2 to 3 miles of where it was earlier. And this storm has the National Weather Service, I'm trying to see what they're saying about it, moving off to the northeast, and it has the possibility of producing a tornado, not confirmed. They've issued again McAlmont or near Sherwood, and those are the signals going off on our phone that you hear in the background there. There also have been storms in Camden Village. There is at least one house destroyed in Camden Village. But this is the next one, and it's moving up through the Lakewood area. So a little south, Sherwood, Lakewood subdivision, this is the area that will be affected by this storm. It's the trailing edge right here. And like we said, we're not done with these storms today. Any storm that is on the south edge of this whole complex is getting warm, moist air. It's not rain-cooled anymore. And yet another tornado warning for the Little Rock area.
Barry, I'm taking the camera, pointing it over there towards the airport. Is that where this is?
I think, no, go north north of that. Go left of that, right there.
Yeah.
I think it's that storm right there.
That's the reason why they put the tornado warning.
Yeah, new tornado warning, velocity.
It's embedded.
Yeah, it's embedded in rain.
Yep.
There could be a little, I don't know, there could be a little debris dropout even with that one.
Yeah, there's Oh, gosh.
It could just be a radar dropout on there, but this is capable, folks. If you're in that East McCain Boulevard, around the I-40, I-30 split, Baptist Health, North Little Rock would be in that area.
New tornado warning.
To the north of I-40, Lakewood, and then points off to the east, East McCain Boulevard over there as this moves off to the east. And there is some rotation within that storm right there. A little bit harder to tell, but I'm going to go back to the radar. It's already moving very quickly now.
Tornado warning, new one here for, I think, White County. This includes BB and Augusta and McRae. There's a new tornado warning in effect for that area too. Again, that's the tornado warning here in the Little Rock metro area. That's the appendage that we're following right there. And I want James Bryant is in the potential path of this. It's going to go just to the south of Jacksonville or near Jacksonville. So again, that's in the potential path. Let me get up here a little bit. And it has that ominous hook signature to it here. And so again, that's the tornado warning storm. Furlough, Jacksonville, maybe as far south and east as Lone Oak. And we want you to stay in your tornado safe place now. But on radar, we don't see strong rotation, but that may be moments away and can be changing. Notice this as well, the new tornado warning, Barry. This is the storm that went through Little Rock. They did not issue a tornado emergency. They did not issue one saying there's a confirmed tornado. That's what you see in the purple. What you see in the red is what we typically see here in Arkansas. These tornado warnings where Doppler radar is indicating one, which means this storm at the moment has kind of calmed down a little bit, but it still can produce a tornado without much notice.
Todd, they're saying that we need to look at velocity scans that are way
higher
or pointing way up because it's so close to the radar site.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And I'm gonna go to that.
I'm gonna do that.
There's a signature. Yeah, out to the east with that storm.
I got it.
Yeah, can you show that? It's this storm. So whatever it looks like down at the surface, we're going to shoot the beam up because it's so close to the radar image or radar site right there. So if you're in that area, you need to get in a safe spot. This time to the right side, to the east side of 167. Todd.
This is the higher tilt. We've also getting a report now of one injury from Pulaski County Emergency Management of this. We just got a report of one injury. Let's hope it stops at that. This is a higher tilt that kind of shows us where that rotation might be located. Barry, is that exactly where it would be? Because I'm trying to look at maybe a little further along than that.
It's displaced from the. I think they're concentrating on other storms and.
I'm just looking at that right there, and then I'll compare it here to the velocities. And yeah, that would be it right there.
I think out east of 167, east of Sherwood. Yep. I think that's the area.
Yep. So that right there.
Yeah,
that
right out
hook
here.
Echo.
There's 161.
Yep.
Right along there. And so this will go, Todd, this will go not that far south, but some south of where the last one tracked. If there is a tornado being produced with this storm.
Yeah.
We'll continue to watch it. It is a new tornado warning here in the Little Rock and North Little Rock area. We are the rotation is long gone from here. That storm is long past, and now it's out to the east. It does not have the signature, perhaps, that the other one that went through and obviously did a lot of damage. Debris-wise, I don't see anything with this storm. But there is rotation within that storm. It is a supercell storm, and those little tails that we've talked about on these storms are troubling. And right down at the base, the point of that is the rotation center there. There's rain being pulled around that. And if it went through this area earlier, it would be this area with this storm as it moves off toward the east. I'm going to see what the National Weather Service says about this. Yeah, they've not said anything more about it. There's a lot of damage, folks, in West Little Rock and in the area of Kamek Village and Colony West, and then moving over into North Little Rock. And there's some more of the damage pictures that we're seeing, and it's just absolutely sickening.
Yeah, it is. It is sickening.
That is the Colony West area, though, looking from that parking lot there where the Kroger is.
That's Breckenridge Drive that heads north. And those homes there.
So obvious tornado damage and That's catastrophic damage. I mean, that
is.
is defoliate, no foliage on the trees, and trees sheared off, and so that makes you think it was a very, very strong tornado.
I'm sorry we paused, folks. We have friends and family who have been affected by this, that homes have been destroyed. And so if there's hesitation, we're trying to keep our composure too. But we still have a job in front of us, and that's what you see behind me. Jacksonville, there's that hook echo there. That other storm, the one that did come through Little Rock, and that's furlough. Let's hope that weakens. But Barry, that has unimpeded flow into it, and it could start to rotate vigorously at any point because there's nothing to the south of it, and it's moving into that environment that is ripe for tornadoes. So the Weather Service is getting out ahead of it, as they should. Now, with the storm that moved through the Little Rock metro area, there's Georgetown. This is the tornado warning. It is no longer a tornado emergency, but there's a radar indicated tornado, and it looks like it's very disorganized right now. Griffithville, there's West Point, Higginson, McRae. If there's a tornado, it's just south of Griffithville, heading towards Georgetown. So Georgetown and White County, the far southeastern portion of White County, please go ahead and take your tornado precautions right now. It could ramp up in intensity, and there's a new scan that just came in, and it does not look as intense as what it just did a little while ago, a few minutes ago, a half an hour ago, when it came through the Little Rock metro area. But this is heading towards Georgetown. Please take your tornado precautions immediately. Just do it, even though the rotation is not quite as strong as it was. Let's go back into the Little Rock metro area. In Little Rock, I'm going to look at the radar here and see if we can sound the all clear, especially for those that are involved in the cleanup efforts and rescue efforts ongoing. So Jacksonville, I don't see anything conclusive here, and we're very close to the radar. There's the radar, there's Sherwood, and I know we need to probably look up a little bit higher, but I think the storm is getting further away from the radar so that we should get a good sampling of this. So right now, the structure of this thunderstorm is very, very powerful. It's a supercell thunderstorm, and when it has this look in this environment, one can form rapidly. We saw what it did in Little Rock. It went from barely anything to a monster tornado just like that. That's what could happen. Not saying that's going to happen, but that's what could happen. Little Rock is no longer in the tornado warned area. Little Rock right now no longer in the tornado warned area, but it's eastern Pulaski County. This is the Lonoke County line, Pulaski County, Jacksonville, Furlough. That's I-40. It's just to the north of I-40 and getting ready to cross over Highway 5, that potential tornado. So that's the other one. Again, these are the two supercells. We still have some rain to go in the Little Rock metro area, but Barry, I think the severe weather threat in the immediate metro may be winding down now. So that's at least some good news, but still some lingering rain. So two areas. This one, if you had to rank them, this one is the less aggressive storm, least strongest, and this one is potentially getting going because it's entering into an atmosphere very favorable. This is why the PDS Tornado Watch was issued today, for particularly dangerous situations, for violent tornadoes. And that's exactly what we had, a violent tornado come through the Little Rock metro area, and it has a history of producing damage, and it could tap into more energy, produce another tornado at any moment, these two storms. And we will not feel like we're in the all clear until these storms get completely out of the Channel 7 viewing area.
Right, we're going to be watching those.
I have more video. More video of the tornado and storytelling.
Yeah.
This is
from our friend Joe Klein, and he was taking this from the clubhouse at Pleasant Valley. And man, you do not want to see that. That is a large tornado, folks, and it went south of the Pleasant Valley neighborhoods there, but it emerged out to where Rodney Parham and I-430 come together.
It's a gut punch, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, and you never want it to hit, and you never want it to hit, especially in a populated area, and it has. And so this is what we're looking at right now. We're going to continue to watch these storms, but obviously that is a very large tornado that has done considerable damage right here in Little Rock.
Do we have live pictures?
All right, let's. I don't know if we do, but if we do, let me know. Let's go back to the storms that are here and out to the east of Jacksonville. There is that rotating area as it moves. Will continue to move up Highway 5 or across Highway 5 corridor north of Furlough, and this will be just the tail end of this storm, which is certainly capable of producing a tornado. In most days, I would say, oh, yeah, there very well could be some, but a day like today, I think for sure there could be velocity product on that. Probably not as strong as it was, but that is an area that we're going to be continue to watch. It's not very far from the radar site, so we should be able to be seeing something, but there's inflow back to the radar site right there. So it would be very near the Furlough area, I would say, with this tornado warning. Given the atmosphere that we have today, any of these storms could cycle down and then they could cycle back up. As this cell came into the Little Rock area, we were saying, wow, this doesn't look like it had the rotation that it had earlier around Hot Springs. And then all of a sudden it ramped up into that monster tornado that we saw come into our area there. So up around Georgetown right now, Augusta, eventually over to around McCrory. This is still an area of concern. That's tornado warning. Augusta, you are technically in the tornado warning. Off to the east now of 67 corridor and to the south of the Cabot area, that is that area of rotation. And if you look at where the last one tracked, it was just about 2 to 3, maybe 4 or 5 miles north of where this one is tracking. I'm not saying that there's a tornado on the ground with that, but that is a supercell. And again, they can have a tighter rotation, producing a tornado, and they can relax some too during their lifespan. The air out in advance of it is just warm and moist. It's just fuel feeding into this storm. And so that's why you see, and I'm going to back out on this just a little bit, but go to your safe spot if you're in that area southeast of Cabot. This is the south side of this boundary that has gotten really, really active. So all this air down here is very, very unstable. You're starting to see some storms come out of southwest Arkansas. You may see others just on the south side of this start to form. This is one of those days that unfortunately will go down in weather history in Arkansas because all the ingredients come together. We don't get this very often. We don't get large tornadoes very often here. We get frequent tornadoes that are usually smaller. But today, although there are just a few storms out there, I think these could be both large and long track. That storm started way out here in northern Pike County. So it has possibly been producing a tornado for a good bit of that, maybe not in some instances, but it's the same exact storm. We saw one not too many months ago, the ones that were up in Kentucky, and it was about a year ago. It started here in Little Rock. The supercell formed in Little Rock. We didn't have a tornado here, but it went all the way up to about Louisville, Kentucky. Same storm. And these are the storms that can be long tracked like that. There are other storms up into the northwestern part of the state. I will have to watch those as well. The wind field is still not great, but these are back behind this most unstable air mass. And so we're really going to watch this area out in east central Arkansas and keep a close watch on it. But for right now, the 2 tornado warned storms, we'll zoom into them. It's north of Furlough, and this is Graham Road right here. And this is Highway 89, and that is the circulation center. See that right there? That's it. It continues to move off to the northeast toward Mount Tabor. And so I'm just going to zoom into that area right there. There's Furlough, and it will continue to move off to the northeast. And if it is producing a tornado, we hope it's not, but you need to be in a safe spot, and let's assume that it is. On days like today, it's not going to be there very long. You saw, we tracked the storm that moved across the Little Rock area. It took that long to go through. We saw it. It was doing damage. Then it was just north of our station here, and then it was in North Little Rock and gone. Imagine a car driving at 50 or 60 miles an hour. It goes very, very quickly. And then on up to the northeast, Griffithville over to Georgetown, trying to look at the velocity within this storm. There is still some outbound wind, excuse me, near Georgetown there, but a very broad circulation. But I would say that area along Highway 36 near Georgetown would be the area. If there is something, that's where that tornado would be.
Barry, I think that storm up there northeast, getting out of here, I just see things kind of calming down a little bit. I'm working on getting a phoner with somebody who's been affected in West Little Rock to tell us exactly how it all unfolded, that hard-hit area in the Colony West Sturbridge subdivision. But the storm up there in Georgetown, the structure, as you've been saying, just does not look as intense as it did. But the one south of that, I think, is the one that could easily get going. And the tornado warning, we'll see if that gets extended. I have not been able to see what the National Weather Service has been saying about this, but do you have any?
There's.
I want to let everybody know in the control room, we may have a gentleman call in here any moment, and that phone number that you provided me for Brett, let me know when he calls in, and we'll put him on the air and get that live shot ready, please.
UAMS, this is according to Brett Crossan, United States Air Force, UAMS operating at level 3 mass casualty.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Standard procedure.
I don't know what that means, but obviously there have been injuries. But hopefully they are few, and that's just where they're going. I don't know what that is. We'll have to confirm right now. But when several injuries start coming in, I know that the hospitals here do ramp up their capability. We will continue to watch the storm out to the east of Jacksonville. There's no longer a tornado warning in Pulaski County. It has moved up into that area out to the east of Jacksonville, north of Furlough, and it does not look like it did. That is still the parent supercell, that secondary supercell, but it doesn't look like it did. And even the one that went through here doesn't look like it did. But look at this. There is still some tight rotation there out to the west of Georgetown on Jones Island Road. So it's approaching the White River Valley right here. And if anything, that may look a little more worrisome than it did only a couple of scans ago. So these storms are going to continue, I think, to ramp up and ramp down. It's a little farther away from the radar site than it was, but you can see kind of the trailing edge there, and perhaps a little dropout in reflectivity where there could be some rotation there. Along Highway 36, if you're in that area around Georgetown, please go to the safe spot in your wherever you live, down in the lowest floor, the most interior part.
All right.
Todd, do you have something?
Yeah, I think that we should have that guy calling on the phone, guys. Let me know when he's there, and if we can get that live shot up from West Little Rock, because we have an interview with somebody who went through the tornado. And let me know when he's on the phone. His name is Steve King, and he should be calling here. And let me know in my ear if you have him. And if do we have that West Little Rock live shot? Okay, we'll continue to follow this one severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, well, please let me know when that happens and see if we get that live shot up and going again. Do we have a video of that tornado? We did show that a little while ago. We haven't shown that, Alicia. We continue to track this west of Georgetown, too, by the way. That's the one south of it there, east of Jacksonville. But that video on Storyteller of the tornado as it moved through West Little Rock, it was obviously, it sounds redundant, violent tornado. But this was this is going to be on the upper end of the EF scale, most likely. A lot of damage. We do have one confirmed injury. I hope and pray it stays at only that, but I'm afraid that we're going to get some pretty bad news at some point. I hope that doesn't happen, but this has been a devastating day for the Little Rock metro area, and I know many of you have seen this happen to your community, and we have grieved with you, and when your community hits, and now where we live has been hit with that. New tornado warning has been issued. So that new tornado warning, again, and the velocities with this one has not been all that strong, but the velocities, at any moment, we could see this put down a tornado. And it could be trying to ramp up again. It could, just to the east of Jacksonville. So this is a new tornado warning. Waddensaw, Mount Tabor, somewhere in this general area, when you get a better idea exactly where when you look at the reflectivity. It's in this area that a hook is a little evident structurally on the reflectivity here with the rain. Yeah, it looks like something could be developing, and they're trying to get out ahead of this. Not because the velocities, you're not saying, okay, the velocities are so that we're strong enough we're going to issue a tornado warning. No. What they're doing is they're saying this is moving into an environment where this could easily spin up a tornado just like that and put down a large tornado. And that's why they're getting out ahead of this. So Jacksonville cleared from that one storm, and it's moving off towards the east. A lot of farmland, hopefully not a lot of homes, but I want Des Arc. That's one of the communities. Des Arc, that's one of the communities that could be impacted by this. And that tornado warning continues there up in White County and portions of Woodruff County. But this one continues here. Looks like it is just north of Interstate 40 and north of Carlisle. This is going to go just to the north of Carlisle. That's the hook right there. Heavy rain, maybe some hail with this along Highway 31, moving towards the east at about, probably 50 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour. And I can do a storm track. Hickory Plains is another place. It's going to pass just towards the south of that. But Barry, I think the track on this is what, about 50 maybe?
Yeah.
So
yeah, about 50 miles per hour has been.
Des Arc, if it holds together, about 358. Bisco at about 404. Brinkley at 417. And Goodwin at about 459. A lot of those are outside of the warning polygon, which shows you how sparsely populated that area is. But there are people there, and I know you're watching us. Get down. Seek shelter. This is a very serious situation, as you have seen here. And our goal throughout today is to minimize the loss of life, the loss of or people getting injured. And there could spin up a tornado at any point. And I think that if there is one, again, we showed you that hook, and I continue to watch the velocities with this. And around Mount Tabor, that's the area that does not have strong rotation. But if it does develop, that's exactly where it would be at this moment. Moving off towards the east at about 50 miles per hour. Anything else? I'm just getting flooded with pictures, as you are too, Barry.
Yeah,
of the
and
amount of devastation.
I'm just hearing from Steve Sullivan, Breckenridge Street, Breckenridge Road out in West Little Rock is blocked by a large tree, and there are several homes with extensive damage. Was hit pretty bad. His house out in that neighborhood, he says they're fine. And then just some other things coming in, but yeah, this has been a very large storm. Tail end of this storm, that's where we're looking out to the east of Red Oak now as it moves toward Highway 13, which goes all the way down to I-40 and beyond. And that is the area that we're really concerned about now. And I'll just give you a point of reference for you folks that are out in that area. As Todd was talking about, it's well north of Carlisle right now. It's the tail end of that storm. That's the rotation part of the storm. That is the kind of the core of rain and possibly some hail with that as it moves off to the northeast. But this bottom part of it moving a little more east-northeast rather than northeast, as tornado-producing storms or supercells do sometimes when they're producing tornadoes. And we continue to watch this area out there. A lot of video coming in. The damage is going to be extensive up into White County. I believe they have let that tornado warning expire. North Little Rock, on Oak Ridge, we're hearing of houses that were destroyed.
Here's another point here from a friend of mine. Corner of Ethan Allen Drive and Green Mountain, gas leaks. That's another thing to consider too. There are going to be gas leaks.
And power lines down.
Mm-hmm. Very dangerous in the aftermath with this. So they just put in a severe thunderstorm warning. I just noticed that, Barry. So that at least, it looks like they may be issuing that instead of tornado warnings, possibly.
Yeah, it's possible.
And
right.
I would hope so. That one tornado warning is no longer in effect. Towards the north, up towards Georgetown. We still have two. It's really one because one replaces the other. And so that's the only storm we're looking at. But again, in the Little Rock metro area, I'm going to say this again, and you hate to hear this, but there's another area of thunderstorms coming right at us, especially Conway, Maumelle, maybe even the Little Rock. It's moving more northeasterly. They are not severe, and I don't think they're going to produce a tornado, Barry. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is moving in where the air has been probably turned up a little bit. It's a little bit more stable in this area. I think the tornado threat is now obviously where those leading edge of those storms are located. We also have tornado warnings coming up now in southwest Arkansas that we have to keep an eye on too. That's Hempstead County. That's not in our viewing area, but possible tornadoes there. This is going to be a long evening, I think, for the next 3 or 4 hours for southern and southeastern Arkansas, Barry.
Yeah, those are areas, south central Arkansas, where there's been no rainfall as of yet, but there is far southwest Arkansas. Those are the kind of storms that are kind of out by themselves that we're going to have to keep a close watch on. And yeah, this whole area then in south and eastern Arkansas, until this energy that is moving through this area, until it exits, and I still don't think this will last all night long at all, but we're talking about, I would say, Todd, wouldn't you say around the next 3 hours or so?
I do.
3 to 3.5 hours. And I think then the energy field that's really producing this, I think, will start to relax for us.
It will go off towards the north. So I think what you're going to see are these thunderstorms that will have severe thunderstorm warnings on them and not tornado warnings. But I still think we're hours away from that happening. Getting new video in here that I hope Alicia Dover can get from John
This is a live
Starling.
shot on our RDOT camera, iDrive Arkansas camera on I-430 is still blocked.
Yeah.
So don't go to I-430. You can see traffic moving on Rodney Parham there very slowly as well.
Okay. Nobody's answering the phone in the control booth when that guy's calling that number. If somebody could watch, I'm going to ask him to call again. But I know there's a lot going on back there. You guys have been an important part of this. But I just want to let you know that phone saying nobody's answering, he hopefully will answer. I'm going to put that video on Twitter here in just a second, but that's where you can get it. But now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, which includes northern Clark County, southern areas of Pike County, and a new severe thunderstorm warning, northern areas of Saline County, far western Pulaski County, into southeastern areas of Perry County, moving into southern Faulkner County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for hail and wind. We'll watch for the tornado threat. Tornado watch is still in effect. But Barry, this storm here, do you have any new information on that? I'm going to get this video uploaded. It's a pretty incredible video of that tornado. And guys, let us know when Steve calls in.
Yeah, you're talking about the storm out north of Hot Springs right now?
The one north of Carlisle.
Okay, yeah,
hopefully
that's the tornado
dying
warning
out.
storm,
Yeah,
right.
And that's the only one in our viewing area right now that does have a tornado warning on it.
There are other storms out to the southwest, and I am going to concentrate on that one as it approaches Des Arc. So Des Arc, you're over here, you're not technically in the tornado warning, but this is the south side, or this is the tornado warning, so coming right up through the middle of it, it would be in Des Arc in not very long time. We're talking a distance of maybe 12 miles, so it's about 12, 13 minutes away if this is producing a tornado. This is the storm that, kind of the secondary storm that then moved through the Little Rock Metro, kind of built as it came through, and it became the predominant rotating one. The one that came through the Little Rock area is on up now around Augusta, but it's not tornado warned at all. So this is the one that's just kind of one row south of that in this area that has not had rainfall, and it will be moving through Des Arc. So there's a severe thunderstorm warning on it, but there's also the tornado warning, and that's for the rotating part of the storm down to the south. Out to the west, still watching another storm to the west of Little Rock. It's severe thunderstorm warned. The tail end of this storm that's now near Fountain Lake is trying to rotate. I don't see any rotation on it of note yet.
No.
But folks, we're going to have to watch storms like that.
That's an area, though, where that tornado-warned storm and that tornado went over, Barry. So
yeah.
hopefully
this is a cooled area. It's trying to grow vertically, but hopefully, since it is exactly where the one that hit Little Rock went, the air is very, very cooled in that area. But these storms in southwest Arkansas have not had that same thing happen with the rain cooling the atmosphere. Again, we have another tornado-warned storm. It's well down into southwest Arkansas, but we'll watch it as it moves toward our area. The tornado-warned storm, though, is still the one that is north of Carlisle. That's Highway 13, and the rotation is moving right across it. So Hickory Plains, you're kind of to the north of the circulation center, pouring rain there, plenty of wind. The circulation center is right there, and it will move on over off to the east, and that would be the one that would eventually move over toward Des Arc. I'm going to look at the velocity on that. It is rather broad, but it is still, you can see the mesocyclone, the larger area that is rotating, and then we look for smaller area of rotation that is within that. You see the base of the cloud, you see one part of it lower down. That's where the tornadoes come from. And you'll see tons of video of the tornado that went through Little Rock, but I'm seeing pictures of it, and this was a very, very large tornado. And it shows that lowering, that wall cloud, and then it shows the tornado coming down there.
Yeah. Barry, again, the tornado warning, as you said, we've been tracking that one. The structure that we see with the reflectivity is pretty incredible. Are we starting to see something maybe get its act together? You see these greens and these reds.
Yeah, I know. It has
concerning.
looked like that for a while. That's why I say in Desark you need to be taking shelter.
Yeah, Desark, you're not officially in that tornado warned storm, but I'm going to, as we told you, we were warning Little Rock when this storm was in Hot Springs that this was going to come through the metro. There was nothing to stop it. The same applies for Desark. A new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. As you saw that yellow box pop in, but there's also that red polygon for the tornado warning. I'm not saying there's a tornado, Desark, but what I am saying is that it could happen very quickly without much notice. That's why the warning is in place to give you that notice. It's not happening most likely right now, but it could develop very quickly. These things have a habit of developing between scans. We're getting scans every 60 seconds. That's how fast it develops. So Desark, here it is at 3:42. Maybe buses are out. Everybody needs to hold tight right now until this storm passes. Continue to watch the Little Rock metro area. The thunderstorms are moving through. The tornado threat is there even for Little Rock, but it's not as high as it was earlier, obviously, where we had that tornado. Want to watch the area too near just north of Hazen, I believe. Just looking at some of the Sand Hill, another place there along that path of the severe thunderstorm. There's the velocities. I'm just looking here. Barry, it has that look on the reflectivity.
Out west of Desark, yeah, it really does.
And that you see it's rain-free. It's not even raining in Desark, but you hear it, you see it just to the north of town. That's
become the predominant supercell.
Yeah.
That is not the one that went through Little Rock. That is on up to the northeast and is not warned anymore. We do have our meteorologist, James Bryant, who has been kind of first on the scene with the damage that as it moved across 67 toward Jacksonville. Now you're in North Little Rock. James, are you there?
Let me tell you, as a North Little Rock native who grew up here, this is hard to see. Now, we had the North Little Rock tornado in 2008 that followed a similar path right up towards the North Little Rock airport. But I'm just going to start right behind me, and we're just going to show everything. So this is off Military Drive. You're looking back into Burns Park. We're at Military Drive and Parkway, right where Cozy's Shaved Ice is. And the damage is extensive. Now, there are houses still standing right here, and that is a good sign. But I think further back in there, we will find damage that is worse to some of those houses back in there. Obviously, there's power lines down. North Little Rock police have closed Military Drive. MIMS is on scene, and I think there are some reports of some injuries from back in there, but there's major damage to some houses. There's some large trees down back there. The smell of natural gas is strong, and actually, if you can look down this rail line, Charles, there's debris all over the rail. Now, there is some heavy equipment down here that is beginning to move some stuff. I think Union Pacific has already begun the process of clearing off their train tracks here. And then, Charles, if we can just look straight back this way, we can kind of get a glimpse of the North Little Rock Police Department, the North Little Rock Fire Department working there at that gas station. The tornado did continue up that direction, and the damage is heavy. Large trees are down all along its path. And we can really just take a 360 and look because there's damage everywhere. And I just want you to look right here at the train crossing. There's water. There's not water. There's a wire wrapped around it. And I'm looking back towards Military Drive. I think this was a fairly strong tornado as it crossed I-40. It would have crossed I-40. And I really hope that we did not experience any loss of life because the property damage is bad. I have gotten I have gotten pictures from Cary Road in North Little Rock. The damage there is extensive to some houses on Cary Road. That's off of JFK. I've seen pictures from West Little Rock, Rodney Parham. I-430 is still shut down. The tornado was, we got a lot of pictures of it from the West Little Rock area. I saw the tornado from the McCain Mall area in North Little Rock, looking off towards the northwest. It became wrapped in rain as it went through Jacksonville. Very difficult to see, but I have video of that too, as it crossed the freeway and hit Hickenbotham Field in the Jacksonville area, and there was a large emergency response underway when we left there. Again, I'm just going to let Charles kind of let the images do the talking. I want to show you the power pole over here, where there's sheet metal wrapped around the bottom of the power poles. Definitely a violent tornado, or maybe not violent, but very strong tornado that moved through right here. Again, this is Military Drive in North Little Rock at Parkway, and North Little Rock Police have closed Military Drive back into Burns Park. MIMS and the fire department are on scene. And Charles, again, let's just take another zoom way back in there, because that's where the worst damage is. With the extensive tree damage. I think if you wanted to find a good sign here, there's a lot of houses I'm looking at here that are still standing, heavily damaged but still standing, so it's survivable if you were inside the house. Lots of big trees are down and sheared off at the tops, but I'm not seeing debarked trees or anything like that, so that's some good news. It's going to take a while to clean this up. This tornado began in West Little Rock, moved right through North Little Rock, came very close to the North Little Rock Airport, and then also went down to the Jacksonville area before it hopefully began to lift. But we're going to continue to kind of scout this area for damage. Again, North Little Rock native, I grew up here. I've been here since I was 2 years old. I did see up close the damage that we had in 2008. If you remember the North Little Rock EF2 that hit the airport, I mean, you really hate to see this, especially coming from someone who's been here a long time. So, guys, we're going to continue to update you out here. I can confirm some injuries occurred back in this subdivision right here. I'm hoping that we don't hear of any deaths. That's what I'm really hoping for.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
I'll send it back to you. We'll continue to look over things out here.
All right. James, thanks. That is it's terrible. And west of Desark right now, this storm is ramping up. It's really wrapping around. If you're in Desark, please take cover. If you're anywhere along the highway, Highway 11 there, please take cover with this storm. I think it has gotten remarkably more powerful, and the velocity signature on it now is way stronger than it was. Outbound winds really wrapping up, and some inbound there in a very small area. So Desark and points just to the north, I would say, even though you're not technically in the tornado warning, be warned, and everything out to the west of Desark. This is a tornado-warned storm. I'm sure this will be extended and will take in Desark. So go ahead and make plans to get into your tornado-safe spot.
It's happening again.
Yeah.
I'm afraid it's ramping up again.
Yeah.
Desark, you're not under an official tornado warning. You're going to see that pop up, new tornado warning, and you're going to be in it. So get ahead of it. Go to the interior of your home or your business, put as many walls, again, between you and the outside. This has the potential to develop and produce a violent tornado. And when you see the velocities come together, that is a classic-looking supercell. I find it very hard to believe that this won't produce something at some point.
Yeah.
It's not even raining in Desark. The storm is mainly towards your north, the high winds, the hail, but this is it right here. I mean, that is a very strong, there's the new tornado warning. Told you that would get issued.
Very high potential now.
It is. And so if you know anybody in Desark, please call them, text them. If you have friends or family, any distant connection to anybody in Desark or any of the surrounding communities. I'm just saying Desark because that's the most populated area on this map, but I know there are other towns in here, small communities. Let them know that a tornado is developing and heading towards them. You have seen what it has done in Little Rock, and I pray it doesn't happen to you, but this has got a very bad sign to it, a very bad look. It looks like Desark is going to be hit definitely by a thunderstorm. High winds, yes. Whether it's high winds or a tornado, it can do damage. So take your tornado precautions now. Do we have a rate of speed on that, Barry? I'm going to do a storm track on that to see how far out it is.
I'll check it.
All right, I'm gonna probably have to back out because it's moving almost due east. So that's another thing. It's
60 miles per hour.
That's incredibly fast. And I hope I can catch that with the radar or the cone here. But yeah, I can. So here we are at 60 miles per hour. That puts it in Des Arc. It's 351 right now. So Des Arc 358, Cotton Plant at 412, Goodwin at 425, Forest City outside of the Polygon area. A lot of these communities are because it's outside of, it's moving so rapidly at 438, Widener at about 444. So Des Arc 358. That's an estimation because they speed up, slow down, they move, they zigzag, they zag. So if you got about 5 minutes, Des Arc. I want you to get to your interior of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside. Let's get an exact fix as to where this could be located. Let's look at the radar. I think if there's a tornado, this is where it's going to be located, right? Barry, correct me if you think somewhere else, but I'm having problems getting the radar to zoom in. But I think right here, south of Highway 38.
Yes, that's exactly where it is.
That's the area. That's West Bell Road. There's Childers. That's the developing tornado right in there. And Des Arc, it's less than 5 minutes away. But this is developing. You see a lot of wind here. The radar is in North Little Rock, so you see a lot of air, outbound winds, and then you're going to start to see it wrap in like this. And you're going to get that counterclockwise circulation, the mesocyclone, and then the tornado, if there is one. So again, our concern now shifts into eastern Arkansas. This is a particularly dangerous situation this afternoon, and that's, I think, the only tornado warning in our viewing area. Let me back out and make sure. Yes, it is the only tornado warning in our viewing area. So we're going to stay on for you. And if anybody knows somebody there, now is the time to take their tornado precautions. All right.
Hopefully we'll see that velocity, that rotation start to die some, but it hasn't as of yet. We're going to be showing some more, and Todd, I'm going to send you some video, and maybe we can pull it up. But I would say about 3/4 of a mile just up the road on Rebsamen Park Road here, there is extensive damage. We saw that tornado move just to the north of our station here, and we're gonna, yeah, this is, yeah, if we could take Storyteller, this is Breckenridge Road in West Little Rock. And our own Steve Sullivan is out videoing and showing the damage there, but you can see how extensive it is. Roofs ripped off, a lot of debris.
There's Baptist in the background, just to give you a reference.
Yeah, so he's looking off to the southwest there. But it's just
we have Desmond.
Terrible.
Desmond's live right now out in Rodney Parham.
Okay.
Desmond, where are you and what do you see right now?
Todd, I'm actually right on the side of Kroger off of Rodney Parham, and as you can see behind me, I'm going to step out the way. This is a neighborhood directly behind the Kroger off of Rodney Parham. You can see there's a lot of damage. There's trees that have been falling down. There's a couple homes that are just extremely destroyed. There is just a lot of damage everywhere. There are Little Rock Police is on the scene. Little Rock Fire Police is on the scene. You also have the state troopers that are also on the scene. There's a lot of first responders that are out here just trying to make sure that people are okay. You have people with chainsaws just trying to make sure to see if there's anyone under that debris. We don't have any confirmation as of any damage, if anyone is hurt at this particular time. Again, this is a very active scene. We will bring you more whenever it becomes available. Back to you.
Desmond, thank you very much for that. Again, heartbreaking scenes of what's happening right now. We're also told that the police department has closed a lot of the access into that area. A lot of bad things are happening right now, gas leaks and things like that. It's a very dangerous scene. Des Arc, Barry, the newest scans on this in Des Arc, yeah, it doesn't look quite as organized.
No,
maybe.
but if you're in Des Arc, I'd say
Stay
go ahead.
sheltered. Oh, gosh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's lifting just to the north of town. And I have meteorologist Brett Adair. He just asked me, Des Arc in your area. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to try to pull up his live shot. I think he's on the storm, so I think we're going to be able to get there. Is that Brett? Okay. I just told him it is. And so you're looking at I-40. So I just want everybody in Des Arc to know we are watching this storm with meteorologist Brett Adair and our partners at Live Storms Media, who brought you that, he says, full res tornado video is up. Barry, I think that's on Storm Scan. I'll download that on
Okay,
Storm Scan.
go ahead and do that. And we have our James Bryant, also our meteorologist in North Little Rock, who just showed us damage pictures. He's got someone there, I think, to talk to. James?
New tornado warning, Clark
Again,
County.
I'm off of Military Drive, and I want to talk to a family. These are 3 brothers. Guys, what are y'all's names?
Dustin.
Robert.
Robert.
Madre.
Madre. All right, these three boys were in this house, this white house back over here by this white truck, and I want them to tell you, guys, how did you get through this tornado? I want to just tell us what you saw.
Well, I was in the living room. We was all doing something, and then we heard the wind. And then our dad, he immediately woke up from his nap and told us to go to the bathroom quick. And then we came out the bathroom and we saw that our whole house was destroyed.
And it was like broken down, like the bricks had fall off, the window like crashed through, like stuff like that.
And you guys were in the bathroom, correct? Correct. Was it the middle of the house?
It was in the middle of the house.
Yeah, that's why our biggest piece of advice is to go to the middle of the house. Bathrooms are often best. Charles, I just want to pan, and I want to show the scene. Guys, thank you for talking to us. Military Drive, really, as far as you can see right now, there's significant damage, and there's a row of houses here with a lot of damage, and it's these big trees right here that have really caused most of the damage. These trees are uprooted. Charles, if you can pan and look towards the McDonald's and the Valero, we can see the tops of those trees that are sheared off. And there's a big emergency response underway over there by that Valero and by that McDonald's. You can see the heavy equipment here. They're trying to clear roads as best they can. That's the North Little Rock Fire Department and Police Department and MIMS are all right here. But this is a pretty long track tornado that began in West Little Rock and came all the way through North Little Rock. Again, you just heard from 3 boys. They got through this in the middle of their house in the bathroom, and I hope we hear more stories like this. And I hope we don't hear about any injuries or anything worse.
Right.
So, guys, we're going to keep walking around Military Drive. Significant damage here in this part of North Little Rock. Back to you.
All right, James, thank you so much. New tornado warning has been issued. Boy, that's powerful stuff there. I'm so glad those guys are okay. New tornado warning issued for Clark County. The storm is not in Clark County yet, but it is back to the southwest, and this is a supercell that will be moving in to Clark County, coming up and across the southeastern part of Pike County as well. But that is a new tornado warned storm. Getting video now in of the tornado as it went through West Little Rock, and Todd has that.
Yeah, if we can go to Storm Scan, as we look at these cells, again, still in that severe weather. This is from our live story. If we can get Brett's name up there, by the way, I don't know if we can. I don't think it's all that important right now. But this is the tornado moving in. There's West Little Rock. That's where the old Kmart used to be located. It's a doctor's office now. 10 Fitness, that's as it came over the hill, and he told us on the air, saw it, touched down, and confirmed it to us. And there you see the 10 Fitness. He's on Rodney Parham there. This is earlier. I want to make sure I'm clear on this. This is not right now. This is pre-recorded. That's as he's going across. He's right there. He's in the direct path of the tornado that went right through there. There's the Olive Garden. He got onto I-430 South, and he's also got video damage, I think, on the end of this video. We'll just stay with this. Clark County, we're following that potential tornado coming at you, but from the southwest. But he's also got video that we're going to be looking at. Brett and his partners, the damage after the tornado has passed there in West Little Rock, a significant one. And I also think that we're going to have some video from Alicia Dover on story. I don't know if we ever showed that earlier, but there's the damage of an overturned car. I know that's at Rodney Parham. That's Colony West. That's a shopping center there with all those shops, and to the left is Kroger. Right there is Kroger, and there's a bank that is separated from there off on the left, separated from the shopping center, which is in the parking lot. So again, this is the destructive tornado from meteorologist Brett Adair, Live Storms Media, as it came into the Little Rock area that we followed with him and our live cameras. Now, that video, do you have that? We had the Embassy Suites in the background in West Little Rock. Here's video on Storyteller that we have. What is this, Alicia?
West Little Rock.
This is
West
more
Little
West
Rock.
Little Rock damage. Not quite sure where this is located, but it is, of course, tornado damage. Yeah, the one that, because it's a good marker.
That's Cantrell Road there.
Yep.
That's Purple Cow on Cantrell Road.
Yeah, that's Purple Cow, Foxcroft. You mentioned that on the air.
Yeah, Foxcroft, and that
area.
was right where the rotation was, and
Reservoir. That makes sense because that's what came up out of Colony West and Sturbridge and moved up over Cantrell towards Camac Village. Right. That makes complete sense. And I think she's going to also bring up the video. Again, a lot of access to this is down. You can't get into these areas anymore, thank goodness.
As we do this, north of Des Arc, you are still, let's take this really quick. North of Des Arc, this is still a possible tornado-producing thunderstorm. As it moves off to the north, probably north of Cotton Plant, but this is a tornado warning. So Cotton Plant, I want you to keep an eye on this storm, and all just the circulation center maybe just barely north of Des Arc and moving off to the east there. The severe thunderstorm warning part of it has been kind of extended northward, but that the rotating part is what we're talking about. And so between Des Arc and Cotton Plant and just to the north of Highway 38 there, and that still looks like, Todd, to me, that there could be a tornado within that. Please get into the lowest floor of your home as this moves past the White River and moves off onto the to the northeast. So we're going to continue to watch that storm as it moves east.
Yeah, and the velocities on that barrier are very scary now. We're starting to see that gate to gate there.
Yeah, so south of Georgetown, northeast of Des Arc.
So Des Arc, I think, is almost in the clear with this. Here's the video from Alicia that West Little Rock, and this is, I believe, Chenal at some point. I'm not sure because I saw the Embassy Suites in this video at some point. Is that okay? That's from where the butcher shop is located, looking off towards. I'm trying to get my bearings right with that. That's Chenal Parkway right there. Yep, there's the Embassy Suites. And so there it is moving away. And the tornadoes that moved through West Little Rock as we tracked it. Again, that's video from earlier. That same storm is now moving into northeastern Arkansas as, again, we're still cleaning up. A lot of people are not even allowed into these tornado hit areas as they're still making sure everybody is accounted for. All right, Live Doppler Network. Again, following this one tornado-warned storm. The latest scan, I see a lot of disorganization with this. Thank goodness, when I look at the velocities, it's hard to pinpoint anywhere, but so you got to look at the velocity or the reflectivity, and that is where there would be a tornado. North of Sand Hill, there's Des Arc, Daggett, Howe. It's moving in that location. Will be crossing over Highway 33, that potential tornado. Notice it's a red polygon and not a purple one. It's a tornado warning. Doppler radar indicated, no confirmation one is on the ground. If it was purple, that would mean it's confirmed tornado, either by a spotter or a radar confirmed there's debris. Clark County, we're going to have to watch these storms coming up from the southwest. Let's go back to this, and this looks like it's now moving into northern Nevada County. North of Prescott along I-30, which we're going to have our cameras, our iDrive cameras, that may be able to see something with that. But that's the potential tornado. So Kelowna, there's Delight. That's it right there. Blevins. Prescott, I think it's going to go just north of you. You're not even in the tornado-warned polygon right now. There's Gurdon in southern areas of Clark County, and there's Interstate 30 to give you a kind of a location setting of where this is. That's the tornado south of Delight moving towards the northeast. Arkadelphia is not in the tornado warning. You're right on the edge of it, but I want you to pay attention. Get ready to take your tornado safety precautions now. In fact, I would start planning that now. Where would you go? Because this has a look of a tornado. It's far away from the radar, but there could be a tornado in that. Let's look at the debris. Nothing conclusive with that at all. It'd be tough to see anything that far away. And when we look at the radar, that's the hook right in there. Oklahoma, take your tornado precautions, and especially up towards Highway 51 going into Arkadelphia. So Highway 51 on the north side of I-30, that's the potential tornado. Going to check with our friends at the National Weather Service and see if we have any confirmation of one. There's persistent rotation, and there's also no confirmation. And the new storm just west of Ferndale, Barry, outflow boundary out ahead of it. They're watching it closely, but it's slightly elevated. So there's another storm that's coming into the Little Rock metro area now, but it does not have a severe thunderstorm warning. At least I got to check and make sure on that. Don't quote me.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, but just want to let you know there's another storm coming into the metro. There it is, up at the top of your screen. and they're watching it, but it seems to be elevated, which means it would have a very difficult time producing a tornado. But there's lightning in it, which makes it dangerous, especially for everybody who's outside with this cleanup and search and rescue efforts that are ongoing, especially through the Little Rock metro area. There's the tornado warned storm. It'll be moving out of the Channel 7 viewing area soon, but it still has a way to go through Woodruff County and Des Arc. I think you're pretty much in the clear with that for now. And then our attention turns to southwest Arkansas. There's a lot of air that hasn't been touched all day today by rain in southeast Arkansas. And so what I think is going to happen here, hopefully what's going to happen, is that these thunderstorms, as we get closer and closer to sunset, the energy with this will start to shift towards the north of the state, which will make the tornado threat lower, continue the severe weather threat, but the tornado threat will be a little bit lower. And this watch, by the way, the tornado watch, does go into effect until 8 o'clock. So that would probably be the timing that we'd see the dynamics for tornado-producing storms start to dwindle in our area of the country. But those are the two storms we're following right now. And I can tell you right now, I've had about, I don't know about you, Barry, a couple hundred text messages from people checking in. And so far, one injury. I gotta hope it stays that way. One injury out of this that we know confirmed. If our news department hears of anything else, please let us know. But let's hope it stays like that.
Yeah, so much destruction. If we can take Storyteller real quick. This is from our friend David Basil. I told you that it was not very far from here that we had damage, and this is along. We're gonna show it again.
Yeah, there you go.
And this is just up Rebsamen Park, headed out toward Murray Lock and Dam. You can see how the trees were sheared off there. After coming down off the mountain there through Kamek Village. And then you can see how the tornado obviously touched down there and as it crossed the river, and that's the area it crossed the river. And I promise you that is maybe a mile, maybe less than a mile from our studio here in Riverdale as it moves out toward Murray Lock and Dam. We're watching these storms. Again, there is now a severe thunderstorm warning on the one out to the west of Little Rock. We're going to watch this storm. They think that this is mainly an elevated storm, maybe not a surface-based storm, which would be one that might produce a tornado. But the wind field is so strong that even the tail end of that is trying to rotate. I don't know that it will ever. But even in an area that has had rain and the atmosphere is not conducive, it's still trying to rotate. Every storm that develops is trying to rotate today, and especially the ones that are now coming into southwest Arkansas, out to the west of Gurdon. And so we're going to watch this, Okolona, south of Antoine. This is a storm that's going to be moving up into Clark County. This is north of I-30, but that's the area that we're going to be watching right there. And then a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm that's out to the west of Arkadelphia, so DeGray Lake and northward. A pretty strong storm there with some wind in it as it kind of parallels I-30, but this is moving off to the northeast. The storm out to the east of us is still tornado warned. It's now well to the east of Des Arc and Cotton Plant. I'm going to go in a little closer on this, and we'll show you that Little Dixie and Daggett are in the path of this storm. And there's the rotation part of it, the mesocyclone, this broad area of rotation that occasionally may produce a tornado from that wide area down to a small area. And the velocity product with it right now, getting farther away from the radar site, quite a ways away from the radar site right now, still has a lot of outbound wind, you can see. I don't think the Memphis radar would be, Memphis radar might be actually closer to it, but still, it's a broad rotation there. So it would be up to the north of Cotton Plant by the 33 sign right there. It would be somewhere in this area right here, although we're a long way away. North of Cotton Plant.
Very new tornado warning.
New tornado warning just in.
Yeah, this is in Hot Spring County.
Okay, that's that storm out to the west of Arkadelphia that we just talked about.
Okay. Donaldson, take cover. There's some rotation with this. It has that structure, one of those storms that has the structure of a tornado, but I fail to see the velocities of being significant. But the problem here, there it is. There's Caddo Valley, that hook.
Yep.
So that's the hook there. Donaldson, take your tornado precautions right now. As I told you, we're still a long way to go. We're still 3 to 4 hours to go with this severe weather event, just to let everybody know, at least. But I think that is when things are going to hopefully wrap up here in Arkansas. But this does include Malvern along I-30. Let's get a motion on this, put this in motion, and watch how the storm is coming right up I-30. And again, heading up towards central Arkansas, but I think it's going to go south on I-30. I think it's going to get more of an easterly push to it. But Donaldson, as it comes up Interstate 30, and Malvern. Now is the time, Malvern, take your tornado precautions immediately. No confirmed tornado with this, but it could produce one at any moment. Continuing to scan for the velocity signatures with this, using the Little Rock radar, and we're getting pretty close to it. I don't see anything in here that tells me that there's a tornado. And there's another tornado warning that has just been issued. I think that, could that be this up here towards the north in southern areas of Woodruff County, Barry? I think that might be it. Is that the new one that just got issued?
Yeah, that is, and that's just the continuation of that storm.
And it does look north of Cotton Plant like there's significant rotation here north of Cotton Plant. So there's something trying to develop still with that. And you look at the reflectivity, and there's the inflow. So there's something trying to develop in this general area. North of Cotton Plant, there's a new radar image that just came in. Let's see if we have a new velocity image with this. And yes, so you see the greens, you see the reds and the yellows. There's some problems with the radar here, but you get the general idea that this is the area that they started and prompted the tornado warning, moving towards Hunter. So if you're watching this from Hunter, it's a very small community out there just to the east-northeast of Cotton Plant. Take your tornado precautions right now. Barry, do you have any other, you're tracking those 2 tornado warned storms in southwest Arkansas?
Yeah, we're going to be, I want to go to those, and then we have a live report coming in, but near Donaldson, north of Caddo Valley, this is that tail right there. And Donaldson, you need to go ahead and take the precaution of getting into the lowest part of your house, because this is moving right toward you. There's 67 as it roughly parallels I-30. And it'll be moving that way. So all along 67 as it comes back toward Caddo Valley. Caddo Valley looks like the rotation center is now north of you, but very quickly these storms are moving at 55 to 60 miles an hour. And then we move to the storm that is down to the south, to the west of Gurdon, and it's hard to get a velocity product on there, but you can see there's a lot of wind energy with that storm out to the west of Gurdon, south of Okolona. And so if you're in that area as well, please go to the safe spot in your house. We're going to continue to watch these supercells. They're all out by themselves. Looks like a new tornado warning out to the southwest of there too, outside of our viewing area, but we'll keep a close watch on that. Our meteorologist, Melinda Mayo, is out and about too, and she is along Rodney Parham. Melinda, are you there?
Melinda?
The shot went down. Okay.
Okay.
A lot of folks using cell service right now to communicate because a lot of power is out in so many areas. But if we can get Melinda back, we'll talk with her. The destruction here is now coming to light. We're still in the daylight hours, and but it is carved quite a path. 75,000 that I just saw without power in Arkansas, and I think the brunt of those are going to be coming from the Little Rock area, having had a very populated area. I'll check with the poweroutage.us, and now it says, yeah, 75,000, 61,500 customers without power in Pulaski County alone. And more out in Lonoke and Prairie County, and even some up into White County too. So this is obviously a storm that's been on the ground. It may take some time for power to come back on in so many spots. I know crews are already out there trying to clean up, trying to make it safe, and then they'll try to restore power on that. We do have our meteorologist, Melinda Mayo. Melinda, what are you seeing out there?
Hey guys, it took us a while to make it here to the Colony West Shopping Center, where these businesses and these homes took a direct hit from this tornado. We actually came down Rodney Parham, crossing over 430, and you could see where the path of the tornado came just north of Emmanuel Baptist Church there on Shackleford Road, then crossed over I-430. There were numerous cars that were flipped over there. It came across the Breckenridge Village Shopping Center. Many of those businesses there are heavily damaged. The roof taken off of much of Breckenridge Village Shopping Center, and then came right here through the Colony West Shopping Center, where there's a Kroger, several businesses. Senior Tequila is right behind me here. The ambulances are pretty constant as they're getting called out here to search through these homes. This is the neighborhood right behind Colony West Shopping Center, and a lot of the neighbors are just out walking around. I saw a lot of people who were just leaving their businesses because they couldn't get out of their parking lots. The traffic was so backed up and there was so much debris down in the roadway. So they were just leaving their businesses and walking around trying to assess the damage to see what they could do. So you can see numerous homes here that have been damaged or destroyed. This is just directly behind the Colony West Shopping Center, right off of Rodney Parham. So we're hearing a lot of ambulances. We have not had any reports of how many injuries are expected. The law enforcement are out here going through the homes as we speak. Numerous streets are blocked off, so try to stay out of this area if you can, because there are power lines down, trees down, pretty much everywhere you look. So a lot of people just kind of walking around seeing what they can do, taking a lot of pictures. We'll continue to monitor the situation from here. Desmond is out right now talking to some people who've been affected by this tornado as well. Back to you.
All right, Melinda, thanks so much. And that's horrible to see, but we're seeing a lot of damage along Highway 10, Cantrell Road here. We haven't seen much from the Chenal Parkway area, but there are power outages out there where Chenal Parkway kind of curves from going almost due west to the northwest, out around the new Costco, that area. A lot of power outages out there. Parkway Village, that area as well. And so we're seeing a lot of damage. But the Cantrell Road corridor, the Rodney Parham area there at 430, those are particularly hard hit areas. And again, 75,000 without power now. I do want to let you know that there is that tornado warning still. It is coming up. Arkadelphia, you're not technically in that warning. There's another storm just to the north of you, but it's this one that's headed now to the north of Gurdon. So kind of would be crossing I-30 right there, a tornado warning. Rotation within this storm. And in this wind field, who knows? It could be producing a tornado, although the velocity on it right now, we're seeing some inbound wind. We're seeing very little in the way of outbound, but that is a long way from the radar site. So it would be in that area just to the southeast of Okolona. That would be the rotating area. And then as we head up the road there toward Donaldson, we don't want to forget about y'all. Donaldson, you are still near the back edge of that storm, but I don't see a lot of velocity on that. But that's the structure that you see with those, every one of the storms that forms today, every single one of them, and especially in areas that haven't been hit so far.
Yeah, Okolona, this storm has, I think, the biggest concern. Southern areas of Clark County, that's coming up southwest of Arkadelphia. Again, Arkadelphia, as we told you earlier, I'd be ready to be put under a tornado warning. I think it's going to happen here soon. And we'll have to look at the direction of movement, but this, if it continues on that, that's the possible tornado over Highway 51. And if it continues, it's going to go very close to the airport. Do not have any word if this is on the ground. This is radar indicated. If it was confirmed, this would turn purple. It's red. So it's radar confirmed right now. Or not radar, I'm sorry. It's radar indicated, not confirmed. But it's just to the east-southeast of Okolona. So that's a very strong area of tornadic circulation. Is it extending to the ground? We don't know right now. But Arkadelphia, what we do know is that it's going to come very close to you. And again, please let anybody that you know in Arkadelphia know. I know we've got a couple of great universities over there. Let the students know. A lot of them probably gone for the weekend. Here it is Friday afternoon. Nobody should be on the road. I-30, nobody should be on the road in Clark County right now. That's the last place you want to be. Now, I want to put this into motion so we can get a sense as to where this is going. So there's the motion, and it's paralleling I-30 on the north side of I-30, and it may be trying to take a little jog to the right. Tornadoes never travel in straight paths. You see tornado tracks, and they're never straight. They zig and they zag. So that's, again, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. But that's the tornado right in there, if there is one. And at some point, it's going to cross I-30, and I think it's going to do so once it gets closer to Arkadelphia, assuming it holds together. Why do I think it's going to hold together? Again, it's one of those days that we don't see that often in Arkansas, but there's nothing that's impeding it. There's nothing but very warm and unstable air getting drawn into this. There's nothing to disrupt it. This area hasn't had rain. The moisture, I haven't looked at the temperatures in there recently, but I think this will have the ability to continue on. Barry's been tracking this one in Hot Spring County near Malvern. The velocities on that look ominous, but the reflectivity looks ominous, but the velocities do not. So our confidence level of a tornado actually occurring here, quite low, but it could produce one at any moment. It's this one that I think, Barry, has me concerned for the development of a tornado in this sort of environment. And I think it's going to be crossing over I-30. Zooming into that, there's Dobyville, Highway 182, Birdsell, that's South Fork Road, and that's Central Road. That is where the tornado would be located coming up, and that's right on I-30. If you excuse me for just 1 second, I'm going to go over to Storm Scan, Barry.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go look on iDrive. And Alicia, can you look too on iDrive? I-30, just south of Arkadelphia. Let's take a look at that area. Yeah, Arkadelphia, Birdsell, just to the northeast of Birdsell. So, Barry?
Okay. Yeah, and I'm looking for some of the traffic cams there, but if Felicia can do that. Yeah, there are several in that area. Okay, well, let's go back to that storm, and I agree with Todd. The one to the southwest of Arkadelphia is, even though it's farther from the radar site, it does exhibit a little more rotation potential, I think, and we'll go to the velocity product on here. And there it is, north of Gurdon. Here's Gurdon right down here. So Highway 53 going up to the northwest, and it will be crossing I-30 there. It doesn't look all that strong right now, but again, this is looking up at several thousand feet high, and so we can't see the lowest level, and that's what you like to see. That's why a tornado close to a radar site is better than farther away from a radar site, but it will be moving up into the area of around Arkadelphia, and they will be extending that. It looks like that tornado warning on up to the northeast. So Arkadelphia, I just want you to pay a close attention. Brown Springs, Donaldson, you're still in that storm. Go back to the reflectivity on this. This is just rain, and if rain is being pulled around a rotation center, that's what you're looking at. So this is obviously a supercell storm that's south of Malvern. It'll be moving that way, but the velocities on it do not look that impressive right now. I'm just going to say you're in a tornado-warned area, and it could be producing one right now around 67, right in here. Okay, north of Donaldson would be the rotation area. There's a new scan. Still doesn't look, maybe just to the south of 67 right there. Doesn't look terribly impressive, but we have to keep an eye on every scan that comes in because these storms, as they did in Little Rock, it didn't look all that impressive until it got right about to Little Rock, and then it looked terribly impressive on the radar. So we watched that storm, and then the one down to the southwest of Arkadelphia. Other storms now are moving to northeast. Gum Springs, this is, okay,
There's
can we
nothing
take
happening.
Storyteller?
Yeah, it's just wet roads.
Yeah, it's, but yeah, around Gum Springs.
Yeah.
And that's along I-30. But yeah, a lot of rain moving up through that area, obviously. There is a storm out to the west of Little Rock right now. It does not look like it's rotating. It's around Maumelle, but we have to watch everything. That is back in what I would assume is cooled air, Todd.
The one, yeah, they got that severe thunderstorm warning in effect there, but I think those are slightly elevated.
Yeah.
So, yes, there's a threat because maybe hail and high winds. But in western Pulaski County, I think that's lightning. The danger I see is it's not even has to be severe. It's lightning.
Yeah.
Even a regular, because there's so many people outside that they don't have shelter anymore.
Right.
So lightning is a danger to rescue crews and all the emergency personnel. That is a significant danger, especially with gas leaks too going on. Keep that in mind too. So yeah, we got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for it's north of the West Little Rock area, but you know, there's still storms that are going to come through Little Rock. And even if they're not severe, lightning is the problem. All right, down Interstate 30, also Entergy is reporting 46,000 without electricity now across Arkansas. And as you can imagine, where a lot of those are from Garland County through Pulaski County. All right, so the velocities, as Barry's been telling you, very unimpressive, thank goodness, in Hot Spring County. That does not mean let your guard down. Let's continue to check in. Arkadelphia, if there's a tornado, I still see significant rotation near Interstate 30. There's Interstate 30. This is it. There's South Fork Road. This is Central Road. There's the rotation right there west of I-30, and it's getting close to Arkadelphia, and there's no tornado warning in effect for Arkadelphia right now. But I'll go ahead and say it. Take your tornado precautions. There doesn't need to be a tornado warning in effect for me to tell you that. Take your tornado precautions, Arkadelphia, and areas especially just to the south of town. I guarantee you there will be a new tornado warning issued with this as it moves towards the north. And that tornado warning is going to take into account most likely northeastern areas of Clark County, into the northwestern areas of Dallas County, western Dallas County, and possibly even into southern areas of Hot Spring and Grant counties as well. So that storm means business. It's on I-30 and no tornado warning in effect. I wish that they would get an official one going, Barry. But the storm that's moving out of Woodruff County now, it does not look as strong as it was a little while ago. So that's why we're kind of diverting our attention down Interstate 30, north of Gurdon, and coming into Arkadelphia. No tornado warning. As soon as one gets issued, you'll see the logo pop up here that says, there it is, new tornado warning. It does include Arkadelphia. This is going to come very close to town and just south. So there's the tornado warning now in effect for Arkadelphia. There's Highway 7 going out of town. It's going to cross over Highway 7. It's basically on and paralleling I-30, getting ready to cross, probably right where that graphic, that shield is, that says I-30. Again, one of those tornadoes that's not confirmed. It's radar indicated, but in an environment that is extraordinarily conducive to producing large tornadoes. So that's the concern. Even, again, southern areas of Hot Spring County, there it is for northwestern Dallas County, and then for northeastern areas of Clark County, the tornado warning has been issued. This tornado warning here will go away. That polygon right there will go away because this new one replaces that, as you see, it's right on the beginning of that. And this one I don't see continuing. The one in Hot Spring County, stay sheltered until that's gone. And at that point, when that happens, this will be the only storm at the time that we're have great concern over. It's not the one at this time that's getting ready to exit the Channel 7 viewing area, and I think most of it has. It's always worth checking in on it to just make sure that we're clear with that. There may be some rotation with this, but it's moving out of the Channel 7 viewing area, and it's crossed over the county line. There is rotation with it, northeast of Cotton Plant. Wynne, while that's not our viewing area, I know that there are viewers, and I know that there are relatives, and there are friends. I would tell everybody in Wynne, if you know them, take their tornado precautions now out in Cross County. You have a tornado warning in effect, and there is rotation right in there along it's 284, moving off towards the east, northeast of Cotton Plant. So Cotton Plant, you are under a tornado warning, but you're in the clear because that storm is well past you. There will probably be more storms, Cotton Plant, but you're going to get a break, and the tornado warned storm is now northeast of you. Wynne needs to take their tornado precautions, and we're going to hand that over to the Jonesboro TV market and the Memphis tornado market as well, television market, I should say, as they will cover that as it moves into eastern Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for southern Faulkner County, far northern Pulaski County, and these severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in southwest Arkansas along I-30 are the things that, again, they're not going to stop. Like I said, they're going to start to clean this up, all these polygons. You saw that one tornado warning gone. There's the severe thunderstorm warning. And this tornado warning near Malvern, I got to find out how long that's in effect. But I don't think, and I'm going to look at the velocities there. I don't see anything. If there's a tornado, this is why they're warning it, for that hook on the southeast side of Malvern, moving off towards the northeast, and that will be entering northwestern areas of Grant County. But I don't see the velocity signatures. They may continue it just because it has that structure, that look with the reflectivity. But here, coming into Arkadelphia. You are now under a tornado warning in Arkadelphia. There it is. It looks like that may have, the circulation has just crossed over I-30. It's now coming in just a few miles south of town. And just measuring the distance, the circulation with that is 5 miles due south of Arkadelphia. And it's going to go just to the south of town, most likely. So it may not impact Arkadelphia directly, but I want you to stay sheltered. It's the areas just to the south of Arkadelphia that I think have the potential of seeing a tornado with this. No confirmation. We're looking at all different avenues of information, including the National Weather Service. This is the airport, Arkadelphia Municipal Airport. It just went over Highway 67. That's it. Joan, Brown Springs, Highway 7. Those are the locations that could see the potential tornado. Take your tornado precautions. And those who survive tornadoes will tell you it's that interior home. Put as many walls between you and the outside, and absolutely no windows. That's the last thing you want, is flying glass, and that's why we tell you want a buffer zone between you and the outside. Some of the other locations, there's Hasley Road, there's Mary Lane, that's it on Highway 67, West Reynolds Road, there's Hasley Road again, and there's Copeland Ridge Road. Some of the, if you're familiar with that area of Clark County, that's where the circulation is most likely passing over. It looks like there's a lot of small streets in this area and some subdivisions. It is worth looking at the debris detector, and I don't see anything there. But we're
Nothing
also
obvious on that, no, Todd.
No.
Yeah.
So, but there it is. It's now has jumped over the interstate and is going to cross over Highway 7, just southeast of Arkadelphia.
All right. Yeah, 2 storms that we're looking at. That one is to the south of Arkadelphia, more impressive than the one that is up to the south of Malvern, but still there is that feature. It's still a supercell storm. As we look at meteorology textbooks, that's what a supercell looks like. And that's what we learned back in school. That's what they look like, and you don't want them to be all out by themselves, but that's what they are today. Let's take a look again at I-430. This is the I-Drive Arkansas and Storyteller. There is still, I-430 is still shut down, I believe. They are still getting, they're kind of zooming around in there. But I-430, I think, has been completely shut down at Rodney-Parham, both northbound and southbound. They could be starting to divert traffic out onto Rodney-Parham and maybe then taking it back toward the east on Rodney-Parham. But if we can take that, I'll kind of show you what the I-Drive Arkansas map is. Yeah, they're turning folks around. So effectively, there is no traffic going there. That's I-430. You can see some of the debris on the side of the road. Looks like road signs, maybe other bits of metal there. That is a traffic snarl, both southbound and northbound. And
just avoid, nobody should be out there.
No, but see, they're diverting some cars out onto Rodney-Parham, and I don't know if they're, if you're able to go westbound. Looks like you're able to go westbound there on Rodney-Parham. So that's probably the direction they're taking, folks, and that may be out and around and out Hinson and out to Highway 10, but I'm just guessing to get around that. But that's what we're looking at right now. All right, let's take a look back at our storms that are ongoing south of Malvern and then the one that's down to the south of Arkadelphia. These are tornado-warned storms. And the one to the south of Arkadelphia, it looks like it will go to the south, the rotation, boy, just down to the south of the airport there. But that's a pretty tight, not maybe terribly strong, but pretty tight. I think there definitely could be a tornado being produced, at least from time to time there. We don't see any indication of debris being lofted up by this storm, but that is certainly a potential one as it moves off to the northeast in the small communities of Joan, Griffithtown, probably just to the south of where this thing has been tracking. But Arkadelphia, I want you to keep watch on this storm as well. Again, it has the look of that hook signature, that hook echo there, rain being pulled around a circulation center, whether broadly or in a tight pattern like a tornado would produce. And then on up as we look out east now of Malvern, and this is on 270 out to the east of Malvern. And you can see a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for that storm. There still is still technically in a tornado warning out to the west of Poen there. but a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for this area and not a new tornado warning. So they're kind of seeing at the National Weather Service what we're seeing. This does not have the velocity signature on it that would indicate really tight rotation out to the west of Perrin. We're going to continue to watch that area, though, between Malvern, and it still looks like it's rotating, but just looking at the wind field inside it, that's one thing with Doppler radar that we can look at, and you can really see it so well. So the one south of Arkadelphia, that still has the potential, I think, to be producing a tornado. Out to the east of town on Highway 7, please be in your safe spot between Arkadelphia and Griffithtown and the small community of Joan. And I'll just take you back in time on this one, and you can see that the rotation briefly, as it crossed I-30, got pretty strong, and now may not be quite as strong. Just 1 or 2 scans ago, it was much stronger than it is right now as it moves off to the northeast. So hopefully these storms will begin to, as we get into the late afternoon now, they'll begin to lose some of their fuel that's necessary and some of the instability aloft. Obviously, there is an area of instability that is aloft here. There's a lot of wind up into northeast Arkansas. We haven't talked about this storm very much, but this storm is now a confirmed tornado heading toward Wynne. And so that is in an area of the state, Todd. And I think that northeast part of the state for a while is where the focus will be, along with, briefly, south central Arkansas, Arkadelphia, Malvern, eastward for a little while longer.
Also getting word now, Barry, that our Spirit of Arkansas Tornado Relief, our promotions manager has just sent me a text saying that it is active. So we're going to start. If you want to help your neighbor in need, we're gonna have that up and going. And I just want to let news know that there should be a graphic with a QR code. That is active, and we're going to do our part to help you that have been affected with this. Also, we have James Bryant live as we track this tornado again, going over Highway 7, potential tornado south of Arkadelphia. Meteorologist James Bryant, are you there?
Yeah, hey guys, I'm back in North Little Rock, and I'm at the command center at MacArthur and Military Drive. Now behind me, I want you to see the level of destruction. There's the Valero/McDonald's that sits at the corner of MacArthur and Military. Sustained heavy damage. There's water coming out of the of that building, and just look around it. The tops of the trees. The North Little Rock Fire Department and Maumelle Fire Department are here. Special operations are here. You notice in the tops of the trees, Charles, if you can get in real tight on some of those trees, there's insulation in all the trees. If you'll remember, in our live hit just about an hour ago, the tornado went through a bunch of houses, so there's a lot of insulation that it pulled up, and now this insulation is in the tops of the trees. As you look further to the right, you'll look right there at that hibachi and sushi place. Nearly untouched. There's damage, but it's not as bad as the area to the right. How about Dogtown Pizza? The roof heavily damaged. You see the trees there off to the right are down, and this power lines down as well. I want to pan to the command center because this is the command center in North Little Rock. You've got Game and Fish, North Little Rock Police Department, North Little Rock Fire Department, Maumelle Fire Department, Pafford, and MIMS, all here at the Super Stop at Military Drive and MacArthur, and this is where the command center is. There's been numerous teams leaving the command center with search and rescue tools, and I think they're just getting ready to clear roads as well. So this is the current situation in North Little Rock. Again, this is at MacArthur and Military Drive. Tough scene, but there are still buildings standing, and there's no word on injuries or fatalities just yet. I just talked to one of the PIOs here of the North Little Rock Fire Department. They're going to be releasing that information once they have it, and that's going to be later on here, probably within a couple of hours. Guys?
All right, so thank you very much, James. Again, south of Arkadelphia now, Chief Meteorologist Barry Brandt, I think it may, again, Wynne, tornado emergency, confirmed tornado up there. What do you have, Barry?
Well, it's still south of Arkadelphia. It's probably the most apparent rotation there. It's moving across Highway 7 as it extends out on the east and southeast side of Arkadelphia out of town. Pardon me. And the velocity product Boy, just out to the east of town there. I don't think it is what it was.
No, it's weakened a little bit.
Yeah, and let me just take you back, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Folks, I'll go back. This was just a few scans ago. This was at 4:31, and you can see this was south of Arkadelphia right there, kind of a tight couplet. And now, as it moves a little bit closer, I don't see much, but I still see something out on the southeast side of town. It's rather broad, but it would be right in there that we're looking at as it moves toward Brown Springs along Highway 51. And so that's out to the east of Arkadelphia. And that is the strongest storm that I see other than the one that's up in northeast Arkansas. The storm east of Malvern, that is not tornado warned anymore. That will be expiring. That's north of Poen. And it is a strong storm, and we'll continue to watch it because it's relatively out by itself. But there's quite a bit of rain out from it, and there could be a little bit of outflow from it as well. And those storms aren't the ones that really produce tornadoes. But today, we watch every storm. Storm near Wynne looks particularly dangerous. That is moving over into the Memphis television market. We'll keep a watch on it. And then a storm around Cabot, north side of Cabot this time, has a wind potential with it. And there could be some hail potential also with that as it kind of parallels Highway 67, 167 up on the north side from Greystone on up to the northeast. That is not tornado warned, and the velocity inside it, that's what we always want to look at. Yeah, I don't see anything impressive in that, so that is great news. We'll continue to watch these storms. I think some of the better, what we call dynamics in the atmosphere, are probably going to lift up into northeast Arkansas and points northeastward. But for a brief time, we have to watch those storms that are south of the Little Rock area because it's still relatively warm there. I don't think we're done with this. It's 4:42. I think if you would have asked us early in the day when our time frame was, it was from about 1 o'clock to about 7:30 or so. And that's probably what it's going to end up being. So we've got a while to watch other storms out here. But a lot of the energy for this storm, I think, came in maybe in the early afternoon. We're going to continue to watch, though, that storm out to the east of Arkadelphia. If it begins to ramp back up, obviously that's the one that we're going to be watching a little more closely. It's weak rotation there. Red and green out to the east of Brown Springs. It's clearly east of Arkadelphia. It will be moving up toward that southeastern part of Hot Spring County. So that is an area, the small community of Brown Springs. We continue to look. We get pictures in. We'll have many more, obviously, reports of damage, but we're getting a lot of damage reports not far from Riverdale here. Our station was narrowly missed by this tornado. We watched it go just by our station. The area from Kamek Village down toward Murray Lock and Dam and down Rebsamen Park Road has been damaged heavily. There are numerous reports of damage. We're getting more pictures in. Our friend David Basil has been sending photos and images and videos to us. And there are so many coming in that we can't really turn around all of those. But we're going to continue to watch for that. But this has been a catastrophic storm.
Yes, it has, Barry. It has been a catastrophic storm and day for all of us.
For so many people.
So many people that we know and so many people that we love in our life. This has hit many of our families, have been affected by this tornado today. A lot of people don't know where some people are right now, and we're trying to account for everybody. The tornado warnings, they're still there. And we're going to prepare, hopefully we will have Channel 7 newscast, which will, of course, we're going to be covering the tornado damage. But when we're going to cover the tornadoes too. But right now in this I-30, that tornado warning gone. And this one for Arkadelphia, south of Arkadelphia, it's almost gone. It expires at 5 o'clock, this one does. And if it maintains itself and that it does not strengthen anymore, then I think we're going to be okay to go to news. And let me tell you, we're going to be here for you. But we're going to have coverage of all of our crews out in the field, bringing you the aftermath of this storm. This, again, back to the radar. Stay with me, guys. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for northern Grant County. That's because of that storm that was tornado warned. There's storms still that have to go through the metro. This is what I want to show you. They're not severe, but they got lightning in them. And that's a danger in this situation with people outside. You see the storms, they are severe warned, and I'm looking at this one near Cabot. It's worth zooming in on that because I see an appendage on that. And it doesn't take much to get one of these thunderstorms to produce a tornado. I do not see, in Cabot, I do not see anything on velocities which would suggest a tornado is forming. But when, again, you look at, and there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, but when you look at the reflectivity presentation, there's a little bit of a hook. Again, no tornado warning in effect. There it is, new tornado warning, there it is. Tornado warning now in effect for Cabot. Cabot, take cover. This is what I was talking about. Take your tornado precautions. We will stay on the air through the 5 o'clock newscast for this. Austin, Ward, take your tornado precautions right now. Again, the velocities do not suggest that there's a tornado. But the problem with this, and the other thing is that this has moved, this area has been hit with a lot of rain, which may help things as far as the intensity goes with stabilizing the atmosphere. There's a lot of noise with the radar right now, so it's hard to see if there's anything with this. But there's Cabot. This is the Hook Echo near coming into Austin, 67-167. You see South Rockwood right there. There's Austin. There's Ward. There's Dogwood Lane. Take your tornado precautions coming up. This is northeast of Jacksonville now. So that is the new tornado warning, which is in effect, and it will be in effect for at least, that is a supercell thunderstorm. You see the structure of that. It's got that hook on the back side of it. But we'll be on the air, and this is a very long, see how big that polygon is? That's because the forward movement on this is so fast. I'm going to get that for you. It is moving towards the north, moving to the east now at 50 miles per hour. This does clip part of Pulaski County, but it's only the far northeast corner of Pulaski County. It does not include the Little Rock area at all, but it does include Cabot. And we think Cabot, you'd have a chance of a tornado forming along and north of town right now. So if it's moving towards the east at 50 miles per hour, we'll put a track on this. Again, it's not a confirmed tornado. It may be moving a little north of due east, but let's put it at about 50 miles per hour. That would put it in Austin at about 450. These are estimations because they change, they fluctuate in their speed, they fluctuate in their path. Their tornadoes don't go in straight lines. Beebe, 459, 504 McRae, Augusta, 539, Patterson at 546, and those again are way out here east of the polygon. But that is again a tornado warned storm, and it's now in northern Lonoke County moving east. I'll get in a little bit closer so we can track this thunderstorm and give you a better idea as to exactly where, for the people who live, the residences in the area, will be able to know exactly where these locations are. It's coming into Austin right now. This is Cabot. You see the street grid with downtown Cabot. It's just to the west-northwest, only by about a half a mile to 1 mile. There's Sunset Lane, Mountain Springs Road. If there's a tornado, this is most likely where it would be located. There's Willie Ray Drive, Peach Street, North Lincoln Street, and 367 right through downtown Cabot. There's a new update. Austin, it's right on top of you. I've got my friend Paul Wilkerson, who lives in Austin and is in the path of this. He's a meteorologist. Send me a text, Paul, if you're watching. Let me know what's going on. Stay sheltered in Austin. They're in northern Lonoke County and southern areas of White County in Ward and BB2. BB, you're in the heavy rain right now. Another community, Edwards. That's another community that could be in the path of this. Let's look at the debris signatures. I don't see anything that would suggest a tornado lofting debris into the atmosphere. I still don't see the velocities at all suggesting that there's a tornado with this. But that reflectivity and the supercell structure of this is why this was issued. And it's coming, it's right on 67-167. Looking at the newest information, nothing new, Barry, but that's, I'm going to check while you follow that. Yeah. You've got the Arkadelphia storm. Yeah, go to that.
East of Arkadelphia now, right. And I think the Weather Service is issuing these on their structure.
Yes.
Not so much the velocity product on there, because these can very easily produce a tornado. So out toward Willow and out to the southeast of Donaldson, this is that structure of a supercell. And that's, again, I look at the velocity and I'm like, well, yeah, there may be something there. Here's Leola over here. Here's Willow. And that is the large area of rotation. It's not all that strong, either outbound or inbound. But that would be where those coming together, there could be a tornado being produced within that. And it matches up perfectly then with where the rotation is on reflectivity, which is just raindrops being pulled around a rotation center. That's why you don't like to see that little hook back here. Heavy, heavy rainfall to the north of it. That's not where tornadoes form. But it's this tail where you can see that. So the community of Willow, there's Highway 9 intersecting, and then it'll be Highway 229, that corridor. And I don't want to get too close on this because, well, it looks like they may have let that tornado warning go. Let me look from the National Weather Service.
The one in Arkadelphia, or that one?
I don't see one there right now, right.
Well, that's good news. That was set to expire at 5.
Right, and so they've issued
that
a severe
earlier.
thunderstorm warning, and so they may just be sticking with that. But I'm just going to tell you, if you're in that area from Willow over to Leola, let's just pay particular attention to this storm. We're not going to abandon this storm. We're going to be watching all of them as they move. And another one that is similar in structure, a little weaker, out east of Tull. That'll be moving over toward East End, but that's a severe thunderstorm warned storm. I don't see rotation along with that either. So all of these storms are ones that we're looking at, but the one up to the northeast of Cabot right now probably has a little bit better structure, although the velocity images on that not looking terribly impressive.
No, it's
this
not.
is the sort of thing we want to see. We know we're going to see the supercells with that structure.
Okay.
But the velocity product inside, that's what we're looking at. Yeah.
Okay, just want to let you know that Governor Sanders has just signed an order declaring a state of emergency for the state of Arkansas due to today's severe weather. That comes to us from the KATV newsroom, and Chris May just sent that to us. We also have meteorologist Melinda Mayo. Before we go to meteorologist Melinda Mayo, can we go to Storm Scan? And I'm going to show you the video of the tornado again as it moved through Little Rock. That is the tornado as it moved through West Little Rock. And at the bottom of your screen, that's 10 Fitness on Rodney Perham and I-430, right next to the Olive Garden. That's coming over. This is what hit Sturbridge, Colony West, on up towards Leawood, Kamak Village, Rebsamen Road, up into North Little Rock, getting reports of a lot of damage in North Little Rock and Jacksonville. But that's the tornado shot from our partners at Live Storms Media, Brett Adair, and that we do not have a rating on that. And we won't have a rating on that till probably tomorrow, and it will be preliminary when we do have it, and has caused quite a bit of damage. We have reports of 1 injury. I hope it stops at that. Now, just to show you that, meteorologist Melinda Mayo, do we have her? She's in the path of the damage from that tornado, and I think we have meteorologist Melinda Mayo. There she is. Melinda?
Yes. Yes. Hello, Todd and Barry. We've made connections now where I can hear you, so glad about that. And glad that we have also not heard of many injuries out here yet, although we're hearing still several ambulances arriving on the scene. We are in that Breckenridge area, the Colony West Shopping Center, where really we're seeing both sides of this tornado, the businesses that have been heavily damaged and the homes right behind. This is Breckenridge Drive, right off of Rodney Perham, so that intersection that comes right from Breckenridge Village behind Colony West Shopping Center, and there are numerous homes destroyed here. We've seen people going in to some of these damaged homes, just trying to see what they can find, making sure that everybody is out of those homes. You can see a fire truck along with other ambulances coming through the neighborhood right now. They've really been working on using chainsaws to just try to clear the streets so that these emergency vehicles can get down here and just make sure there aren't any more people in these homes. Like you said, we've heard of a few injuries here, but we have not heard of any fatalities yet, and we certainly hope that it stays that way. What I've been seeing is a lot of people likely getting off work, getting back here and going to their neighbors, going to their friends, giving them big hugs, just happy that they are safe, even though so much has been lost here today. Also in the Colony West Shopping Center, this is the one with the large Kroger, with a bicycle shop. A lot of the business owners here are coming and trying to secure their businesses because they know night will be here in a few hours, and they're trying to secure things for the night so that everything stays as safe as possible. I'm watching some neighbors over here carrying large pieces of debris, fence that has been knocked over, trees. This is a forklift right behind me here, and the bucket from that is over here on the other side of the parking lot. So that just shows you the strength of this tornado. Desmond is around. He's been talking to numerous business owners, a lot of people who were here when that hit. Our photojournalist Marcus McDonald, who was here just after this tornado hit, is showing you what I was just talking about. This huge metal bucket from a forklift, digger equipment, was carried that far across the parking lot. So this was certainly a strong tornado. Barry and Todd, it's been a while since I've been out at the scene of one of those, and it definitely puts, you know, a knot in your stomach just to know what all has been lost out here today.
Yeah, it does put a knot in everybody's stomach because it's hit so close to home. And it's not that, you know, this happened in Mayflower and Valonia. I don't think it's on that level, but close to it. But you know, you know people. You weren't directly affected maybe, but you know people and how their lives have just completely changed and been turned upside down because of this. And we just pray nobody was killed out of this. One injury reported. This is the live Doppler network. By the way, coming up on our 5 o'clock newscast, we're going to stay with coverage until, as long as there's a tornado warning in effect, we're going to stay with coverage. So BB, I don't know why that did that, but BB, take your tornado precautions right now. I'm not going, I knock on wood with this, but I think we're on the back side of this. I think we've peaked in terms of the overall coverage and intensity of this in Arkansas. I think the worst is behind us, but there's still danger ahead of us. And you're seeing evidence of that on 67, 167, BB, on up towards Garner. Searcy, you're not in this tornado warned area, but you're getting heavy rain. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning. That's the potential tornado northeast of Cabot. Cabot, you're clear right now, and there have been no reports of any damage from this storm in Cabot. So that's at least some good news. Hopefully we can get this canceled and continue more coverage because we have reporters covering this whole event from A to Z. Also want you to know we have activated our Spirit of Arkansas tornado relief. It'll be on our website. We'll hopefully have a graphic where you can scan the QR code. If you're watching us from any part of the state and you say, I've got $5 I want to give, I've got $10 I want to give, it goes with our neighbors with the American Red Cross. It goes directly into helping our Kansans. So that is something that we have activated, the Spirit of Arkansas tornado relief. If you're not in the affected area, there is a way for you to help out, and we're going to get that for you. It's probably up on our website by now. But Barry, again, Governor Sarah Sanders' state of emergency has been issued, and I think we're on the backside of this, but still danger ahead.
Yeah, I just want to give you an overview kind of of the whole middle of the United States. Look at the tornado warnings in eastern Iowa, northern Illinois, western Illinois, up into Missouri. We are at the very bottom of this. And the damage, or the big focus was north, and it was south here. And we have certainly seen that come to pass, that high risk that we had, moderate to high risk. Still just one tornado warning in effect, and that is down to the south of Searcy. It's out to the east of BB. There is some rotation there that's noted only by the fact that that's a supercell storm with the tail being curled around right there. Right now, though, we're not entirely sure that's producing a tornado. I just want you to be very wary of this. South of the 167 corridor and 367 also, and this area headed over to Griffithville. So we're going to continue to watch that. We are going to stay with all of these storms until there is no more tornado potential left. But there is right now. Some areas have had power go out. Some areas have gotten some limited power back on. I think at one time there were 75,000 without power. And I'm going to look right now in the Entergy system. And I will tell you that the new summary says that there are now 48,000 within Entergy that are out. And power outage with cooperatives included, almost 70,000 without power. That's customers without power in Arkansas right now. And it is, if you look at the Entergy outage map, if you go to that, you will see exactly where the tornado tracked in Little Rock. It is exact. And outside of that, there is nobody without power. It is right in that path that it went through. And it is unreal to look at. And then on up into Sherwood area and into Jacksonville, where there are also reports. And then we're still watching this storm, though. That is the only tornado warning within the state. We have so much video coming in. We have so much, it's nearly to overwhelm us, but neighborhoods that have been affected, houses that have been destroyed, houses that have been minorly affected, which there are a myriad of those. And then power outages, too. And so they're just trying to make it safe, I'm sure. And power crews that are out there right now, as we get a little lull in the activity here, I'm going to back out some and show you that here in the Little Rock area, there's some showers out to the west. Those will be moving up through Mayflower, maybe just to the north of Maumelle. But power crews are already out there. They're securing the areas. Some of your power may go out if you're even close to the area while they get things kind of safe and then all put back together. So it's going to take a while. For many neighborhoods, it's going to take a long while to get power back into those areas. But it's something else as far as the outages in the state. We have been hit hard. Thank goodness this is a rarity in Arkansas. Not tornadoes, but large tornadoes and numerous tornadoes. This is a rarity. We don't see this very often here. Down to the southeast of McRae, that's the area that we're continuing to watch the tornado warning. Our friends at the National Weather Service, I want to thank them for being so vigilant because they're watching, they're juggling tornado warnings all over the place today, and they've done a great job staying up with these storms. But with them, I think they're going to be watching this storm, and we'll see if that indeed it keeps a tornado warning on it, or if it will be a severe thunderstorm warning, like some of the ones now have been allowed to kind of be downgraded. I say downgraded too because they're still supercell thunderstorms, and those we're continuing to watch. Just to the south of Little Rock, there's East End, that little appendage hanging down, be moving over toward the 530 corridor coming up, Todd.
Yeah, again, we're going to get Brenda ready. We're going to go to her live in just a second. But just to go here to look at McRae and this storm, structurally it seems it's still intact, but weakening. It's not as strong as it was. It's the supercellular wise. It's a supercell thunderstorm. But when you look inside at the motion, I still don't see any significant rotation with this. Maybe a little something right in here southwest of Grithamville. That might be, as you put my finger there, I'm going to switch this over to the radar reflectivity. Yeah, there might be something that's kind of displaced from the hook. But that's the only tornado warning that's ongoing in the state right now. And the severe thunderstorm warning now, 2 of them just south and southwest of Little Rock. And these are severe thunderstorm warnings, not tornado warnings. So as soon as we can get rid of that tornado warning, we'll have more coverage. And we have that now with Brenda Lipinski standing by live. And Brenda, where are you and what do you have?
Yes, Todd. So we're here at Colony West here, where they're one of the areas of destruction for the tornado. I'm joined here by William Williams. And William, you work here at the Kroger. Tell me what happened.
So the lights started flickering. I was inside helping people with their groceries and stuff, and we lost electricity for a little bit. Then it came back on. Then the store manager, Angie, she told everybody to go to the back because there was about to be a tornado. Well, I'm thinking it's just like a little simple drill. I didn't think it was going to actually hit because I'm thinking it's just lights out, whatever. But long story short, the tornado hit and everything, all the stuff that's going, all the stuff you see, everything happened in like 5 seconds. It was like it came, boom. It was you hear a lot of commotion and stuff. Then it was just over. I go outside and it's crazy. It's people got blood all over their faces, and it's a lady named Nancy. She works at I met her at the beauty salon, and she had a pipe piercing through her leg. So I was trying to help her out and stuff, and I hope she's okay. And I thank God that I'm okay. It's a humbling experience. I'm sitting up here without a scratch on me or anything. It's just people got severely injured. So I'm just thankful. This was my first time ever being in something like this. I thought it was just going to be bad weather as far as the thunderstorm goes. I thought it was going to be something like that, but no way I expected all of this to happen at all. So it's I'm just thankful that I'm alive, and for the most part, I don't have nothing. It's just I'm thankful. It's a humbling experience. It's humbling.
And so you said that the ambulance came and got Nancy. How long was it?
The firefighters did. Thank God for the firefighters. Yes, the traffic was messed up when the tornado hit. It took a while for the paramedics to get through because it was cars flipped over on the highway. When you looked around, cars flipped over in the parking lot, and there's cars flipped over on the highway, and it took a while for them to get. So I understand that. So they finally came through, and the firefighters did, and it was an experience.
Well, William, we're certainly glad that you're okay. Thank you so much for sharing your story. And back to you there at the studio.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, William. We're glad you're okay. And that you can tell how shaken up he was from that experience, and he's taking it a lot better than I would, being in that and what he saw. Obviously, he's talked about an injury there, and we just pray nobody was killed. And you can tell, you always think, and I always think too, I'm guilty of this, it's never going to happen to me. Here it is. It's happened to our friends. And it almost hit Channel 7. It was within a quarter of a mile or so of hitting Channel 7. So Chief Meteorologist Barry Brandt, we have one tornado warning, southern White County. I can say right now that I doubt that gets continued. It does not look all that impressive anymore. It's weakening tremendously.
Yeah, I think they have already issued that as a new severe thunderstorm warning. So they're going to let that.
But Barry, if they're going to issue warnings based on hook echoes, look at southern Saline.
Yeah, I know, and that's the thing. We have to watch all of these storms because they remain out by themselves. And this is that storm that we said that would be approaching the 530 corridor. The structure is supercellular, but again, the velocity mode on it is not as great as it was.
Right.
And Todd, I'm just wondering if these storms earlier, I just wonder if there was a boundary of some sort or just a lot of cool air aloft, a disturbance riding through earlier this afternoon that really made the vertical growth of these storms just so much greater than what we have now.
Yeah.
Because it appears that these storms, although out by themselves and in areas that have not been hit, aren't growing vertically and thus rotating like the ones earlier were. It makes me think that the threat is backing off, and I don't want to say that it's over because I don't believe it is. But and maybe I'm just hopeful that is what is happening. The mechanism that caused that may not be quite as present as it was.
One other thing before we go to meteorologist James Bryant, one other thing that I was thinking about, where was the high risk today? I mean, you still could have tornadoes in East Arkansas. This happened in the moderate to enhanced risk. That's why I said don't focus on the moderate risk or the high risk. Right. Don't focus on that alone. Look where this happened. It was not in the high risk, and that's just something I want to point out.
Yeah, all right. Our meteorologist, James Bryant, has been north of the river where it also went through. We watched it cross the river from our cameras downtown here, and James has been over around the Burns Park area and Military Road area. And James, are you there?
Vicinity of Burns Park. Military Drive is right here, and behind me is MacArthur Drive, and this is where some of the most significant damage has occurred. Now earlier when we were chasing, we were in the vicinity of McCain Mall looking back at it. We could clearly see it. It was a tornado, but you go a couple miles away and you could find the damage, and that's what we did. We backtracked once we were in Jacksonville, and man, oh man, I think the images speak for themselves. So the command center is set up here at MacArthur and Military Drive. Earlier, there were dozens of North Little Rock firefighters, game and fish officials, North Little Rock Police Department, and MEMS, EMTs, and paramedics. Many of them have dispersed, a lot of them carrying chainsaws and other equipment to clear roads or houses and make paths to houses. I got to tell you, I have seen people walking out of the neighborhoods with suitcases, telling me that they are not going to be able to go back to their homes tonight. There's still a large presence of emergency response and special operations personnel. As we turn back towards MacArthur Drive, you can see the Valero across the street sustained heavy damage. You see the sign out front completely nearly completely bent over towards the ground. And then how about the trailer over there on the left side of MacArthur Drive is flipped over and absolutely crushed. You know, these are the scenes that you will find from West Little Rock, crossing the river into North Little Rock and then into Jacksonville as well. That's where we chased the tornado to, into Jacksonville, and especially on that east side, we noted some heavy damage, and 18-wheeler was flipped over onto US 67. We came back into North Little Rock, and we're right here at Amboy, and the damage is significant. There's a lot of insulation in the trees. And we also see quite a bit of home damage. Now, a lot of the homes are still standing. I think that's important to note. The tornado could be survived in an interior room like a bathroom. There are a few homes that sustained heavier damage, and I think that's where a lot of the emergency response is coming to. But this is where we have been really for the last couple of hours off Military Drive, and it's just a swath of damage all the way through Burns Park, all the way through Amboy behind me, and it continues up towards Osage, Pontiac, and Cary Road here in North Little Rock. A very significant damage, and it's probably the most significant damage we've seen from a tornado since 2008, the EF2 that tracked through parts of North Little Rock and towards the North Little Rock Airport. We are still waiting official word from the North Little Rock Fire Department on injuries and any possible fatalities. We have no official numbers to release. Right. We will be getting that here shortly, though. Back to you guys.
All right, James, thanks for the update there. Yeah, this was a long track tornado, and we're also checking in with local hospitals. Our Ryan Houston is at CHI St. Vincent. Ryan, are you there?
So I'm live here on University right across from CHI St. Vincent, and we have seen a lot of activity. We've seen more than one ambulance speeding back and forth right here on University. I'm told CHI St. Vincent Hospital is on an external disaster status. They have a high volume of patients coming into the ER here in Little Rock and at their hospital in Sherwood. They're seeing patients with injuries from the tornado that just hit. So I put in a call to UAMS Hospital. I'm told they are under a mass casualty level 1, which is a standby status. They've seen one person so far with injuries from the tornado. I'm also told UAMS is keeping their staff on standby just in case more people come in with injuries. So as the story continues to develop on this end, we'll let you know. For now, back to the studio.
All right, Ryan, thanks so much for that, for the update there. And we hope that the number of injured is so low. We know that it can't be zero, we've already heard, but we're just hoping for the best there. And we're still watching these storms, still a tornado warned storm, but now that has been switched over to a severe thunderstorm warning south of Searcy and north of Des Arc. We have the storm that's south of Little Rock. All of these supercellular in structure with that hook on the back side. But for now, the tornado warning part of them, the rotation within them, including this one out to the east of Leola, headed up towards Sheridan. It just, velocities inside it are weak at best. And so it looks like maybe the National Weather Service will keep that severe thunderstorm warning on that one and not the tornado warning. But we're going to be with you. We have crews all over. We have video that came in, and as the tornado moved into the West Little Rock area, we were live as it came in from our Live Storms Media partner, Brett Adair, and he showed it as it approached that Rodney Parham and I-430 corridor. He hightailed it out of there, but it did come right through that area, and that's where we've seen extensive damage. And then up through West Little Rock along the Cantrell Road area through Kamak Village. I've seen pictures from the area just up from Rebsamen Park and then down as it crossed the river out toward Murray Lock and Dam. And so that's the path of it. There are tens of thousands without power right now. If you're just tuning in, the path is clearly seen on the Entergy outage map. It went right through Little Rock. There'll be a number of spots that are without power, I think, for quite some time to come. We'll continue to watch these storms, though, as they move on through. Our friends at the National Weather Service have continued to watch this storm. It looks like as it moves toward Augusta and up toward Woodruff County, out of southeastern White County. No obvious sign of rotation with it. And I think that tornado warning will be allowed to drop, but we're just watching the tail end of it there. And if there is any rotation with it, obviously we're going to kind of hone in on that one and the ones that are to the south of the Little Rock area. There is daylight now. There's sunshine that's coming out in the Little Rock area. And we're just watching all of these storms with that little hook structure. But again, in Sheridan, I'm watching this storm. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. So on a day like today, I'd say take it seriously, because there may be some days you think, well, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. But today, there could be those spin-ups that we're looking at. There's certainly a wind field inside that storm. There is a broad rotation there as it moves very close to Sheridan. Sheridan, just keep it right here. We're watching that storm on radar, and it is a severe thunderstorm warning. But for the most part, and there, the tornado warning now has been dropped for White County and over into Woodruff County. So the only tornado warned storm is one that is almost to move into Tennessee. That's over in northern Crittenden County, and that is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground in that part of the state. The Memphis television market taking care of that storm. But that one, that looks like just about it. But we continue to watch these for a little while. Oh, new tornado warning now issued for this one. And that's exactly why we stick with these storms and say don't let your guard down. It's the one south of Sheridan. And the velocities in there have tightened up just a little bit. This is on the south side of town, from going away from the radar site to toward it along 167. This is on the south side of Sheridan. That would be, it's a rather broad area, but I think it is tightening up. And so that's why the National Weather Service has said we're going to watch this area as it moves over into southeastern Grant County and toward I-530. Don't you think they're playing this very cautious today, Todd?
Yeah, they are. It's one of those supercell thunderstorms that they're issuing based upon the reflectivity alone. Reflectivity is the rain, and you know what a hook echo. You've heard it described before. You've heard that before. It has hail too near Sheridan, but there's a hook. Okay, it's supercellular, and it's in an environment that can rapidly produce tornadoes. But then when you look at velocities, it's there. There might be something trying to form, but it's not fully matured. And let's hope it doesn't. But now I'm starting to see it. There it is, due south of Sheridan, 167. There is something there. So Sheridan on the south side, there is a potential tornado. I don't think it's a large tornado right now. It could grow into a large tornado. But I see something happening just south of Sheridan by a couple of miles. Let me get a measurement of the distance from that. And it's about 2 or 3 miles to the south of Sheridan. And on its current track, I think it's going to miss Sheridan. It's going to go onto the southeast and then the east side. It's not going to go due north. These are all moving towards the east. I think the forward rate of movement is at about 45 to 50 miles per hour by now. So let's do a storm track on this developing tornado. Pine Bluff, you are in this polygon, but on the edge of it. So I feel good, not 100% certain, but I feel good that this storm will go, this particular rotation will go north of Pine Bluff. So here are some of the towns affected. Center Grove, 526. Whitehall, 539. Sherrill at 550. Alzheimer at about 556. Humphrey at about 608. So there, again, Pine Bluff down there, I think that it will, if this continues on its course, it will miss you to the north, but I think it'd be prudent for you to stay really in tune with the weather, especially because you're in a tornado watch, in a particularly dangerous situation. You're technically in that tornado warned polygon, but it's going to cross over 530, I think, within the next 15 minutes. These move very quickly. It's a short tornado warning. It's not one of these long ones, because it seems as if the atmosphere is getting to the point now that's conducive for tornadoes, but not the long-lived, long-track tornadoes in our portion of the state. Further towards the north of Missouri and Illinois, they're getting it bad too. Just, you know, it's miserable all over the central United States, and with a major tornado outbreak unfolding today. So this is the only tornado warning in our area, and it's south of Little Rock. This is not going to affect the metro. I think we have, Kristen, a live look on my Facebook page. Let me know if that's up and going. This is live, and I don't know how good the video is going to be because the cell service is not that great, but this is out on Grist Mill Road on Storyteller. I think if we can go to that, that's Old Forge Drive right there. I wish we could look up. and that's Old Forge, and to the left is Grist Mill. You see the trees down. This is where one of the tornadoes went through in West Little Rock. That's coming up on Grist Mill Road. There's Old Forge, and right just beyond that tree, you turn left, and I'll just go ahead and tell you, this is all being videoed by my son Blake, who's out there because it has hit family. And that street there, Grist Mill, has sustained quite a bit of damage from this, these tornadic supercells that have come through. So I just want, if you want to see, watch that, that's at, on my Facebook page right now. And there's, at least the structures are not blown away, but there's a lot of damage and a lot of recovery that's going to have to go on for quite some time. Let's go back to the radar and continue to monitor this. Again, we're in that situation where we're not looking at the long-lived, long-track tornadoes at the moment. Even the latest scan, Barry, doesn't look like it did. You got a tornado warning, but I don't see I see a separation of the reds and the greens. So I don't think that it's tightened up. I think it's broadened out. So I'm not sold there's a tornado here, but I think it is very wise to take your tornado precautions as this comes up south of Sheridan and comes up Interstate 530. Barry?
Yeah, absolutely. And that today is enough as it moves up toward 270, and then it will be moving over along 530 in just a little bit of time. But there is enough there, certainly on a day like today, to keep a tornado warning going. Again, thanks to the guys at the National Weather Service office who are on top of every scan, and they have been busier than we have because they're juggling all sorts of warnings around the state. But the rotation solidly south of Sheridan, and if it is producing a tornado, as Todd said, it'd be likely a small one, and we're not sure that it is. But there is a mesocyclone, a broad rotation with all of these storms. Now, will they tighten and go down into a tornado? It has happened several times, obviously, today. But for right now, we're not 100% sure on that. That's why we put a tornado warning out. It's not confirmed, not like the one that went through Little Rock where we knew it was on the ground, but it's the possibility there. And so that's why we continue anywhere in our viewing area. We stay on the air with a tornado warning. On a day like today, it could ramp back up, it could tighten, and then it could relax some and not be putting out a tornado. We hope that we're getting past the point where the atmosphere is so conducive to these storms really growing vertically. It appears that the atmosphere is starting to be less conducive to tornado-producing storms, and we hope that that is the case. Certainly, it was not that way earlier. Everything that formed was a supercell and had the possibility of producing a tornado. Here's the subsequent scan there. It is a rather broad area now of rotation, but there is a rotation center now north of Highway 190, moving up toward the 270 corridor. That's from Sheridan over to around Whitehall, and it will be crossing that and then crossing over I-530 as well. So as long as the tornado warning is in effect, obviously we're going to be on the air. We hope that all these tornado warnings and these supercells begin to weaken, perhaps merge together, and the threat really ends. As that happens, we will go back to all of our reporters who are throughout the metro here, throughout the state, looking at damage that has occurred, and it's extensive out there. And we're also checking in with power outages, with hospitals, and we've had those reports too. So we're going to have a complete wrap-up of this. We're not going to abandon this story. This is the story for the next several days and even weeks to come now, because we have seen it hit a population center in the state. All tornadoes are bad. Some of them are particularly bad, and today was one of those times. Let's go back to the radar, the reflectivity part of this. This is rain with the core of heavy rain, probably some hail north of 270, but it's this little trailing part that we're watching now as it moves. So if you're in the path of this along 270 between Sheridan and Whitehall, go ahead and get into that lowest spot in your house. Even strong winds could blow over trees. And you don't want to be anywhere near the exterior walls or windows of your house. You get as many walls and windows or walls between you and the outside as is possible. You want that sturdy nature of whatever dwelling you're in. Lowest floor, always. And that's what we've been saying. And I guarantee you, when we see the outcome of all of this, there will be folks that have been in tornadoes today. Their house has been hit. The roof was taken off. outside walls were ripped apart, and they were in a closet or a bathroom in the middle of their house, and they survived it. And I guarantee you'll hear story after story like that. And that's why we preach that over and over as these storms go through our state. We still have one severe thunderstorm warning over into White County and into Woodruff County. Storm looks rather disorganized. This one right here is moving into an area. I think it's still very unstable out there. Pine Bluff, you've had exactly 0 amount of rain there. Stuttgart as well. This was the, keep in mind, this was the high-risk area, east central Arkansas. But if we can get the mechanism that's causing, or that caused the rapid development earlier, kind of moving up to the northeast of us, maybe these storms, as they move into that area that we were really highlighting, won't be kind of the tornado producers that we imagined. And Todd, I think we said, 6:30, 7:30 tonight, the atmosphere will not be primed for tornadoes like earlier on.
It can't come soon enough.
I know. Bring it on.
We're getting some very bad news of critical injuries, and we're going to have more on that in just a little bit. We're working to get that live shot, that information set up for you. That's coming in just a moment. Live Doppler network again on this storm. Sheridan, east of town. I think this is really getting disorganized right now. Still stay sheltered. It's now east of Sheridan. Also want to tell you, it's not in our viewing area, but there is a confirmed tornado on I-55 in Crittenden County. It's crossing over I-55. 4 minutes ago it was. So that, I think, was the storm that came through Little Rock. It's now up in Crittenden County, and it's confirmed on the ground up there. Now back here again, Sheridan, it's east of you. This is very disorganized. Still a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, they're still working. We're going to have Ashley here in just a little bit. It seems to be ingesting a lot of rain, which may be disrupting it a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's why, and that's a very good thing. That's why these storms have thrived in their intensity, and they've maintained their intensity, because there was nothing south of it to disrupt the flow. That's happening here. And well, I'm saying, not saying that we're out of the woods, no. What I'm saying is that's what's happening at this current moment with this one thunderstorm going into western areas of Jefferson County. Little Rock, our severe weather threat in Little Rock, we're done. Look and see if we have any rain on the backside. There could be a sprinkle. But as far as the tornado factor here in Little Rock and that possibility, I think it's done in the Little Rock Metro, which is good news for all the cleanup. Now let's go back into this. And guys, let me know when we have this, have Ashley up. She's at Baptist Hospital, and we know that there are a lot of people being taken to the hospital and have been taken to the hospital. All right, we have her now. What new information do you have? Go ahead.
Yeah, guys, I'm here outside Baptist Health Hospital, and so far the representative with Baptist has said that 21 people have been checked into the hospital that have injuries from the tornado, and 5 of those people are in critical condition. So hopefully we'll have more information within the next 30 minutes to an hour about if there are more people checked in or not, and we will keep you updated. Live in Little Rock, on your side, I'm Ashley Langham.
All right, Ashley, thank you very much. So more than 20 have been brought in, 5 critical injuries. Still, no deaths reported. And that's our goal here. If you're going to go through something like this and it's inevitable, it's Arkansas, no deaths have been reported. Let's pray that it stays that way. All this stuff can be fixed, and it will. Watching the storm, Jefferson County, velocities, I still see something, but in my opinion, it's not impressive. But with the way things have played out today, you have to err on the side of caution. You just absolutely have to. Whitehall, stay sheltered. Interior of your home, your business, put as many walls between you and the outside. Entergy also reporting now more than 50,000 without electricity. As you can imagine, many of those right through Garland, Saline, Pulaski counties into West Little Rock. But that, if there's a tornado, I think that's where it would be most likely, somewhere in this location, right in here, going over Highway 270, there's Whitehall, and there's 530. Pine Bluff, I think you're going to have high winds that can do damage, absolutely. You're going to have heavy rain, you're going to have lightning, and it can obviously do damage. But I think if there's a tornado, if there's one, it's going to go just to the south of the city. I'm sorry, just to the north of the city. You're going to be south of that circulation. Sherrill, another community, let's watch out for this, but let's hope it decreases a little bit further. And the trend with these tornado warnings is they get issued, and there's something there, and then it goes away. But I still see a little something, not much, but a little something there to be worried about, Barry.
Yeah, and I think rain is being pulled into the south, from the south into that storm. So another area of rain pulled in, and that would be ideal. We're just getting word that Governor Sanders has activated the National Guard. They'll be assisting state police, and they'll be assisting local law enforcement as well with all of the damaged areas there, because it will be a night where there are a lot of places that are not able to be boarded up before night falls. There'll be roads that are still blocked that need to be cleared. So the National Guard has been activated by Governor Sanders. We're going to, again, stay with these until there are no more tornado warnings with this. We have all of our reporters are out, and they are showing the areas that have been so hard hit. Todd just said 53,000 in the Entergy system without power. 80,000, including the electric cooperatives of Arkansas, 80,000 customers without power right now. So those are household, those are electric customers that are without, and so there'll be more than 100,000 people that do not have power tonight with this, and may not for a while, given the severity of these storms. I know crews will be out and working. You heard in Ashley's live shot there, the wind is howling right now. You got to think that some of those branches that were damaged, those will be pushed down because the wind is very, very strong right now. That should start to die down as we head through the evening hours and into the overnight. And without any rainfall, then we'll be able to start to get some electricity back together there. But we're still watching this storm, a broad area of rotation out to the north of Pine Bluff, and it looks like they have dropped that tornado warning to the north of Whitehall. Yeah.
This is up into north central Arkansas. Gid, this is far northwestern Independence County. This is a tornado warning, which also, this is for
east of Mountain View.
Yeah, east of Mountain View. It's Doppler radar indicated up there in north central Arkansas. So that's it right there. One other thing, and we're going to track this as it moves towards the east. Looks like north of Cushman in Independence County. Just got a voicemail message. Roofers, they're already calling. Beware scams. Some are legitimate, some aren't. 7 on your side, and just beware. They're already calling, so just be careful to everybody who's been affected. They're already calling. Be very careful with who you choose. Let's get past this first. We have Desmond Nugent, who's live right now, I believe, at Colony West Shopping Center in Breckenridge. We're going to continue to watch this storm. Behind me, up in north central Arkansas, near the community of Gid, just to look at the velocities. Yeah, let's hold off on going to Desmond for just a second. Barry, do you see this?
Yeah.
Coming over Highway 69, Lafferty?
Yeah, that's in Izard County, correct?
Yeah, and east of Mountain View, there's something there.
Yeah, I would think so. That far away from the radar site, you can kind of see that, but it is a supercell thunderstorm, and again, it's hard to make out a whole lot with that. But even at that distance from Guyan, and that will be moving up toward and to the south of Melbourne in North Arkansas. So that's Izard County, and that will move up across Highway 69 corridor, kind of the winding road there, Highway 58. It'll be moving up very near there. So if you're in that area of southwest Izard County, this storm is developing something. Even at that distance, we see a rotation within that storm, and that is our latest tornado warning. And those are the towns affected. Just to give you an idea, again, I'm going to back out. That is in far north Arkansas. There's Stone County. It's east of you, though, Mountain View. It's up into Izard County. And this, I remember years ago, a tornado actually moved through a very similar area there. It was over around Sylamore. But this is off to the east of there, and we don't know that it's on the ground, but the National Weather Service has said that this is an area of concern. The community of Sage, I don't know how to pronounce that, could be Gid, could be Jid, Lafferty, and Guyan in Izard County. It is moving up to the northeast. And so, folks, if you're in that area there, it's a very rural area, very heavily forested area of the state. You won't see much. There'll be a lot of rain wrapped around this, but there is some rotation with that storm. I do want to go back down to the storm. Yeah, they have taken that out, and so this is just a kind of a remnant cell. What happened is the rain moved up into what was a supercell all out by itself. It is now pulling cool air, rain-cooled air into it, and that kind of tears apart the vertical structure of these storms. And so that's great. We'll continue to watch it, but there are no tornado warnings in effect. I don't know if we have any of our other reporters out there ready, but we're going to continue to monitor those areas, and then the progress of how folks are cleaning up and unblocking streets. There are a number of streets that you cannot get through. I know a number of you probably have your chainsaw out, and you're saying, hey, how can I help? How can I go? Because, you know, that's what we do around here. But in many instances, you're gonna be clogging up the roadways, and we do not need that to happen. And there are some spots that are just straight out blocked off. The main thoroughfares may be open, a lot of side streets. I think in West Little Rock, I think in Cabot Village, up from Murray Lock and Dam, there along Rockwood, crossing Cantrell Road, out near where Purple Cow is on Cantrell Road. A lot of folks may know where that area is. That area has been very heavily hit. Pulaski County Title, that building has been very heavily hit in that same area too. So those are some just kind of landmarks along the way. But we are going to continue to stay with these storms as they have the potential to produce a tornado. And then it'll change over to kind of recovery. And, excuse me, we have Desmond. Okay. Desmond Nugent now, and out in West Little Rock, I believe, along Rodney Parham. Anything new for us, Desmond?
Barry, actually, we actually have a couple updates. Over here, there is a lot of damage to a lot of businesses, Kroger, a nail salon, a Rock City climbing, and actually there's a woman by the name of Joanna McFadden who actually was getting her nails done at the time of the severe weather when it hit, and she's actually standing here with me to share her experience. Miss Joanna, first of all, when you were inside of the nail salon, tell me just exactly what happened.
So I made it to my appointment about 2:20, and we were standing at the window looking over towards 10 Fitness, and we noticed that there were leaves swirling, and it didn't look like a traditional tornado. It just looked like a cloud that was moving. All of a sudden, the lights went out, and someone said, we need to get to the back. So we all took out, and we ran to the back, and we took cover.
And so whenever you took cover, you told me earlier that there was about 20, 25 people, and you guys ran to the back?
Yes, we ran to the back. We got close together. We closed the door, and it hit us.
What's that?
And the room shook for about 5 seconds, and then it was over. We opened the door, and when we opened the door, the roof to the building was gone. And
this is your first experience with this type of weather?
The first experience, and I hope it's the last experience.
Well, I'm glad you're okay.
Thank you.
And I'm glad you're okay. And again, Barry, there are cleanup efforts going on right now, and whenever we have more information, we will bring it to you. On your side in Little Rock, Desmond Nugent.
All right, Desmond, thanks. That is scary stuff right there, because that was if you didn't have any warning or know that it was there, it was on you very quickly. These things moving at 50 to 60 miles per hour. We do have, as you can imagine, we have numerous pieces of video of the tornado as it moved through West Little Rock. It was not much. The storm really was very broadly rotating, a supercell as it moved through the Hot Springs area. And I think my last comment before it really started to ramp up was, this doesn't look as bad as it did. And then it began to tighten the flow, and then it became a really, really large tornado. Todd, I think we have video from our storm chasing partner from Live Storms Media, Brett Adair, of the storm as it moved into West Little Rock.
This is from our partners on Storm Scan, if we can go to that. This tornado warning continues, by the way. It does not look as strong as it did, but it's still there. Storm Scan, we have that video from Brett Adair with Live Storms Media. He was on the air, and if we can pull the video when he did see it on the air, when we saw it coming over West Little Rock, it was live on the air. There. If we can get that, but this is it earlier. That is that new Jess's Chicken, that restaurant on Rodney Parham. And you see that hill off there just behind Shackelford. On the left side is 10 Fitness. Can we take that banner down? That's just for a little bit. You can put it back up here when it gets a little closer, but just to show you, that's the new doctor's office that you see that used to be the old Kmart, Parker Cadillac. That's the tornado. Brett realized at that point he was in danger, was in the direct path of it, and as you see from the damage. By the way, I just saw a horizontal vortex on that, Barry. I may need to back that up a little bit, but when you see a sideways vortex on the side of that tornado, that's when you're dealing with something on the upper end of the EF scale. Those don't happen unless you have a powerful, powerful tornado. But that's where the Olive Garden is. He got on 430 as an escape route and headed south. So that was his escape route. You see the Olive Garden. This is what aired on Channel 7 as we, and we're going to try to pull that video as it aired live for you, and we saw that put down a tornado. And then the damage afterwards. We know there are injuries. There are at least 20 injuries, and that was up at Baptist Hospital, and several of those critical. I'm going to back this up. Look at the debris in the air. I'm going to back this up a little bit more, and then I'm going to pause it. You can also see, if you look closely on the right side of the tornado, do you see all the debris flying in the air? I'm not quite sure if you can make that out on the right side, right in that location on the right side of the tornado. Do you see it flying in the air? Birds flying away, but there's the debris. And you may see at some point here, if you can key me in front of it, please. If you can put me in front of that. Guys, can I get keyed? Look at what's called the horizontal vortex. That's what they call them. Out on the side of it. Yeah, I'm going to have to back that. But you'll see, I saw it just a little, there it is, right there. And then another one right there. So when you see those in the horizontal, that means you've got a very powerful tornado. Obviously, we saw the damage, and we know that. That's 10 Fitness there as that came right through West Little Rock. It went through the Chenal area, and it came up through the Leawood, Colony West, Sturbridge, Leawood area. And we're going to see if we can get that video as it came through a little while. Came through, and we were carrying that live for you here on Channel 7 as it first put down the tornado, and then we tracked it all the way. So the tornado then tracked within about a half a mile to maybe a quarter of a mile of Channel 7. It was very close to hitting the station earlier, and now that tornado threat, we can tell you for most of the state, is rapidly diminishing. We do not think we're going to see intense tornadoes in our viewing area, but we still have a tornado watch, and it's still dangerous. That's, by the way, that's Colony West. This is all from Brett Adair. We've been showing you live video and live shots from Colony West. The bank out there, Kroger over there. There's the parking lot. That's where we had that interview with that gentleman, William, who says he saw that steel pipe in a lady's leg. One of the bad injuries. No reports of any fatalities so far, Barry. Let's pray that it stays that way.
Absolutely. We've got so many pieces of video and images in from Chime In, and if we can take a look at some of those. But this was, again, it was very much videoed, lots of images taken of this storm as it moved through. And we've got some storm damage videos. We've had a number of folks send those in, if we can take those. I think we're on. Okay, here is from around the area of Baptist Health. And this is the storm as it came in. There's multiple views of this storm, but obviously out to the west, crossing Chenal Parkway right there, then moving up through and coming up to around I-430 and Rodney Parham. And that is just that's a devastating storm. And when we had that live on the air with Brett Adair talking about that, you see that so infrequently in Arkansas that it's just one of those seminal moments that just like, well, everybody will remember March 31st and this tornado that hit here, but just a lot of different views of it, a lot of them coming from the higher floors of Baptist Health there, obviously moving across the field of vision. You can see how Todd mentioned the horizontal vortices extending out from that, but you can just see part of the bottom of the cloud just extends to the ground. That's the wall cloud. That's what you watch. That's the mesocyclone, and that's where tornadoes come from. They come from one part, a rotating part of a thunderstorm, and then if the if the rotation is intense enough, then it extends all the way down to the ground. And they don't have to be a mile wide to produce catastrophic damage. You can have wedge tornadoes that are up at the upper end of the EF scale, but you can have some that are obviously not that wide, obviously wide, but they can have very high wind speeds associated with them because of the wind field above. And these storms are tall, and they tap into the wind above. And we all know that the wind up above the earth is much stronger than down here at the surface with friction of hills and trees and things. But that is going to be burned in our mind forever here in Little Rock, because that is just an awful, awful looking storm. It then made its way up through Cabot Village, over some of those neighborhoods along the bluff south of the river, and then over into North Little Rock as well.
Barry, I think as you were telling our news crews, we're going to be able to have a 6 o'clock newscast, because I don't think ongoing weather is going to be an issue.
No.
I hope not. And we're going to have complete coverage from A to Z. We've activated our Spirit of Arkansas tornado relief with our partners, our friends over at the Red Cross. And a lot of damage and a long road of recovery for many. And I know many of you watching us from Mayflower and Bologna, you're saying, yeah, we've been there before. And so our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts are with everybody who's been affected today. And we pray again, there's been no reports of any fatalities into the Channel 7 newsroom. Hope it stays that way. Also, Governor Sarah Sanders has activated the National Guard, I think Barry said, and they've also declared a state of emergency. I'm sure that this is going to be a massive recovery process, because it hit so many homes and businesses, a very densely populated area. You put this tornado out in eastern Arkansas, and it hits fields mostly. It could hit people, but this hit a very densely populated area. The damage is going to be the millions upon millions, but that can all be fixed. But Barry, I think that we're feeling pretty good right now, because as far as the ongoing severe weather situation, the only tornado warned storm, it's almost out of the polygon, which means they're going to drop that at some point. And then we have the severe thunderstorm warnings, because that right there moving towards evening shade, they haven't reissued it, so that it's probably decreasing. This whole event for Arkansas is winding down. However, this is still a supercell thunderstorm that has to be washed in Jefferson County. This has velocity signatures on it that are weak, but they're there. It has that hook to it. Do you see the velocities? I'm a little worried, Wabaseka, a little concerned about this. I wouldn't doubt if they issued a tornado warning. If they do, the moment that they push the button on their keyboard at the National Weather Service to issue one, you're going to see a box appear right here that says new tornado warning. We'll see if they do that for here, but this to me is the storm in the state that does not have a tornado warning on it, but shows the most intense signatures on radar. North of Pine Bluff, the rotation with this will stay north of you, but I am concerned that something may be trying to develop here, Barry. West of Alzheimer, Wabaseka, right there on Highway 15. I want you to take your tornado precautions anyway. Even if there's not an official tornado warning issued, I want you to take your tornado precautions. I don't like this in an area that hasn't been touched by rain today. I think they're going to issue a tornado warning. I'd be shocked if they did not issue a tornado warning. South of Sherrill, moving towards the northeast, there's Humphrey, there's Stuttgart. I think there will be a tornado warning issued at any moment for that, Barry.
Wrapping up there
very quickly,
and that's something I wasn't entirely sure was going to happen, but it's moving out into that eastern part of the state, and right there it is, Alzheimer, and it'll be moved toward Humphrey, as Todd said, Sherrill. So it's kind of between Sherrill and Alzheimer right there, and those are wind fields. And every scan, and there's the tornado warning. It was just issued. Todd said that it would be, and so here it is. It'll be moving up along Highway 63, probably just to the north of that, but it may intersect it at some point. So if you're out to the northeast of Pine Bluff, Alzheimer, get into the lowest floor of your house, the most interior part of your house, away from exterior walls and windows, because these storms, that's why we stuck with it, because it looked like a supercell. It looked like it could produce a tornado, but it probably wasn't. And now it may very well be in an area where winds are coming toward and going away from the radar site, right just on the northwest side of Alzheimer. Out to the east, there's a supercell storm, and that eastern part of the state, just notice, there's just nothing out there. I said it earlier. Stuttgart, you've had no rain so far. It's hot, it's humid, it's windy. There's a lot of wind energy still left, and that's why we said we're not completely out of the woods with this as we even approach the 6 o'clock hour. But this is the one that we'll be watching. There's one up to the north of there, southeast of Carlisle. Todd?
The one, say that again?
There's one out to the southeast of Carlisle that's beginning to develop as well.
Yeah.
And so this is moving into that area, and there's no tornado warning on it, but I want you, Hazen, I want you to be watching this storm. We are watching it. And just when it looked like there was a lull, then this day that seems like it will not let go of us says, yeah, here we go again. And that is the area that the National Weather Service is watching. I'm sure they're watching other areas as well as this storm moves through. It has the rotation around the backside of the storm. So you can see this broad area of rain and heavy rainfall. That's the rain and possibly even hail core within that. But it's this southwest side of the storm, this lower flank of the storm that you have to be concerned about, because that's the rotating mesocyclone, the medium-sized rotation in the atmosphere that then comes down into a very small area if it does indeed produce a tornado. And so that's what we look at, these storms out by themselves, and we're just looking for a new scan. But while there was a new reflectivity scan, rainfall scan, there was not a new, there it is, there's the new scan right there, and it's just now north of Altimer. Still kind of a broad area, but where those two meet, I think we have to be concerned that there could be something happening there. I know that if you're out looking at that storm from a ways, there's a lowering of the cloud base of that storm. And it's possible then from that lowering area, that's where you might see a tornado. I don't know that it looks any worse than it did, Todd, but I don't know that it looks any better either.
Yeah, near Wabasega, I want you to take your tornado precautions. You were talking about that storm near Carlisle. I think this may actually, it's bad news for Jefferson County, but this may actually stop the inflow into that storm near Carlisle because that's due north. So I'm not 100% sold on that, but this may disrupt that a little bit. So I'm just trying to see, silver lining on this cloud and this horrible day. But let's go back into this because there's obviously one of these structurally sound supercell thunderstorms. It's there, and then you look at the velocities, and it shows more tightening. It's very close to Wabaseka right now. We're close to the radar. Now, we don't have, it's there, and it could be putting down a small tornado. But let's see, we're close to the radar. Let's see if there's any debris signatures. I don't see anything conclusive with debris, the debris detector. I don't see that. But Altimer and Wabaseka, I think Wabaseka is in the direct path of this. Near Altimer, especially on Highway 63. So it's going to cross over there. This is Wabaseka Road right here going north and south. This is the potential tornado moving towards the northeast. Humphrey is another location that could be in the path of this tornado. Crooked Creek Road, and eventually, Stuttgart, you are not in, see the tornado warning polygon stops short of town. You're not in the tornado warned area, but you better watch this. It's out on its own. I hesitate to say that this is going to be a long-tracked supercell just because I think the dynamics in the atmosphere are shifting towards the north and the northeast of the state. But I'd rather play the safe than sorry and tell you in Stuttgart, please pay attention to this. And there's the hook, Altimer, Wabaseka moving towards the northeast, Highway 63 and 152. A lot of rural farmland, but I know we have viewers. And if you know somebody there, make sure you give them a call or text them and tell them that there is the definite possibility of a tornado. There's strong indication on radar when you see that shear, and the newest scan just came in, and that gives me a little pause too. At the newest scan, Barry, it's not as strong. It's still there, but it looks maybe not as organized as before, but do not let that on your guard.
They go back and forth. And that is a supercell, and that's why we watch those. So, but it's this tail that we're looking at. Getting some word in from eastern Arkansas. Remember when we said that there was a tornado, it looks like very apparent, near Wynne. We're getting word that Wynne High School has been demolished, has been hit very, very hard over in the eastern part of the state. That coming from a friend of mine, Jeff Hankins, working in the Arkansas State system. He says that Wynne High School has been hit extremely hard. And so those are, again, not everybody will see thunderstorms today, but where they occur, they're going to be strong and they will be long-lived. And that was one of those storms that came through central Arkansas, and it made its way all the way over there, and then it ramped up again. So that's why we watch storms like this. This is quite a day, and we watch every storm like this near Wabaseka right now. Just go ahead and get in your safe spot. The tail end of this storm along the highway there, Highway 79, it'll then move up toward Umphrey. And it's not this area where it's just raining hard and there's probably even some small hail in it. It's this tail that we're looking at right there. Velocity-wise, we'll look at it, and it's a rather broad area of winds swirling around and winds going away from the radar site. Let's see, I don't think the Memphis radar, no, the Little Rock radar is definitely closer. Debris with this, nothing terribly apparent with that. So that's good news. That's what we want to see. But there is this little hook right here, Wabaseka Road. And again, there's processing time on this, so it's already up the highway some. But that's rain being pulled around a broad rotation center right there. And those, in the old days before Doppler radar, this is what we looked at. This is the only way you could look for a hook echo, and that's rain being pulled around a rotation source. But now, with that, we can look at the wind field inside of that storm as well. And I'm just going to say, if you're in Wabaseka, may not be a tornado on the ground, doesn't matter. Get in your safe spot. Go to the lowest floor of your house. Get away from exterior walls and windows, because it's not going to be there very long. These storms moving at 50, 60 miles per hour will just fly. Just think about a car moving down the highway there at 50, 55, 60 miles per hour. It's going to be moving very, very quickly and in and out very quickly. And there's the latest scan. I don't think it looks as organized as it did. And we'll look at, but again, it's the tail of a supercell thunderstorm. And so those are the ones that we have to watch, and we'll continue to watch very closely. I'm sure there'll be more reports of damage coming out, again, in just a few minutes, or when this tornado warning is not there. We will go to our newscast. We've got all of our reporters out there. Obviously, a large tornado has affected the Little Rock area in terms of width and in terms of intensity. This is going to be at the upper end of, toward the upper end of the EF scale, and it's going to take a long time to recover. And I know a lot of you are out there cleaning up right now. You're trying to prepare for the onset of darkness here in just a little bit. And it looks like the rainfall, though, is largely going to end. I will say that there is some rain now moving through the Little Rock area. It's mainly in southwest Little Rock and moving up. These are not severe storms at all, but down I-30. And so that will move up through the area hit by the tornado, both in North Little Rock and down into Little Rock. It looks like it will be largely rain-free, but there could be a few light showers out there. And there could even be a little bit of lightning. And I know a number of folks are without power, and I'm going to talk about the power. I'll look that up, but we still are looking at this storm near Wabaseka right now, and we'll continue to keep you updated on that. I'll get an updated count. Now 93,000 without power in Arkansas. A lot of those have just come in recently over into Cross County and into Crittenden County. So there has been, along with that storm that apparently has hit Wynne High School, apparently a lot of places have been hit. Out of 10,000 customers in Cross County, 6,400 without power. Crittenden County, 13,000 customers, 6,000 without power, almost half. And here in Pulaski County, including Entergy System and co-ops, we're at 54,000 customers without power. And in the Entergy System alone, and it is an eerie map to look at when you look through Little Rock and North Little Rock, because you can tell exactly where the tornado went. And I'm just looking at it here, and I'll tell you the summary says that we're now 57,000 customers in the Entergy System in the state without power. Again, some of those, though, I think are coming in now from eastern Arkansas. Yeah, in that area around Wynne and over around and to the north of West Memphis. All right, back we go. Wabaseka, this is a new scan. It still has that little hook on it, velocity-wise. Yeah, there's still something there. And Todd, I think it may have more inflow than it had as it approaches Umphrey.
Yeah, it is, and it's going to get close to Stuttgart here. I think it's going to go south of Stuttgart, to be honest with you, but it's going to be a close call with that. velocities, as Barry's been showing you, there's still something there, and so I don't feel sad. We have meteorologist Melinda Mayo standing by live. Let's not go just yet, but all on standby. I don't want to pull away from this storm right now because I think lives are in danger here in Humphrey along Highway 152. There's Humphrey right there. So this is where it would be. It just passed over Wabaseka. We don't have any reports of any damage right now, but they would be slow. Say that again, Caden. Do we have what up? Stuttgart up here on 79, which runs out of Wabaseka up towards Stuttgart. You got Max Prairie Wings right up here, right where the road bends. It's actually right here on 63. And let's stay with the weather coverage here because we have a possible tornado that's coming up through Humphrey. Nope, not in this. Coming up 63 and 79 right now. Barry, I wonder how much of this is noise on the radar because it does not have. There's some weird-looking pixels, but there's that hook right there. And look at that hail core north of Humphrey. That's hail. And it's just a classic supercell, so I think there could be a tornado there, Barry. And
I do too.
The debris,
think
I'm not.
Maybe right there, north of the U and Humphrey.
But that doesn't match up well when you look there.
No, but that, again, these scans are coming in at different times.
Yeah.
So let's just assume that it is. And we say that all the time. Let's just assume there is something happening there, even if there's not, because as Todd showed you, that is the hail core of this storm, and it's this bottom area around Humphrey, or maybe just to the south of there, and it will track up towards Stuttgart, and hopefully by that time it will not be as potent as it is. But I think that is a storm that needs to be watched. Go to your safe spot in your house as it moves up, and then the highway kind of moves back to the south a little bit there. It'll be moving right up that corridor. So if you live in that area, Humphrey or out to the east of town, you need to go to that safe spot in your house. That is the only tornado warning that we have within the state. Let's take a look at the velocity of it. Yeah, I think there's something. Yeah, I think now, and then the latest scan, I'll show you the debris. It's very close to that. There could be some debris in there. Yeah, hard to tell, but the velocity product is enough for me. That right there is enough for me. And it would be where those two come together. So maybe on the east side of town and then moving up along Highway 63. Small community of Goldman, going to be next.
Barry, rotating wall cloud with that storm, eastern Jefferson County, Spottern, Humphrey.
Okay.
So there's a rotating wall cloud with that.
Yeah, I think all of these are going to have that wall cloud. Now, are they producing a tornado? We don't know, but that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good confirmation.
That's from a spotter. But Crooked Creek Road, look at this map here that I've got. So that if there's debris, that's probably it. If we're still trying to sort that out. Crooked Creek Road, and here's Goldman, a very small community going into Stuttgart. So I think it's going to track near 63 and just north of that. The velocity signature on the radar, if there's a tornado, I think it's right over Humphrey. We already had the report of the rotating wall cloud there, and I'm going to kind of outline what I'm looking at here on Crooked Creek Road. Stuttgart, take your tornado precautions. There's the new tornado warning. I'm assuming it's for this because it's getting to the edge of this polygon. So I'm assuming they're reissuing that tornado warning. It was just issued, Barry.
I think
they're extending
I think
this.
They're issuing a new one up to the north. That storm near Hazen.
Okay, yeah, they did.
So right along I-40.
That was that one you were looking at near Carlisle.
Yeah, and right now it is. Yeah, there is some indication right there. Not a great amount, but
Bisco.
It looks like a tornado producer.
It could be. It's got that look of that supercell. It's just the velocities. But it's already ramping up with that one coming into Stuttgart. But this one has that supercellular structure when reflectivity. Reflectivity is just the rain. But Bisco, Duval's Bluff, Highway 70, it's coming up on I-40 right now. I think you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Put as many walls between you and the outside. Stay away from windows. I don't think that there's going to be a large tornado out of these like we had earlier. I think that threat is kind of coming down a little bit, but the tornado threat is staying elevated. It doesn't matter if it's a 0, 1, or 2, or 3. There's going to be damage if there's a tornado, and it's a big deal if it hits your house. Just heard thunder, by the way, here in the Little Rock metro area. not severe, not severe. But we're going to continue to monitor that. Did you see that thunderstorm that just developed over Little Rock?
Yeah, and it's ramping up some even now. I don't think there's a tornado threat with that.
No.
But
it's loud.
And there's a lot of lightning in places where people are out trying to clean up.
Absolutely. So there's the new tornado warning, which does include Brinkley. Brinkley is another location we want you to take your tornado precautions, but I just don't see anything conclusive on velocities right now. By far, this storm is the one that is greatly concerning me because it's getting closer and closer to Stuttgart.
Yep.
And there's still something there. A report of a wall cloud, a rotating wall cloud in Humphrey. It's past Wabaseka. You're clear with this particular storm coming up into Stuttgart. So Stuttgart, that's the end of the polygon right there. It's not in you, but I say just go ahead and take shelter. There's no harm in that. So text your friends and your family, give them a call. Say Channel 7 is telling people in Stuttgart to play it safe. Take your tornado precautions right now in Stuttgart, because that's the next community, and there's very little room between that rotation and the edge of that polygon, so there's not much warning when the new one gets issued, just outside of that polygon. So I want to go ahead and warn everybody in Stuttgart, north up towards the airport and northeast, all of them up here, and maybe even getting close to Clarendon at some point as it crosses the White River. There is a rotation that I think is significant enough for the issuance of a tornado warning, and when one does get issued again, you'll see that first right here, and I think you're going to see a new box drawn here. I'm really kind of shocked that hasn't happened just yet, but all of them will be in the path of this. Also, Elmira up towards Stuttgart in this general area as that tracks. And again, these don't go straight. They kind of wobble around, not a straight line. That's the best I got right now, Barry. I'm checking just all the newest information, and I know emergency shelters now established at the North Little Rock Community Center. I want to make sure everybody knows that for storm victims and also their pets. And that's located at 2700 Willow Street. 2700 Willow Street, North Little Rock. There's a shelter that is open. And also from Mayor Frank Scott, Chris May sent this to me, says that roads are currently closed. Markham from Rodney Parham to Napa Valley, Rodney Parham from Markham to Napa Valley, Cantrell from I-430 to Reservoir, Shackelford, Arkansas Valley to Markham. So a lot of road closures in West Little Rock because of this. But this storm here is what I think we need, is the biggest one in our viewing area right now that's heading into Arkansas County. And I want Stuttgart to go ahead and take your tornado precautions, even though there's not a technical tornado warning in effect. I just think that would be smart. You do have hail coming into town too, Barry.
Yeah, this is I was just looking at those road closures here in town, but yeah, there is definitely something there as this approaches Stuttgart. It's hard to tell exactly the center of circulation because it looks like it has moved somewhat down to the south. It was right on the highway there, headed into Stuttgart, but for now it looks like it may be just south of there. So we're going to look more at the rainfall within this storm, and it looks like the tail end of that storm could be down here. So this may be the rotation area south of the highway and moving off to the northeast. So Stuttgart, yes, you're not in the warning, but you could very well be very quickly. And then the storm that we're looking at just north of there, again, I'll go back to velocity on that one. So there is definitely something there. And then the storm that's right along I-40 north of Duvall's Bluff. And you'll see that it doesn't look like a whole lot there. Just on the velocity product with that. Radar-wise, there is that tail on this storm as well. So Bisco would be eventually in this storm, but this is a storm that doesn't look as impressive. I think the National Weather Service is probably looking at just the instability that is out in that eastern part of the state and saying, wow, these storms, if they're out by themselves like that, may have the potential. And then you see a scan or two where there is some velocity going away from and toward the radar site, and you think, well, that is something that we're going to have to warn. And we are warning it, and we're going to tell you about it. It just looks weaker than the one that's coming up on Stuttgart. And so Stuttgart, here you are. I think this storm might be going a little more east than it was, maybe, but there is still something out there. And look at where the rotation is now, out to the east of Humphrey. It's this area right here that we're looking at, Highway 343. So bright reds, bright greens, and the meeting point of the two would be right there as it moves. I'm going to say this is moving a little more east-northeast. And just to put that in perspective for you, Stuttgart, it looks like to me that this rotation could very well go to the south of Stuttgart. We're going to watch future scans, though, to see if something starts to rotate up there.
Okay, so Barry, that and the one to the north are the only tornado warnings. I'm still kind of baffled as to why this has not been issued further.
There it is, right there.
There it is, new tornado warning issued. Finally, there's Stuttgart. It got to the very end of that polygon. This does include Ullum, Elmira, Duncan, a lot of small farming communities in this location of the state. Along Highway 146, this is where the possible tornado would be located. Just a couple, about maybe 2 to 4 miles to the south of Stuttgart, moving towards the east-northeast. Stuttgart, it's loud out there, isn't it? You hear the hail, the rain, the wind, but the tornado with this, if there is one, is just a few miles to the south. So stay sheltered. I think it's going to go just south of town, parallel 79 for a little while, and move up towards the north. There's 79, there's 146 and 37, there's Rowe and Duncan. Take your tornado precautions, maybe as far, it'll probably go just a little north of Elmira in Arkansas County on its current path, but these paths are never perfectly straight. So that's the new tornado warning that has just been issued. The loud noise you hear in the Little Rock metro area is a thunderstorm that is not severe. This storm, Barry, in the I-40 area, still has a strong hook to it. North of Duval's Bluff, Carlisle's in the clear from this storm, but Brinkley here, take your tornado precautions. I still don't see velocities that suggest an imminent threat, but it could develop very rapidly based on the velocities. I think this storm has some impedance, is being impeded by the storm towards the south. That's what I'm talking about here. The flow into it here may be disrupted a little bit, and that's why this isn't really going, and this one is at the moment. That could always change. But the other thing of note is that this is moving out of the Channel 7 viewing area soon, going up towards Forest City, which is the Memphis television market. And this in Arkansas County will be moving towards Monroe County, which of course we cover, and then it moves towards the east. They're also moving very quickly. So it's 6 o'clock right now, and I don't know when we want to touch base with our news crews. I know we have meteorologist Melinda Mayo out. We have Brenda. We have so many, but I think it's important that we kind of stick with this for now because of its proximity in Arkansas County, Barry. But the reports of damage, just again, you're in a haze right now. It's kind of a fog with everything that has happened. But correct me if I'm wrong. There has been no damage since West Little Rock. In North Little Rock, in Jacksonville, that storm. Has there been anything else besides that one storm that's caused damage?
Well, until East Arkansas and Wynne and that storm. And so, but a big gap. You're right. Yeah. It was a storm that really, the storms that moved through here, there were 2 supercells. The initial one kind of died out, and then the other one became strong and moved over into eastern Arkansas, and it became the dominant storm. But you're right. It was much worse as it went through the metro area here. We're going to watch that storm over that's out to the west of Brinkley near Biscoe. Todd mentioned that there is the hook feature to it right there, but not a lot in the way of rotation. Maybe a little bit out to the east of town, but that looks really weak to me, and that's not terribly far from the radar site. So it's a tornado-warned area, and it is roughly following the interstate. I mean, it's almost, the rotation area almost following right along the interstate, but it's the one south of there, south of Stuttgart now. It looks like a little more broad rotation, but I see some outbound that is a little stronger, and there is the tail. This would be south of Stuttgart, the rotating area. That's got to be a hail core there in Stuttgart. There's going to be some damage, I bet you, to cars and roofs there. And as we head on out, this is a large then tornado warning that goes out, much larger than where the actual rotation will be. But it will cross over 165 there south of Stuttgart and move off to the east. But that is, that is a lot of lightning and hail perhaps with that storm as it moves through. This is the latest scan. Velocity scan still showing the potential for something down to the south there. So if you're in this area, go ahead and take cover out in advance of it. Very well could be something happening there as it crosses the highway and moves off to kind of the east-northeast. These are mainly east-northeast moving, not true northeast moving. We have some more video to show, or some pictures to show. We're going to stay with this storm, just the south of Stuttgart. Can we take our storyteller? And if we can, I'll show you some areas, maybe some landmarks that might be familiar to you. There's some apartment damage in the Little Rock area. This is Calais Apartments, and this is on Napa Valley. And you can see that is sustained extensive damage, one of the buildings at least there. And then, okay, we're getting some ads here, but anyway. Calais Apartments, a few more, perhaps. There's some more damage from there. And I'm not exactly sure where that is. Yeah, I'm not sure. That looks like that could be Emmanuel Baptist Church or a church of some sort in the background. I don't think it's Emmanuel.
I'm trying,
but
I'm looking there. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where that is.
That's not Emmanuel. I don't
no,
think
it's not. That's not, no. But it would have been in that area around Emmanuel Baptist that the tornado tracked.
I think it may be the Baptist Church on Donovan Briley Boulevard, south of Camp Robinson.
South of Camp Robinson.
So
Okay, good. Thanks for that. Chris May here, and all of our news team is behind the scenes. I know you've seen us a lot today. For my taste, you've seen us too much today. Out to the southeast of Stuttgart, we're going to continue then to keep an eye on these storms. Just go back if we can, and I'll show you. It's a little more broad now, but perhaps out to the southeast of Stuttgart, there could be some rotation with that storm. It is a supercell. And there it is as it tracks maybe just to the north of Elmira, the roads that wind through Arkansas County over there. And there it is kind of on a larger view. The storm up to the north as it heads toward Brinkley. Not much velocity there, but some broad rotation with that storm as it tracks just along or perhaps just north of I-40 eastbound. That wouldn't be a fun trip right now on I-40 eastbound with the rain and storms in the vicinity of there, and that supercell just to the north.
Yeah, that I-40 storm that you're looking at. I see it. Dagmar is the community.
Yeah.
You see that? That right there coming into Brinkley right now. That may be something, especially on the north side of Interstate 40. There's Brinkley, Weatherby Drive. So there may be something trying to organize there, and they had that tornado warning in effect. So these are the two tornado warnings that are ongoing. In effect, I believe, until 7 o'clock, and it's 6:17 right now. Hopefully it'll be over with by then, but we keep saying that. But this watch is in effect until 8, and they'll get another watch going for maybe a few counties in eastern Arkansas. Stuttgart, let's look at the reflectivity out of this. And the hail core, the back edge of that, it's a hard back edge, Stuttgart. So rapid, it went from hailing to nothing very quickly. But that's hail and rain too. East of Stuttgart, and this is the area that has the potential tornado. And the rotation with that, there's still something, as Barry's been tracking it with us here. Elmira, it's going to be near you, but probably jog just a couple, 2, 3, 4 miles north of town. Let me get my glasses here and look at that. That's Highway 130 north coming out of Elmira, 153. And this general area, there could be one here or something down in that area. So I think it's just prudent for us to warn everybody here that hook echo with that. Remember, this is now entering the area of the state that was under the high risk for severe weather and tornadoes today. So keep that in mind, that the atmosphere is still volatile, very volatile. Obviously, as we told you, don't focus on the worst, the high risk, the moderate risk, and the bullseye, because it can happen in other areas too, and oftentimes it does. We saw that happen today. Hail out of this on Highway 146. It's a little slow getting onto the radar, but I've got a feeling you're going to see a hail there, right there near south of Stuttgart. Now this lags behind a little bit because that hail core is further towards the east, but sizable hail. How big is the radar estimating? Again, this is more east now, but showing ping pong size hail with that thunderstorm, which is now east of Stuttgart, 146 there, the highway. That's where that is. So that's lagging behind just a touch. But again, hail is a threat with that, along with the tornado threat in Arkansas County. If there's a tornado, it's right in this location most likely. Now, southeast, almost due east of Stuttgart, moving towards the east at almost 50 miles per hour. Damaging winds will be a threat with this thunderstorm as it moves towards the east. Let's check in on the northern storm. The northern storm on I-40, which is coming into Brinkley. That still has some weak, broad rotation to it. Bisco is in the clear from this particular storm. It's riding I-40. There's Fargo, Highway 17. There's Wheatley on I-40. It doesn't look as organized. It never really looked very organized, but it doesn't look as organized as it did in the previous scans, and that will be moving out of the Channel 7 viewing area sooner than later here, probably by about 6:30 or so. That moves out of the Channel 7 viewing area, and then we'll focus our attention on this. And Barry, we get so focused on one or two storms, we should really kind of look out and pull out, look at the whole picture.
Yeah, there's not much out there, though.
I remember yesterday and even today we're saying not everybody will get thunderstorms.
Yeah.
You see, we're concentrating on two, but very little, if anything. I see one cell, by the way, in southern Perry County. It's just a shower. But just to let you know, in the metro, there still could be showers this evening for a short time.
Okay, we'll continue to watch those storms over there out to the east of Stuttgart. We did get word in just now from Mayor Scott's office that says there are no known fatalities in Little Rock.
Thank God.
I mean,
that's
goodness. All you can hope for. And we know that there are folks that are critically hurt, though, and there are a number of folks that are hurt from this storm. And so I know a lot of folks are praying for them and for their complete recovery. But if we could get through this, a storm of that size with no loss of life, that would all the technology we have, it would be worth it for this one event. But it happens time after time that technology is able to warn us. But we're seeing out to the east of Stuttgart now that storm that still has a hook on it, still has a hail core on it, as Todd mentioned. Velocity-wise, there's still some wind going away at a pretty rapid clip from the radar site, and some coming back along Highway 146. So just to the south of there, it would be that area. If there was rotation, there's kind of a new scan right there, and it, again, is moving almost due east, maybe just barely north of east as it moves through. The storm looks like this with reflectivity, so it's a supercell. That is a textbook picture of a supercell thunderstorm there. And the part that we're always concerned about is this trailing part down here. Now up to the north, this storm, and again, this will be moving off into a very rural area of the eastern part of Arkansas County, kind of northeastern Arkansas County. Let's go to the storm up to the north of there. And it is approaching Brinkley. I haven't seen power outages associated with that. Velocity-wise, there is some broad rotation there and kind of a lot of wind along I-40, some return flow, so the area would be just to the north of I-40 if there is something happening. I'm sure there's a lowering of the cloud base there. Again, it's a supercell thunderstorm. It has some rotation with it. But radar-wise, it is not as impressive. If you just looked at these two storms, this one not as impressive as this one is down here. Just looking at the hail core within that one down there, it's just obviously a taller storm, has a bigger updraft in it. And then, so we're going to continue to watch that and watch this one, though, until there are no tornado warnings coming our way.
Barry, on the screen.
Yeah, we
That's
take
Wynne High School.
Okay,
Storyteller.
Storyteller, if we can take that. And we're just getting first pictures in from eastern Arkansas and Wynne, and we've heard it's sustained a direct hit. Yeah, it looks like catastrophic damage there. We certainly hope that there was no one inside that school when that happened. The warning was in effect for long before it moved into Wynne. That's the one thing about these storms, these supercells. It's not a mystery usually where they are. They're very apparent on radar. They stay on the ground a long time, and you get multiple minutes of warning. But that's a heartbreaking scene for folks over in the area of Wynne in eastern Arkansas, a storm that did move through the Little Rock area there. We're getting a number of reports of damage, not only in Little Rock, but in North Little Rock, some other spots around the state, but it was very selective. It was strongest, we're thinking, in the Little Rock and North Little Rock area. And these storms right now, they don't look like those storms that when we moved here, or when they moved through the Little Rock area. But out to the east of town of Stuttgart right now, there is that storm. Casco, you're going to be in the hail core of the storm. We'll zoom in just a little tighter there. There's Casco. This is the part that we're concerned about, a rotation being pulled around a center. Velocity-wise, you know, there's still something there, but I don't know that it is as pronounced as it was. But we watch straight east of Stuttgart, that northern part of Arkansas County, and then the storm up to the north. It's approaching New Brinkley, but this doesn't even have much of a hail core on it. Not that that is absolutely necessary, but there is outbound wind and there is some inbound wind, and it's coming up on the Brinkley area right now, and it's very close to that I-40 corridor of eastern Arkansas. Radar-wise, it does not look quite as pronounced as it did. There is still that little notch there on the tail end of it, but that storm, I think, is pulling air that is rain-cooled up. Todd mentioned this earlier. It impedes just that hot air that flows into the southernmost storm, that warm, humid air. This one, I think, is getting a lot of rain-cooled air coming in. And what a supercell wants is warm, humid air. Warm air rises, humid air rises. Cool air does not rise. So I think it's getting affected by that, and hopefully that is the case, and this thing kind of goes away as it approaches Brinkley. But Brinkley, you're still in a tornado-warned storm, and so this is the time to keep a close watch out and go to that most interior part of your house, and we'll keep a close watch on it as we do. This is a much stronger storm out to the east of Stuttgart. Velocities, new scan, yeah, there's still something there, away from and toward in a rather tight couplet, but we're getting out toward the eastern edge of a really good look at this storm from our radar here. We can still see it quite well, but it's just a little farther away and it's shooting at a higher angle.
Barry, I think we may have, did we lose Barry's microphone? I think we may have lost it. That's okay. It's probably, we've been talking, and the battery's got to be replaced. So let's go into this again. This Barry's been tracking this potential tornado. The one is now moving out of the Channel 7 viewing area. It's just past Brinkley, but this one still continues going into southern Monroe County. Holly Grove, checking in on the velocities of this. And can you hear me? I was just told that maybe they can't hear me. Okay, so there it is, coming in just south of Holly Grove. If there's a tornado, that's where it is. Casco, Deep Elm, there's Lawrenceville. This is the area that, and Crockett's Bluff, if you know of anybody there, north of Crockett's Bluff, you're going to get the potential tornado going out over there and getting out of the Channel 7 viewing area, going into Phillips County, which is served by the Memphis television market. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for the Camden area. So a new severe thunderstorm warning for Camden. Let's look at this just to be safe than sorry, and I see rotation, Barry. I hate to say it, but Camden, I'm not convinced that this storm is just going to be severe warned. I think Camden, you need to take your tornado precautions. I'm going to zoom into this. There's Camden, there's East Camden. Now let's look at the velocities. This is what I'm talking about. Barry, do you see that? Yeah. East of Highway 57, Camden, take your tornado precautions. There's not a tornado warning in effect right now, but on a day like today, we've got to play this safe than sorry. Please take your tornado precautions in Camden. Channel 7 is urging you to do that. And while we're waiting for a tornado warning to be issued for Camden, and we're watching that near Holly Grove, just a picture I wanted to share with you that was sent to me. It's on Storyteller. It boggles my mind because I've driven through this area 40 plus years here in Little Rock, Breckenridge and Shackleford. That's looking towards the south. It's unrecognizable. I cannot believe what I'm looking at there. That's near the Shipley's Donuts. Do you know Shipley's? What used to be the old powerhouse gym would be on the right side of that, picture. And that's looking off towards the southwest as that move towards Colony. It's unrecognizable. And so many people are devastated. And we know so many people that live in this area. and just pray that nobody was killed. No fatalities reported. Let's go back to the storm here, Camden, East Camden. There's no tornado warning in effect, but my goodness, there is rotation in this thunderstorm. I don't think that that's debris, but this is it right here. That's Highway 278. So we'll continue to monitor that storm, and the other one that has a tornado warning on it too, that will be moving out of Arkansas and Monroe County soon and going over into Phillips County, but it still could be producing a tornado. Although, Barry, the latest scans on this don't look quite as strong, but it's still intact somewhat, enough to continue that warning. Highway 146, Marvel right over here. Stuttgart, okay, so they just updated, they just cleaned up that tornado warning a little bit. So Stuttgart is not even officially in that anymore, and that's going to be moving east. I think our attention, Barry, it's going to start moving from that as it moves over the White River area here into southwest Arkansas. I don't understand why there's not a tornado warning on this right now. It's out on its own. It's got something going on.
It's a little smaller storm. Maybe
Is your microphone on, Barry? Okay, they're working on your microphone. I'll take it until they get that sorted out. Highway 278, Camden. It's moving just a little north of due east, so it's going to get awfully close to town. So that's it right there. This is looking at it from the Little Rock radar. This is the area that I'm watching. This yellow polygon means severe thunderstorm warning. There's East Camden, which has been hit so many times. I communicate with the mayor every now and then, getting damage assessments from her. That's East Camden, a community that's been hit hard. But this is something that is drawing my attention now down there in south central Arkansas. And, you know, if there's not a tornado, thank goodness. But if there is, and there isn't a tornado warning in effect, I want you to go ahead and take your tornado precautions, because it does no harm into just going into the interior of your home or your business and putting as many walls between you and the outside. Let's look at here at the newest scans that are coming in, make sure I've got the latest one. The debris signature on this, there's nothing in there that shows debris, and the severe thunderstorm warning continues. So while we wait on that, can we go to one of our reporters? Because that one in Arkansas, Monroe County, is kind of winding down a little bit. So
Yeah,
I think
do
we
we
have
have any
meteorologist Melinda Mayo, by the way.
No, there's the new tornado warning.
Let's stay with that.
Yeah, let's stay with it.
Tornado warning, Camden. There it is. Take your tornado precautions right now. This also includes Shoemaker up towards Bearden. Tornado warning there in south central Arkansas. This is what we were kind of concerned about, a rapid intensification of a severe thunderstorm in an environment that is very conducive to tornadoes. Nothing has been confirmed out of this, but the radar does suggest that one could be forming at any moment just to the west of Camden on Highway 278. Barry, you got your mic up and going?
Yeah, I think my other one got tired.
Yeah,
so we've got a new microphone here. Out to the
west of town of Camden, yeah, this is a supercell thunderstorm quite a ways
Well,
away from the radar site.
Barry, we had it. It was so close. I'll take over till they get that sorted out again.
Oh, there it is.
All right, we're back.
There
All
you
right,
go.
all right. Hopefully this will stay with us. But Camden, this tail end of the storm is obviously what we're looking at as it comes toward you. The hail core to the north of town. This one moving almost due east. It may be just barely north of east, but it's coming into town. So I want everybody that's in and around Camden to go ahead and get into that lowest spot in your house. This is moving very quickly. All of these storms are. It won't inconvenience you for very long, and it will be something that could save you, because these storms could ramp up very quickly. I don't think they're going to last like they did earlier today for dozens and dozens and dozens of miles. But this is a storm that we're going to watch, and the velocity product on it continues even at quite a distance from the Weather Service radar in North Little Rock. Well, strong inflow, some outflow, but again, you're looking at higher up into the storm, probably at an elevation of 7,000 or 8,000, 9,000 feet. We want to sample the lowest elevation. So seeing that rotation up in the storm, we're just saying that this is certainly has the possibility as it moves into Camden there. And the storm motion on these, Todd, has been at around 50 miles per hour. I'll look and see what it says here on this one. And it says that it's going at
I'm looking here for
45 miles per hour, not quite as fast, but it's coming into Camden right now. That gives you just maybe a second more, but with processing time, it is on you. It is on you. It's in the western part of the city right now, whatever rotation there is. If it's a tornado, you're getting into that safe spot, right? If it's not, that's fine. That's what we don't want to see. But it is moving right through that area, and then it will move over into East Camden eventually. And so that is our latest tornado warning. It seems like they will never end. With these storms, though, I think we have to keep in mind that all of the ones that are out there are supercells and could produce a tornado. So I'm going to back out and just show you that we're talking about eastern Arkansas, and now we're talking about southern Arkansas. This will not last all evening long. Let me tell you, these storms cannot keep up for a prolonged period of time. We're going to start to lose the dynamics that are so favorable for these storms to maintain themselves. But we're not to that point yet. In eastern Arkansas, it's moving into Monroe County over to around Holly Grove. And a lot of rain and hail in that area, but south of there, and just coming over the river out into southern Monroe County, a ton of farmland over there, and that is where that area is that we're looking at. And there's still some indication of rotation with it. Yeah, right there. It is coupled together, again. Maybe ramping up a little bit more than it was.
And it's moving through, what is that, Monroe County?
Yeah, that's southern Monroe County.
And it's about to go into Phillips County. And so once that happens, we'll focus more on the Camden and totally on the Camden storm. But Barry, you want to take that one? I'll get the Camden story. Okay. We'll just kind of split this. So I'll give you an update on the Camden storm right now. And he'll see that across here. But just to give you an update, no confirmation of a tornado. If we can come over here, guys. There's no confirmation of a tornado with this storm in Camden. But there is evidence on radar of rotation, and it's entering town right now. It's moving east at about 45 or 50 miles per hour, and there's high winds in Camden, but this is the circulation right here. So let's zoom in and get up and close with this. East Camden 2, Shoemaker, towards the north on Highway 79. There's the city grid. This is going right through town in Camden. So let's hope that this is not on the ground. Country Club Road, right there. There's Brook Ridge Drive, Mall Road, Gravel Pit Road. You see the street grid of downtown Camden? It's on the west side, on the far western side of that, but you're getting high winds right now in Camden, and you could have a circulation here. Whether it's extended to the ground, we do not know, but based on radar, it could be happening. But we will know very soon whether or not there's a tornado, because it's moving through a populated area. We're going to check the power outage report, and we'll get reports if anybody's been affected by this. I look at the debris signatures on radar. I don't see any significant dropout, and it's hitting a populated area, but I just don't see anything conclusive that says debris is getting lofted high in the air, and it would have to be very high since the radar is so far away for the radar to see that. But there's the storm and hail on the north side. Let me check with our partners with the National Weather Service office. They're activating the sirens in Camden. They aren't, but the fire officials down there in Camden are doing so. I'm going to check here the Entergy map. I had that pulled out just a second ago, and I'm going to pull that back out here and see what we have. I know that at the last time that I checked Entergy, let's see, we're up to 54,000 in their system without electricity and no power outages. They could be delayed. No power outages in Camden at this moment. So let's hope nothing has happened. But everybody in Camden needs to stay sheltered. Right now, it's moving over town on the west side. There's Western Washington Road, Camden. Kent is a small community on Highway 7, leaving town, going towards the north, and it's going to affect them. And I believe that's Harmony Grove up there towards the north. Yeah, Harmony Grove. That's another place that could be affected over towards East Camden. So in this corridor, this potential tornado will be moving over your location. Barry, have we seen that thing over in the Phillips County yet?
Well, it's still there, and there is still that rotation center, still the hook, and still a supercell. I looked over there. As far as I could tell, no power outages within this area, but there's a lot of electric co-ops of Arkansas, I think, that serve this area. about 87,000 total customers without power in Arkansas right now, and I think Todd said there were around 53,000 in just the Entergy system alone. But this is southern Monroe County that we're looking at, and it will be moving over toward Marvel coming up in a little bit of time. We're talking about 15, 20, 25 minutes or so as it moves out of there. We're not entirely sure this is producing a tornado. It is tornado warned, and they just did. The Memphis office just issued a tornado warning for this storm. They extended it out over into northern Phillips County. And so that is the storm that we're looking at. We continue to watch as it slowly moves out of the area that is covered by the Little Rock National Weather Service. But there's something to that. There's a lot of wind energy right there. There is a rotation center along Highway 17 just passed over. Eventually it's going to move over into that area, the northern area of Phillips County. A lot of kind of clutter on the radar right there, but if you just look at the reflectivity and just look at the rain, you can see that's the hook area right there. This is rain being pulled around behind a center of circulation. And right in there is where you would see, if there is a tornado, that's where you would see it. It would be moving in that area that would eventually take it over. Boy, a lot of farmland there east of the White River and headed over toward Marvel, headed from Monroe County over into Phillips County. But some highways crisscrossing there, and a number of farm homes will be in the path of that storm, which is still tornado warned. And we're waiting on new updates now. But yeah, still something on the velocity there, the velocity scan. I'm going to see if I can move over to the Memphis radar. Yeah, there's the Memphis radar as it sees the storm.
That's far away, too.
It's far away, yeah. So that makes me think that this storm is still doing something, and Marvel is going to be in the path of this storm. And I know we are on some cable systems over in eastern Arkansas. That is actually the Memphis television market right there, but that is where it will be leaving Monroe County and headed into Phillips County. And radar, just reflectivity-wise, that's from, there's a little bit of a donut hole there in eastern Monroe County. I don't know if that's just a dropout or not, but that's a circulation center.
Yeah, that could be the tornado.
That could be it. That may be the way we have to look at it. Looking at it from Little Rock doesn't look quite the same as it does from Memphis radar right there, but that is that area that's kind of dropped out, and the rain is circling it now, and that could very well be what we're seeing there as it exits Monroe County. All right. And they're now getting a confirmation of that. This is now a confirmed tornado that Memphis has said, and I haven't seen what their National Weather Service, but they are confirming that there's a tornado. It's the purple polygon there that shows that they have confirmed it, so that it apparently is on the ground. If you're on that, in that area of 146, and I don't know how they confirmed it, if that's a radar confirmation, if there is perhaps a debris signature with that, I'll look for that.
I'm looking at it from the Little Rock radar, and I can't see a debris signature from the Little Rock radar.
Not really from Memphis either, but it is possible.
Yeah.
But there's definitely something there coming out of Monroe County. There's the Phillips County line, and Weather Service in Memphis has said that that is confirmed. So all the way from the west central part, or the kind of northwestern part of Phillips County to Marvel, that is where you need to be taking cover right now.
Looking for any power outages in the Camden with that storm. By the way, as I get an update on the Camden storm behind me, north of Camden now, can't sound the all clear just yet, but Kent is a community. I do think that we have some power outages. I don't think they're widespread. I'm trying to zoom into Camden. I mean, it just posted, and sometimes when that posts, it just says 18 customers were affected at 6:33 on the west side of Camden. There may have been something there. Also, just some new information that I got. This is unbelievable, but believable. There has been debris found in Searcy from West Little Rock.
Yeah.
The tornado picked up debris in West Little Rock from an apartment complex, somebody's files, paperwork, bills, whatever, and they have found it in Searcy. That is a very strong, violent tornado. We knew that, though. But we've had debris falling out of the sky in Searcy from the West Little Rock tornado now. Camden is in areas north of Camden on Highway 79 and 7. That's our immediate concern. There's Kent, there's County Highway 43, there's Harmony Grove. We may have had something on the west side of Camden just because we do have power. That's the only reason. That's the only way I'm basing this off of, is the fact that there are power outages that could have been caused by a lightning strike, but it's in the same area that the circulation was over. So there may have been something on the west side of Camden, and it fits still together. It's near Kent, just east of Camark, moving towards Shoemaker, and that's Highway 205-79. It's crossing over that right now to the south side of 79. Tornado warning continues. I can almost sound the all clear for Camden, but I don't want to do that just yet because there could be a lot of wind coming into town, feeding into this thunderstorm, so it could be quite windy, and you don't want to be out in that, but there could be some hail with that. But I think that this is just to the north of Camden now. This is where the tornado would most likely be located. Shoemaker and Bearden are in the path of this potential tornado. We don't have confirmation of it being on the ground, just the fact that we had power outages is all I'm basing that off of. I don't see anything here on the debris detector, and I'll check with the National Weather Service if they have any information. The fire department there says that they really can't see much at all because their view is blocked by trees. So they're looking to see in that area on the north side of town if there is anything, but stay sheltered. Fordyce, another big community, and Kingsland. If this holds together, it'll be near or just south of those communities if it holds together. This is the only supercell thunderstorm in southern Arkansas. And I would imagine the dynamics in the atmosphere are going to begin to weaken here soon. So there's a chance that this may hopefully fizzle and fall apart soon. But that's not the case right now. Also looking at another storm that has developed just north of that near Carthage. It is not severe warned whatsoever. And I'll just check the rotations with that. There's nothing there to be concerned about at this time. Just to let you know, there is a thunderstorm in the northeast of Carthage in Dallas County going into southern Grant County right now. So that's what's happening there. And that one confirmed tornado is now out of the Channel 7 viewing area that Barry has been tracking. That's out of it.
Yeah, it is off to the east. And moving over into Phillips County, I know that the Memphis television market will be on and following that storm, but it still looks like quite a hail core there and something hanging down on that back side. Did look at the energy map, and remember we had the two storms. We had the one down near Stuttgart. We had the one up near Biscoe and Devall's Bluff. Well, there are power outages all over Devall's Bluff and all over Biscoe. There's no power in those cities. So I don't know if that was wind, if that was lightning, could very well have been, or if there was a brief tornado that actually took down some power lines there. But just want to let you know. But this storm is rather strong as it moves over into Phillips County, and there was a confirmation of it. I don't know if that was radar or visual, but a visual confirmation perhaps on that storm as it moves off to the east at a really, really rapid rate now, moving over into the eastern sections. So you folks, if some of you are watching on some cable systems over there, perhaps in eastern Arkansas, take cover in that northwestern corner of Phillips County. We'll turn our attention then to the storms down to the south. There's one supercell and one that's, well, it's a storm that's trying to build north of Carthage there. I don't know that that is an ideal area for growth of storms, though.
I hope not, Barry.
Yeah, I hope not.
Yeah,
and
I
today,
don't think it is, but
who knows?
I don't think that this Camden storm is going to be the type of thunderstorm that has a long history of producing tornadoes. I don't think that's what we're looking at, but it's dangerous now.
Yeah.
It's tornado warned, but I don't think we're looking at something that's going to track all the way across southern Arkansas, a long track tornado. I could be wrong with that, but I think that's what we're looking at. There is obviously a danger. There may be a tornado. There is significant rotation with this, and I want Fordyce and Kingsland to watch this. Shoemaker, 278. Camden, you're in the clear now with this, although be careful with lightning, and there still could be some high winds. We'll look at the reflectivity. Very strong signature of a hook with this, and I'll show you that just on the south side of Shoemaker going into Bearden. Everyone in Bearden, you've got to take cover, especially any places south of Bearden. But Millville's another location, but this is the tornado, if there is one. That's the inflow notch right there, and if there's a tornado, it's somewhere embedded right in this location, east of Harmony Grove. there's Bearden. I think it's going to pass just to the south of Bearden, but Bearden should be sheltered right now and take your tornado precautions. It has been a long, horrible day, not for us, but for all of you. And we thank you again for trusting us. It truly was one of those life and death situations today. And we hope that there are no fatalities, still no word on that. But this is it for the moment. Coming up into to Bearden and areas towards the Southbury. I'm going to check the Entergy map once again. I got to refresh this. There was one power outage on the west side of Camden earlier, and it quite possibly from that storm on the west side. Not showing any more. It's showing 18 customers. Not many, but if it's you, it's significant. But I see a lot of green on the Entergy map in that area, which means power is still on, which means trees didn't come down and power lines didn't come down. And that's why we look at that so often when it's so far away and we're trying to get reports. And the National Weather Service not saying anything either. Tornado warning canceled for Arkansas and Monroe County, but we knew that moving into Phillips County. Barry?
Yeah, we continue, and you mentioned power outages. There are going to be folks without power for a long, long time, I'm afraid, in those very, very hard-hit areas. I know crews will be back out, getting back online what they can tonight, but at least it's not terribly hot outside, nor will it be terribly cold. So that's one thing, but we'll watch this storm as it moves up. This is up Highway 79 down in South Arkansas, kind of on the south side of there. And it'll be moving toward Bearden, Bearden, you're kind of to the north of the rotation center of this as it has moved through the Camden area and off to the east, kind of east-northeast. But there's still that hook on the backside of it with the hail core. This has been, for those of you who have maybe not seen supercell thunderstorms or seen them in a while, this is what we study in meteorology school. We study in class, and these are textbook supercells, and this is what we study, and we hope we never ever see, like never ever see them. But they all had that characteristic to them. Out by themselves, pulling in warm, moist air. They can grow as they want to, and the wind field is unobstructed with them, and that's what today they have talked about. But the storms that are now of concern are near Shoemaker and some of the towns there, East Camden, the industrial part of East Camden, maybe just moving just north of there. All those businesses out there to the east of town, crossing over toward 205. But this would be an area, if there indeed is a tornado, it would be within that area and south of what is a hail core up to the north of that. We've had numerous reports of hail as well. But just an overview, and I'm just going to give you an overview of the entire state. We have that storm in eastern Arkansas. We've got the one storm that looks like it's trying to develop down in the northeastern part of Dallas County and southern Grant County, but it doesn't look like much. And then I will pull back and show you up into the northern plains. That's where there are a number of storms right now. There were many, many, many in Missouri and Iowa, many tornado warnings today. And that's what we were looking at. We were at the southern part, the southern focus area, and then there was a northern focus area. In the southern focus area, I don't know if it's any worse because I haven't had time to look at those storms, but it's going to be pretty bad up there as well. So we will, until this storm shows no sign of rotating anymore, we will be watching this storm. We'll watch the power outages associated with it. A lot of times you can start to see them happen very quickly like they did here in the Little Rock area as this occurs, but we haven't seen that happen yet. I'll give you an update on power outages in Little Rock, and if you go to Entergy, if you just search Entergy outages Arkansas, it'll take you to the outage map, and it is let me just tell you, it's horrifying to look at. 54,000 without power, and a number of those are in Little Rock and North Little Rock, and it is the path that goes from near Chenal Parkway and Canis as that thing started to ramp up, and then moves out through West Little Rock and then over into the north side of town. And I'm sure there are a lot of folks that will be without power for a while. But right now, 54,000 without power, and statewide, looking at 89,593. And the numbers over in East Arkansas are going up. But for right now, Ouachita County on this map shows no outages.
That's good.
Like you said, there might be one outage out to the west of town with 18 customers, right? But that is great news. Now, as it goes east of town, those are electric co-ops that service that area.
Right.
So we may not be able to see, but that's the storm that we're watching right now, paralleling 79.
I'm just pictures. I don't have permission to use these on social media, but the apartment complexes on Napa Valley just obliterated, and the pictures coming in. It's sad. Sad isn't the word for it. Huge cell towers snapped in half. There are so many people that are displaced tonight that don't have homes in West Little Rock, don't have an apartment to go home to in West Little Rock, and in other places in the state too. Please keep them in mind. Our Arkansas Spirit of Arkansas tornado relief has been activated. You can help our neighbors that are hurting right now, who are looking up and they don't know what to do. They've lost everything. And that's one way you can help if you're in an area of the state that wasn't affected. Many of you didn't see any bad weather today. If you have $5, $10, it doesn't have to be much at all. Go to our website, KATV.com. It is devastating. It's always devastating. Every tornado is devastating. But the sheer number of people that have been impacted by this is not seen often. A tornado this powerful in Arkansas is not seen often. I'm not going to put a rating on this. I'm not going to do that. But it's obviously, it is not an EF0, I can tell you that. It's way up there on the EF scale. Let's continue our coverage, and hopefully this thing is going to be winding down. It's getting towards the edge of that polygon, getting south of Bearden. The rotation on the radar, Barry, is not as strong as it was. It's really kind of ramped down, as I thought this was not going to be a storm like the West Little Rock one that just kept going and going. That was prime time, all the ingredients, everything together. Things are starting to, you don't have what I call when I talk to kids at schools, the tornado cake. It's a recipe. And there are some missing ingredients as we go further into the night for tornadoes, which is obviously a wonderful thing. But the tornado warning continues. There's Bearden, there's Thornton, there's Highway 79. Hopefully we'll continue to lose some of those ingredients, and we'll just have all this get out of here faster than anything. And then we have to look at a severe weather threat next week too. Don't worry about that now though. No two storm systems are alike. And so we'll worry about that then. Hail, south of Bearden, there's the potential tornado. They will not drop this warning. I promise you that. But they may allow it to expire because the rotation, Barry, is so much has weakened. Stay sheltered. But I'll take you back in time here. You see it near East Camden. That was at 643 going through Camden. Now watch how it moves northeast of town, and it has really diminished with the latest scan that just came in south of Bearden and southeast of Bearden. Barry, I'm feeling better about this, that this tornado warning will not be extended into Fordyce. But Fordyce, you still need to stay weather aware, and areas south of Fordyce need to stay weather aware as well with this. Again, Barry, we do that thing where I'll let you go ahead and say what you need to say, but don't want to get too zoomed in and focused on one storm and look at the rest of the state too. And really, that's it. And the one confirmed tornado out of the Channel 7 viewing area getting ready to cross over the Mississippi River. Barry?
Yeah, we continue to watch just that one storm, and that's what we want. We want zero storms in the state right now because we are a state that needs that. We will have coverage, obviously, coming up at 10 o'clock tonight. We'll have complete coverage, and in days to come, we will, as we always do here, the big stories, we cover them. And that's what we do. That's what we're supposed to do, and that's what we do today. And if our technology has helped save anybody today, that is unbelievable, and we hope that that is the case. Mayor Scott said it was about 45 minutes ago, no confirmation of fatalities anywhere in Little Rock, and boy, that would be unbelievable. That would be awesome. South of 79 right now, though, that storm continues to move off to the northeast. I do want to just, I haven't really talked to our news department here, but I don't know what our coverage will look like, but we will be covering this. We have people all out. We've gone from places where their command centers set up, like over in North Little Rock on Military Drive, out in West Little Rock that has been very hard hit. And we've been at hospitals as well. And there are some confirmations of people who have been injured, some critically injured. And I know that a lot of you are praying for their complete recovery and for their healing for tonight. And this moves now to a severe thunderstorm warning, it appears, still within the tornado polygon, but that south of Bearden. I think this probably gives us an indication, Todd, of what the Weather Service is seeing with this. Not like it was, maybe probably not producing a tornado, but it still has that supercell characteristic. I think it's just weakening. Sun going down now in a lot of the state, or close to it in a lot of the state, and that removes one of those ingredients out of the mix, out of the recipe. So it continues to move off to the east, and that is the one that we're watching. And I saw a storm up earlier, the one in southern Grant County. There's just really not a whole lot to that. So that's good. That's good. We need dry weather. We need lack of lightning, and the storms around the Little Rock area are done. And for you folks over in eastern Arkansas, some of you on some cable systems over there, that is still a very, very strong storm, but it's just about out of the state of Arkansas. So we've got one storm. I think within minutes, Todd, we could be without a tornado warning in the state.
I agree.
We'll watch this for the first time in, I don't remember when, but it's been maybe 6 hours since we haven't had a tornado warning, and it is gone.
Hey.
And now it is not that we aren't watching that storm, because we will be. We're going to...
Hey, Barry?
Yeah.
Can we get our production guys? I don't know where everybody went.
But, maybe we're the only ones here.
Yeah. They were going to pull video, I think, of our coverage when the tornado was moving into West Little Rock. And I don't know if we want to go necessarily back to regular programming just yet. Kind of wrap things up with the video of the tornado. This is the current tornado watch. PDS, particularly dangerous situation. Now you know why those are issued. And then we have that severe thunderstorm warning that still has a tornado tag on it, but no tornado warning. But do we have that video? If somebody could tell me in my ear, it's getting cut right now. If we can go to Storm Scan and just take you back to where this horrible day really got going. We were tracking the tornado from, what was that, Fountain Lake near Hot Springs. And then this is when it put down the tornado. And that was when it was hitting those apartments at Napa Valley right there. And the video, the pictures that I'm seeing of those apartment complexes at Napa Valley all the way up into West Little Rock, it's horrifying. I mean, there are so many people who live there that have lost everything. And that's Brett Adair and his team from Live Storms Media. He sent this to us. We'll just let this go for a little bit. I think we're going to show you some of the video that we have from today to kind of sum up our coverage and to tell you that it doesn't stop. Of course, Channel 7 News at 10 o'clock too, and Saturday Daybreak too tomorrow. But you see that's at Rodney Parham at 4:30. The car flipped upside down. That's the Colony West Shopping Center. Let me know if we have any live shots still available. Don't know if everybody went home, but if somebody could just let me know if we have any live shots that we can go to, that would be great. And this again is the tornado. That's looking southwest from, what is that, Gasano's Pizzeria over there at 430 Rodney Parham. I think he was pulled up close to that, or Troll Square.
Yeah, it's right there, Premier Gastroenterology, that new office complex and medical office complex there. That's where he was. But this is the point where Brett began to say, this is coming right at us.
Yeah.
And he was at that intersection, and that's where it crossed. And it's a formidable storm. Todd, it doesn't look like it's super, super wide, but it is super intense.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take a wedge 1 mile wide tornado to do unbelievable damage.
Yeah, there's the Tent Fitness there. This is when it was hitting Napa Valley, West Little Rock. I'm just trying to think. I know it went through the Parkway Place subdivision. Cooper Orbit Road was another area. I got a picture, I think, from a friend of mine, Craig Shackelford, out towards Cooper Orbit Road, where it hit out in the West Little Rock area, southwest of Canis, there where that Valero is on Canis Road. And Barry, I think you have something on Storyteller, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm just. If you could sum it up, other than just the pictures of the video, if we could take Storyteller. This is West Little Rock.
Yeah.
And we've shown this picture before, but it looks like the middle of winter, because even though leaves are on the trees, there are no leaves on the trees that you can see there, and you see, I think, a pronounced area there, kind of in the middle of the picture, where that was the path. And I believe this was over along Shackelford, probably just south of Rodney Parham.
It's at Shackelford and Breckenridge, and off to the right is that fire station and that Shipley's Donuts.
Yeah.
So that's just up the road from that a little bit, and that's looking back towards, the southwest. I don't even recognize it. I drive by.
I know.
drive by all the time.
And that's the thing after a tornado. It's almost unrecognizable, but it's just sad. And a lot of trees, if you look there, a lot of trees have been sheared off. Not twisted up, not uprooted. They've been sheared off there. And so this is going to be an area, just avoid the area. Power lines are down. This is going to be days and weeks of cleanup and rebuilding, and Arkansans reaching out to one another, which is what we do. And so I just thought that was just a telling shot of what went through our state today.
Yeah, roads are closed. Mayor Frank Scott tweeted earlier that roads closed from Markham, Rodney Parham to Napa Valley closed. Rodney Parham from Markham to Napa Valley closed. Cantrell from 430 to Reservoir closed. Shackleford, Arkansas Valley to Markham closed. Emergency shelters set up in North Little Rock at the community center for victims. Bring pets if you have them. 2700 Willow Street in North Little Rock. This is the tornado watch that continues. We're not going anywhere if we go back to regular programming, but I was wondering if we got that video cut, just to go back and see how this all started, and if we have any reporters out in the field still, if just let me know.
Okay.
Okay. So 10 o'clock news, Barry.
All right, yeah. Let's, we will wrap up our coverage for right now. We will watch these storms. We're going to take a brief break. Todd and I have been talking for a better part of, six and a half hours now. And, but hey, we're more than happy to do it if it helped anybody out today. So our coverage will continue at 10 o'clock tonight, unless we get information before then. There'll be a lot of information coming in on road closures, as Todd just mentioned, and on power outages. Be patient with the power crews. I know that they'll be working out there, but it's going to take a while, and we'll continue to watch this one storm down in the south part of the state. For now, though, we will send it back to regular programming, and we will be back here for Channel 7 News at 10 with a complete wrap-up of today's events.